Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
'They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste, a warm global welcome to all our brothers and sisters from Neil Kumar and indeed the whole of the Healing Our Earth family. Thank you so much for joining us for our 80th, yes, it's our 80th Healing Our Earth session to help all our friends and our growing Healing Our Earth family through these challenging COVID pandemic times. If I may invite you to join me in a short prayer to just bring some strength and support and swift recovery to all the people who are presently struggling with the challenges of the COVID pandemic. The prayer is called Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, and it means may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Om, peace, peace, peace. Please do join me. Thank you. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you so much, dear ones. So today we are going to speak about the vegan diet, the vegetarian diet, and we're going to take you into the kitchens of our presenters. Some of them are in different countries, different time zones. So just to let you know, right now in UK, it's just after 2 o'clock, and we're going to be with you for the next 5 hours. We'll be visiting Mauritius, we'll be visiting the USA, and I do hope that you will gain insights, enlightenment, and inspiration from today's presentations. We have seen many culinary aspirants develop and find hone their skills during these pandemic times and various stages of lockdown. So I do hope you'll be able to take something away with you today to improve your well-being and your knowledge around the vegan and vegetarian diets. We're shortly going to be inviting Nitin Bhai Mehta, who is a recipient of the MBE, which is basically an award from the Queen of England in acknowledgement of his extensive work and service to not just the UK community, but the global communities. And he really is a global figure. So before we call him on, I'd just like to tell you a little bit about Healing Our Earth. So Healing Our Earth is a group of voluntary individuals led by Neil Kumar, the producer, director. And we bring you online events every Sunday. Sunday is Healing Our Earth Day, to create unity, harmony, share happiness during this Corona era. Our mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities, delivering multicultural online edutainment, so education and entertainment together. So as I say, we're here for the next 5 hours, and our very first guest, I understand, is waiting in the eaves. I'm going to invite him shortly, and he is, as I say, Nitin Mehta, MBE. He's an author of 3 books, and he has shared his vision, his passion for the vegan vegetarian diet at a global level. Nitin Bhai, are you with us? Warm global namaste to you.
Namaste, Vashaben. Great to see you. It's a great afternoon and very nice and hot too.
It is indeed. It's I think we're going to be hitting 30 degrees today here in the UK, which is always a lovely surprise. So Nitin Bhai, you've shared your knowledge and your passions for the vegetarian diet at a global level already. So can you tell me what inspired you to begin along this path?
Yes, Vasha. Like all children, as I was growing up, an incident happened in my life which got me thinking very much. I was about, I think, 9 or 10 year old, and in our town of Kisumu, which Neil knows and many people know in Kenya. And we were playing in the what we call the gullies in the sidelines. And I was with my brother, and a dog came along and started barking at us. And I picked up a stone and threw at it, and it actually hit it. And at that time, the dog actually screamed, and something happened to me then. And I just realized there and then that my action had created great pain to that animal. And from that day onwards, I was convinced that I would not harm any living being at all, wherever and as much as I can. But also, I was born in a Jain family, so we were born vegetarians. For generations and generations, we have been vegetarians. But as I grew up, I began to realize, as I came to United Kingdom, the amount of abuse and the suffering of animals that is going on. And funnily enough, we all want a very happy, peaceful life. Nobody wants violence or uh, horrible things happening, and yet we commit so much violence to the animals. Uh, and The problem here is that we think that we uh, own this planet, but the fact is that we do not. We share this planet with other living beings, and as long as we don't be fair to them, uh, things will always bounce back on us and bring us misery and trouble. So it is in not the interest of animals at all, but it's in our interest to be compassionate to them, because we are more intelligent and more capable. So that intelligence and capability should be used for compassion, not for exploitation. So that's how we should be working, and that's how I have been campaigning for the last 40, 45 years in this country. And there has been a phenomenal, unexpected advance in the cause of animal rights.
Thank you so much, Nitin Bhai. And it's really wonderful to hear how that moment happened for you when you realized and you felt the pain of that dog from that one incident and how it's changed your onward journey. And if I may, I'd like to share with our dear friends a little bit more about you. So as Nitin Bhai just mentioned, he started his life in Kisumu in Kenya. However, thereafter, he's lived in the United Kingdom for many years. He's a dedicated professional with an excellent reputation in organizing cultural events. He is passionate and a renowned speaker on India's spiritual heritage, as well as vegetarianism and veganism. He was instrumental in setting up, now listen to this, not just in one country, he was instrumental in setting up the first vegetarian society in Kenya, also Mauritius, New Delhi, Paris, Lisbon, and in the states of Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, in India. So Nitin is also an active campaigner for animal rights. He's the author of several books, as we mentioned earlier, including the benefits of vegetarianism. So Nitin Bhai, I sense that compassion is your principal motivation for protecting our animal interests. And to what extent would you say becoming a vegetarian impacts a better life for them?
Well, at the moment, we actually are, the planet is on its last legs. We have destroyed this planet at such an extent that our future generations will have a very, very difficult life. They will be constantly harassed by hurricanes and cyclones and droughts, so much so that people will be fighting for food, people will be fighting for water resources. And there is one simple reason for this, and that is meat consumption. We talk about the damage to the planet, but the biggest damage is caused by the amount of meat that is being consumed. So let me explain. At the moment, the world produces about 80 billion animals for slaughter for human beings to eat. The human population is what, about 7.5 billion or 8 billion. So for 8 billion living beings, you add another 80 billion other living beings. Now, can you imagine, this planet is just not enough to sustain these kind of numbers? Because these 80 billion animals are living animals like us. They need water, they need food, they have waste, uh, and the earth is supposed to feed them that. So to feed these animals, so that we can eat those animals, you know, we are clearing away the Amazon forests to start cattle ranches, to produce beef and to grow soya. So the soya is grown now not to feed human beings but to feed animals. So about almost 40 to 50% of grains now produced are fed to animals, and the animals are then eaten by us. So it's such a wasteful form of running the planet. We can directly eat those grains. Instead of that, we are feeding them to the animals, and then we are eating those animals. And the return we get is very small in the form of proteins or even in content, because a lot of the protein is used up by animals themselves in their own growth. And then when the animals are slaughtered, so many other parts are just thrown away because they are inedible. So uh, this is the biggest cause of problem now, because the rainforests are the lungs of the planet. They're being cleared away. Forests are being cleared away everywhere to start cattle ranches. Um, and the sad part is that it's increasing poverty, it's increasing the damage to the planet. For example, the South American countries, apart, countries like Brazil and all those other countries, very poor countries, they have now to produce, they are made to produce crops and export them to European countries to feed our animals here. And because the need is so great, they have to introduce pesticides to keep the crops from being eaten away by insects and things. But those pesticides are so toxic that the children of those communities have asthma and all kinds of problems, and they are poor anyway. So now, over the poverty, they're ruining the earth, the land, and they're bringing these illnesses. So whatever little money that the country earns from export is used up by their own resources being wasted in poverty and in ill health. So, if we are to save this planet, we have to replenish this planet urgently. We have to reforest huge parts of the world. We have to stop this huge amount of animals being produced for meat. This is the urgent, very, very urgent matter. And people like Greta Thunberg, the other groups like Extinction Rebellion, all these people are now saying the same thing, that we really need to stop this massacre of animals if we are going to save this planet. And it's not for too long now. We're talking about our generation. Within the next generation, America is already going through huge problems. As you can see, they have so many climate issues now. Uh, and California is sort of in a really bad space because they over there produce millions of pigs, and the pig industry and the pig waste is slowly draining away their water resources, and it could have huge droughts. So that's why it is so important for human race to recognize that meat is the biggest issue that we are facing now.
Wow. So what's interesting is that in our endeavors to consume meat, it's not only the animal kingdom that's suffering. And what you were saying about that asthma incidence in children, it seems like just by the farming process itself, um, human race is suffering also. And yes, obviously, it does make mathematical sense that we consume the grains and the grasses and the foliage which the animals eat to get direct, have direct benefit of those nutrients. But Nitinbhai, what would you say to the argument that so we have canines, our teeth are omnivore teeth, that nutritionally we would be struggling to be healthy if we did all become vegetarians and vegans? What would you say to that?
Actually, it's completely the other way around because one of the facts is that we actually need very little protein per day to keep us healthy. The problem now in the West is that people are eating too much protein and too much saturated fats coming from meat. So if you had your lentils and your your peas and your beans and your nuts, there's so much protein there that you do not need an animal-based protein at all. The problem is the other way around. Meat consumption, because it is such uh, highly concentrated fat, is causing heart disease, diabetes, is one of the causes of it, and so many other modern day diseases that we are facing. So, in fact, the NHS, now we are talking about NHS always struggling. The reason for that is that um, we, our lifestyle is such that people are feeling more falling more and more ill, and the NHS cannot cope. What we need is prevention, and the prevention comes from avoiding meat products. Because take for example chicken. Chicken is perhaps the most abused animal in the world because at any one time there are 4 times more chickens on the planet than human beings. So um, in the earlier days, they used to say chickens are sort of white meat and they're better than red meat. But the way they are given the concentrated food, they are so also now very, very highly have concentrated sort of fats. And because they're kept in small cages, there are always diseases breaking out, and salmonella and so many other, uh, and people are dying every year from that. And so, what we actually want is people to move away from a meat based diet so that they can have uh, enough protein, enough fiber. When you eat vegetarian food, you get fiber, and there's no cholesterol in vegetarian food. This is the other problem. When you go to the doctor these days, the first thing is lower your cholesterol. And again, the diet is a big, big problem. But the way the system works in the West is that there are so many powerful institutions that the doctor will never tell you give up meat, because if he says that, he probably lose his job because the meat industry is so powerful. So they can only recommend that cut down on your meat, uh, and it's the same with all the huge organizations like the United Nations. They all know that the meat consumption now is the biggest problem, but they will only say, oh, reduce your meat consumption. They can't say openly that this is really the big problem, avoid it. So if you want to be healthy, then vegetarian food is the best way, vegan or vegetarian food, and you'll be healthy and happy, and you'll not get any food issues or any contamination that you get in meat.
Sure. I'd just like to say for our friends who are from different countries, NHS refers to the National Health Service, which is really overwhelmed at the moment with, I'm not sure if Nitin Bhai would agree, but a lot of them are lifestyle diseases rather than inherent. So just inactivity and diets, etc., contributing to avoidable diseases. And you mentioned, you just touched upon the significant move towards vegan preferences. And again, especially as a mother, I would have concerns about, is it okay to deny a young child access to milk for their calcium and indeed protein aspect? So do you think it's okay to be vegan for all the stages of life, including pregnancy, motherhood, childhood? What are your thoughts on that, Nitin Bhai?
Well, I think according to the science behind this, milk is definitely very important for babies, and babies have an enzyme which helps them to digest milk. But once you've grown out of that stage, that enzyme disappears. So for elderly people or for grown-up people, milk is just completely unnecessary. Um, and it's difficult to digest because that enzyme is not there. Not only that, it creates, because the milk is produced in such terrible conditions, um, people get eczema and other issues with milk. So milk is not an issue once you are grown up, because you get your proteins and your vitamins that you need from other foods. So milk is just an unnecessity once you are grown up. It's really not uh, suitable for grown up people to take. That's one issue. As children, very young children, I am not an expert to say on how far or when they can stop, but there's more research going on this. But it's very simple. Human being is the only living being which actually drinks milk of another species. And can you
Sure.
imagine that? And that because a cow is such a big animal, and its young one needs that kind of milk so that it grows in that size. Now we are taking that milk, so it can't be right, really, logically. Uh, but apart from that, is a huge cruelty issue about this, because milk industry depends only on female cows. So if a male calf is born, I mean, about 100 to 150,000 male calves are just shot at birth in UK, because they are no use to the milk industry. Some of them are sort of sent for veal production, so they're brought up and then they're exported to Europe for veal, and veal is the meat of a infant cow, which is a delicacy in some parts of the world. So, and the other problem is cows actually normally feed on grass. Now they've all been tied up, they're kept in closed conditions, so they only eat concentrated meals like maize, corn. These are high concentrated feeds to get more milk out of them. So the more milk is produced, the udder of the cow swells. She has arthritis. She has mastitis, so many problems. Actually, animals suffer the same kind of problems, health issues as we do. The only difference is that they can't express it, or we don't know the language of their expression. But there is evidence that actually cows do talk. They have their language. They send messages to other cows. Uh, and the chickens actually have a whole vocabulary of languages which they communicate with other chickens. It's just that we human beings don't understand. And because we don't understand, we think that, oh, well, they're not suffering, that's fine. So, uh, and then there's the artificial insemination. They are artificially inseminated to produce, because a cow will only give milk if she has a calf. So quite often a cow is pregnant and at the same time giving milk. And after about 3 or 4 pregnancies, the calf is worn out. She cannot give any more. And then she's sent for slaughter. So these are the issues, the compassion, cruelty issues. But also, as I said, milk can be avoided. Now we have so many vegan products. I have been a vegan for about 30 years, and I used to miss so many things. I didn't have cakes for so many years, no chocolates. But now you get vegan cakes, you can get vegan chocolates, vegan ice creams. Well, there's nothing that I'm missing from being a vegan. So it's fine. We just briefly touched on the COVID issue. Now these are called the zoonotic diseases. Now associated with our exploitation of animals. Now over 200 diseases of this kind of connection with animals occur every year in the world, killing about 3 million people. It's again the way we deal with animals, the way we interact with animals for our own greed or our own profits. So there's a thing called wet markets in Asian countries where wild animals are sold for meat. They are called the wet markets. So these wild animals are going to bring their own issues and diseases, which will very easily jump into the human species. So again, we can see how human beings are actually punishing themselves by being, you know, um, unnecessarily cruel to animals. So again, this is a big issue that we are facing, and COVID, by all sort of people's understanding at the moment, is coming from our exploitation of some kind of birds or animals. And look at the price we are paying.
Indeed. I'm just reflecting on, some of the illnesses we've had aside from COVID. We've had the SARS, we've had the bird flu, we've had swine flu, and mad cow disease. So, definitely food for thought there, if you pardon the expression, lived by. So, you mentioned the alternatives. The alternatives which are available now. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry. Apologize. Just a technical hitch there, Nathan. Bye. Thank you for your patience. So you mentioned there are so many alternatives now, so you don't feel like you have to miss out on certain things. So what are the substitutes that are on the market these days for those people who feel, I couldn't, for instance, the biggest thing for me might be I love pizza too much. I would miss cheese too much. And cakes, you mentioned, like how do you have a birthday without a cake? What are the solutions that you can suggest for our guests for those situations?
Well, there's a huge market now of vegan products because veganism is one of the fastest growing lifestyle changes in this country now. Millions of people are going vegan every year, and UK is ahead in this. So the companies who are coming out to produce the things that we miss. So now you got vegan cheese. Okay, the first time round they came out was not really nice, but they're improving on it, and you're getting better and better cheese now, better chocolates, whatever things they were lacking, they're coming forward. But not also that, your lifestyle things like we it's a once you are committed to this kind of lifestyle, there's so many other issues also. For example, I will not wear leather shoes because leather comes from the slaughter of animals. So where do you get leather shoes? Well, there are so many nice leather shoes available now, or ladies shoes, purses, ladies purses. You can have non-leather purses. So there are the idea is that you should not give even a pound of your money to any enterprise that exploits animals. So you have to go a little bit out of your way, but you can find them, the alternatives. So for example, the other things are um, what you avoid. For example, one should never go to circuses or zoos where animals are exploited. uh, these are the lifestyle changes that you make
Mm,
yourself, so that you contribute toward that goal that you want of
mm.
equality or compassion towards animals. So
Thank you. Okay,
these are
Nitin, but I'm just wondering if we can really focus a little bit on solutions for those who want to be vegetarians. So just to make their journey slightly easier in making that transition. So I'm like things like we spoke about calcium and milk and spoke about protein. So where would you suggest good sources of protein and calcium would be as the alternative?
well, calcium is readily available in all kinds of green vegetables, um, green leafy vegetables. You can get lots of calcium there. Protein, as I said, nuts, um, and all kinds of berries, nuts, chickpeas, all kinds of peas. There's a lot of protein there. Lentils. So there's no difficulty in getting those at all. And obviously, you need the sunlight also. So you make more use of summer months, so that you can convert that in calcium in that. The other problem with the meat is that uh, when you eat meat, it releases a lot of acid. Now,
Mm,
to counter that acid, uh, the body has to release um, some calcium, and that calcium is then sucked out by the body from your bones or your teeth to counter that acid. So, uh, why people get weaker bones as they grow older compared to vegetarians is one of those causes, because the calcium that your body requires is actually used up to neutralize the acid that the meat is releasing from the meat you are eating. So you can see, and it's the same with your kidneys. Your kidneys have to work much, much harder on a meat diet than on a vegetarian diet, again, because of these issues. And as you grow older, then they create problems. So health is very closely associated with, as you say, the vitamins you need. And the more you go into it, there's a whole thing called antioxidants. They are very, very important, because your antioxidants keep you healthier and looking young. These are and they are available in huge quantities in green vegetables and legumes and all that. Uh, so again, even if you want to keep healthy and look younger, then also, vegetarian is a good thing. Uh, Quickly, I just wanted to also mention that it's not only about eating meat that we human beings seem to be doing wrong with animals. We're doing so much other things that are wrong, and we have to be proactive to bring this world about which stops them. So animal abuse goes on in so many ways,
mm,
like hunting. People go hunting, like the fox hunting, fox hunting has been banned in this country, but yet people go fox hunting illegally.
Sure, sure, and quite right too. Really, it's good that there's more awareness of these things. Because it's a vegan and vegetarian event today. If I could just, food is at the heart of so many celebrations and so many, get-togethers and things. So, in terms of integration and cohesion, for instance, those people who, let's say, can't imagine having a Christmas celebration without a roast turkey, how can you make that adjustment? Like how would the vegetarian person go about addressing those things?
Yeah, luckily now we have the Vegetarian Society, the Vegan Society. There are organizations called Animal Aid, Viva. These are all huge organizations. They are there to support you. And if you go to their websites, they will send you recipes. They'll be just too obliged to help you find alternatives. You can make a nut roast now.
Wow.
Very nice nut roast. But we've been doing something else for the last 39 years. We organize a Christmas lunch for our English friends, and that could be your work colleague, or people from the local churches, or the police, or your colleagues, and we invite them. We said to them, it's Christmas, but we'll give you a nice vegan lunch. So coming from an Indian background, we've got thousands of years of uh, history of vegetarian food, and and not only does it introduce people to vegetarianism, but it also develops friendship within the communities. So the food can actually be a big part in bringing people together, and more understanding and more friendship in the country that you live in. And for immigrants like us, anywhere in the world, it's very important that we make a connection with the people of the country that we are living with, so that we have a cohesive society. So that's one thing that we are doing, and I've been sort of recommending this Christmas lunch to uh, people and different organizations for many years.
Wonderful. But I mean, you suggested the nut roast as a substitute for traditional Christmas dinners. And what would you say are your regular favorite go-to recipes that you're winning hearts with? So for somebody who's used to eating a certain way, what is your favorite things that you would recommend as a vegan and a vegetarian that other people can try?
Yeah, now because our next generation have grown up here, they will introduce us to Chinese vegetarian food, and Mexican and Italian, and so many varieties, and they make them, and you enjoy all of them in different ways. So I do enjoy non-Indian vegetarian food of different countries very much. So yeah. So that's an advantage for us, that we have access to so many different. But as a vegetarian, I would never go to a restaurant which also serves meat.
Sure.
Uh,
Okay.
I
So for
won't-
moral reasons, and because you're so well travelled, and you started off in Kenya, what were the special Kenya dishes that still bring back wonderful memories for you, vegetarian?
Kenya dish I have every Sunday, and I hope I'll get it today, is mogo cassava.
Wow.
Cassava is the favorite of most of us from East Africa, which you can fry and really enjoy. So that's and sweet potatoes. You can make a nice curry out of that. Um, so they are our favorites, and we still miss that.
Wonderful. And as alternatives to normal potatoes, they do have a better GI rating, and they're a lot more fibrous as well, if I'm not. So
Yeah.
a definite healthier alternative. And are they readily available to you here in the UK? Because it's obviously a different climate.
But also, the point that people like our organization, the way we grow up is that when we do travel all over the world, we are very very strict about what we eat, and if there are situations where we can't get anything, then we actually are happy to go hungry. uh, but there are some principles that we hold on to, that we should not let go. So wherever you go in the world, I mean, I many years ago in the 1980s, I went to Russia with the university students, and I told everybody there that I was vegetarian. But in that country in the 80s, hardly anybody understood what a vegetarian was. So in the end, with the interpreters, they would give me some chips or some fruit, which I had. But the others were eating, and they were beginning to be served local meat. And within a day or two, all of them were sick, really sick. And they ended up saying, all we want to eat is what that Nitin is getting. We don't want to eat anything else." So the principles he hold on to. And it's the same thing that happened with Gandhiji. When he came here, his mom got him to take a vow not to eat meat. And this is
Right,
in 1890. So
right.
when Gandhiji came across, when he was on a steamer here, an Englishman became his friend, elderly Englishman, and he told Gandhiji, he said, "Look, if you don't start eating meat, by the time we get to the Bay of Biscay, you will be dead." And Gandhiji said, "Well, even if I have to die, I can't now actually give up this vow." And you know what happened? Gandhiji became Gandhiji because of the vow that he kept. Because very soon he found a vegetarian restaurant in London in 1890, and from there he made friends with English vegetarians, and from there he made friends with the Theosophical Society. And the Theosophical Society was very popular then. And then the Theosophical Society people asked him to give a talk on the Bhagavad Gita, and the Gandhiji said he had not even ever looked at it. But because they asked him to give a talk, he had to read it. And so the Gandhiji's ideas, the formation of his ideas began with his connections with vegetarian people. And there were people like George Bernard Shaw at the time, Madame Blavatsky, uh, and so many others who are very, very famous people who were vegetarians of the time, and also Leo Tolstoy of Russia. And all these great people became his friends, and his ideas started developing.
Wow. So thank you so much for that insightful history lesson, as well as those tremendous gems of knowledge in terms of the nutrition aspects of being a vegan and a vegetarian. Nithiba, I just wanted to ask you something. So there are many people doing a great deal of work to promote the health benefits of being a vegetarian or being vegan. Is there anything you do to acknowledge or celebrate, the efforts they are making to make people live healthier lives?
Yeah, we have events throughout the year. We go to schools, colleges, universities. We go to organizations, and we give talks. We give talks there. So that's one way of promoting it. And we organize mass rallies. We actually organized the biggest rally in 1990 in Hyde Park. At that time, Tony Benn came along.
Sure.
He was a vegetarian.
What I meant was, like, I know you have a special award for those people who are, promoting well-being through being vegetarian. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
What we do is, if we come across people who have been promoting a compassionate lifestyle, vegetarianism, veganism, or also doing something proactive to stop animal abuse, then we give them Mahavir Awards. So we have given these Mahavir Awards to so many people, some of them famous ones, some of them not famous but really dedicated. So Tony Benn was one of them. Yuri Geller, if you remember the Yuri Geller
Wow.
man who used to bend the spoons.
Yes.
He's a vegetarian, by the way, very strict. Benjamin Zephaniah, the poet, uh, we have given him an award. So these people are really appreciated like that. But there are people who are much more active. Also, we give awards to. For example, there is, as I said, fox hunting takes place illegally. Now there are people in this country who actually go and try and stop that illegal fox hunting. What they do is they take some kind of whistle that blow, they blow, and the fox become aware and they run away, they escape, and
Okay.
and they the hunt is spoiled. So sometimes the huntsmen are so angry that they beat them up, and two individuals 4 years ago were beaten up so badly. One of them was in hospital. uh, so these two individuals, we gave them Javier Awards. And you know what they said? They said that we will never stop doing this. Even after we've been beaten up, we'll still go back there and we will protest and we will try and save these foxes. It's similar with uh, export of animals. Animals are exported. I mean, we export so many animals, calves, to Europe.
Sure. Thank you, Nitin bhai. Um, just a couple of more things on nutrition. So as a vegetarian, as a vegan, there are certain supplements that are recommended to make sure that you're living a balanced diet and you're getting all the nutrition you need. Would you like to tell us something about recommended supplements to boost your levels?
Thank you. You brought this up. It's very, very important for vegans to have B12, which you cannot get, in non-milk products. So you have to have it in fortified foods. You can have cereals which are fortified with B12, or sesame seeds. No, sesame seeds do not have B12, but there are alternatively you can buy from your health food stores tablets which have B12. I actually recommend, I mean, people don't have to accept my recommendation, but I, as an individual, I take a multivitamin supplement every day, which is extracted from vegetables. So whatever little thing you are missing, iodine or some selenium or something, that will fulfill those things. So, and you can get, quite cheap bottle of those. So that would make sure that you got enough of whatever you require. So I would recommend that. But for vegans, it is very, very important that they find the resource for B12.
Wonderful. So B12 is a must. On a sunny day like today, you will get your D vitamins. Would you say perhaps in the winter you might need a bit of a vitamin D boost?
Well, it's an issue which annoys me very much because sometimes the pharmaceutical industry just sells products, and sometimes they catch on one thing and people take B12 vitamin D tablets in India with all the sun in there. So sometimes the pharmaceutical industry, the doctors, sometimes it could even be right, but there's a whole industry that have with their own interests. So you have to ask your doctor if you really need it.
Okay, thank you. That's really, really helpful. And the other thing which constantly pops up for vegetarians and vegans in terms of signposting is omega-3. Can you source that naturally occurring, or would you say that's something else that requires supplementing?
Yeah. Omega-3 you can get from flaxseed oil.
Okay.
You just got to sprinkle some oil on your vegetables, and you'll get enough omega-3 for your requirements. So and there are some other sources also you can get omega-3 from. So that's not difficult at all. Um, all these years we've been told that, without eating fish, you'll not get your omega-3, but that's not right. In the process, we have destroyed tens of billions of fish, and our oceans are, yeah, that's the other thing. Our oceans are now suffering so much because the mangrove forests in the under the oceans, they stop tsunami like situations when you have a tsunami. But because fish industry, in the olden days, people used to go fishing with small boats. Now they have got huge trawlers.
Mm.
They throw a net, and that will capture all the fish and the whales and all the marine life, slowly destroying them, and that destroys the ecology of the sea, rivers and oceans. So now actually there is hardly any fresh fish. All
Sure.
you all you get is farmed fish, which is
Thank you.
toxic, very toxic.
Thank you. So you can using flaxseed oil, you can get omega-3 satisfactorily through that. So I'm thinking there'll be many people today who want to take their first steps towards being vegetarian. And at the earlier part of the year in January, there was a worldwide movement towards the January initiative, and then a lot of people are observing meat-free Mondays, and I'm sure across the world there are other similar observances. And before we let you go, to those people who are considering, making the switch towards being vegan, vegetarian, what are the 3 main tips you could share with them to make the passage a smooth one?
Well, you got to be realistic. For people who have developed a taste for meat, it's very difficult for them to give up. But they have to balance that with what's happening with our planet. They have to balance that with what's happening to the cruelty to animals, and they have to balance that with their own conscience. That is it right that I have to eat another body to stay alive? In the long run, Varsha, I would like to say that life is a short journey, and we are here for a short time. Do something positive so that the planet is left in a safe hands for future generations. And for that to happen practically, I would ask everybody, actually, I hope everybody listening today gives up meat very quickly and go vegan if they can. But also, everybody should have 2 careers in their lives. One career is just to earn you a living, which is very important. But parallel to that, you have a career which does something good to the planet. It could be anything. It could be tree planting. We need huge forests. It could be compassion to animals, something that, but don't give it up.
Sure.
Stick to it for your life, 30, 40, 50 years. And when you get old, you look back and you'll think, oh, well, I at least did something while I was here for someone else, for the planet. It's such an important thing for your own conscience to look back, because all the time we are doing things for ourselves. We have to do something for our planet, for the other life beings, or whatever. So that is so important. But also, let me give just one warning that don't burn yourself out. I've been in this movement for 40, 45 years. Uh, Some people come in and they become so excited and they're so full of energy that within 2 or 3 years, they're gone. They're burnt out. Pace yourself and
Right.
keep at it, keep at it till the goal is reached.
Thank you so much, Nitin Bhai. It's been a huge learning experience having you with us today. Very grateful for your valuable time. And I'd just like to say to our dear friends, if you would like to follow Nitin Bhai's work and learn a bit more about him, the website, which is also on the Healing Our Earth website that you can refer to, is www.nitinmehta.co.uk. www.nitinmehta.co.uk. And here we have a wonderful gentleman whose efforts, which span over almost half a century, have been recognized by the Queen, and quite rightly so. God bless you, Nitin Bhai. Thank you so much for your valuable time. On behalf of Neil Kumar and all the Healing at Earth family, global namaste, and thank you for being with us today. Very grateful to you.
Namaste.
Wow, gosh. There's never enough time with guests like Nitin. You can quite easily listen to him all day. But waiting in the eaves, we have a very, very talented lady. I'd like to call her our singing chef, actually. She has so many talents. And her name, indeed, is Veena Trivedi. Warm global namaste to you, Veena. How are you today?
A global namaste to you too, Varshaben. You're doing a great job.
So lovely to see you here today. If I may just share a little background information about you, Minamed, before you begin. So let me tell you something about this amazing lady. She has just come back from holiday, and she's already, after having a day of classes yesterday as a teacher as well, she's ready to host a Zoom session for us about something healthy for your lunch boxes. Quite often when you go out and you're unprepared, you, as Nitin Bhai just quite rightly mentioned, you will end up eating chips, which is not very healthy. So if I can give a little bit of a background about wonderful Meena, she's a singer, she's a performer, and indeed a music teacher. She has trained in Indian classical music and specializes in Bollywood songs, in bhajans, in ghazals, and indeed Ras Garba. Many of you will have seen her amazing skills during Navratri last year. And she also performs classical music. So Meena has performed in various prestigious events and venues globally also. Including Trafalgar Square in London for the Mayor of London's Diwali event. Meena is a keen cook and regularly prepares various dishes for friends and family. She's looking forward to share her dishes and serve her dishes as soon as it is safe to do so. So with that, it gives me immense pleasure to invite Meena Ben, and I'm hoping you will also perform for us. Is that being cheeky?
Well, what did I say? We have to perform together.
Oh, wow.
It's not just me, you're singing with me as well.
Yeah.
On that note, there's a song that's coming to my mind. तो जो मेरे सुर मिलाने संग गाने तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल तो जो मेरे सुर मिलाने संग गाने तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल तो जो मेरे सुर में. I hope you got the hint, Varshaben. Tu jo mere sur mein naale means you have to sing along with me.
Oh, wow, my goodness. I wish I could even go 5% towards replicating that.
You have a wonderful voice. You are blessed with a very, very beautiful voice. So why don't you sing a couple of lines?
Oh, bless you. I'm just a little bit mindful that we're in people's kitchens today, Meena. I don't want to be responsible for any breaking of glass. But yeah, you're incredibly inspirational, and yeah, it's like every time I hear you, I think, oh, I should make more effort to learn, because it's
this is the time. This is the time to make an effort. Why don't you sing a couple of lines?
It's so soothing and uplifting. Oh gosh. Okay, apologies for those of you, because I'm nowhere near polite as Meena Ben, but when such a beautiful and kind lady asks you to do something, it's very difficult to decline. Okay, so Right, I'm trying to think of something appropriate for the vegetarian kitchen. And okay.
Just any song, like we did Main Tenu Samjhawa. You sang that beautifully the other day.
wow.
So why don't we try a couple of lines of that?
You're very kind. Okay, here we go, guys. मैं तेनू समझा की ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी तू की जाने प्यार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यू जान मेरी मैं तेनू समझा वाकी. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was really good.
You're very
You must do
kind.
more singing.
Bless you. You're very, very kind, Mina. But right. So you've been away to some beautiful, beautiful places. Would you like to, before you begin cooking, tell us a little bit about how your week has been, Minabel?
It has been quite relaxing, I must say. It was a complete change of scene. We went to Yorkshire up north, and it was so beautiful. And the weather was a bonus. It was so, so beautiful and very green, very quiet. And that's all I needed, just to switch off a little bit from the routine life. And we just had a good time there. Fantastic.
Oh, it's lovely to hear that you've had a well-deserved break and the opportunity.
Well-deserved, yes, very well said, yes.
The opportunity to recharge and yeah, Mina Ben works very, very hard. Okay, so you are going to share with us some healthy lunch boxes
Yes.
ideas, basically. So what can we expect today, Mina Ben?
I am going to show you some kathi roll. I don't know if you've heard about it. Some of you may have. Kathi roll. Kathi roll actually comes from Kolkata, as we say, from West Bengal. And so that's a street food. It's a very famous street food in Calcutta. So, but these days you get it everywhere, in Bombay, in Gujarat, everywhere. So I'm just going to show you how to make kathi roll. So before I start, I have done some preparation that I'll just tell you what the ingredients we need. I don't know if you can see here.
This is something
You can see here,
new
I've
for
got
me.
another camera here. I've got some red and green peppers,
Wow.
some sliced onions,
Sure.
chopped tomatoes, paneer, green chilies and ginger paste, chopped coriander, and some tomato ketchup. Very simple ingredients. You can always find it at home. So if it's just a quick stir fry kind of thing. So it's not going to take long at all. And yeah, so it's fantastic. The only thing is the wraps that we use in kathi roll. I have already made the wraps. You actually don't have to make them. You can use your leftover rotis, leftover parathas, or you can buy wraps from outside. It's very easily available. But I like everything making myself from scratch. So I have made some wraps already. I will show you. And I'll also tell you how I made them. I have actually covered them with muslin cloth so that they don't become dry. Otherwise, they become very dry. As you can see, I've made some layered rotis kind of thing. But the way I made was 1 cup of plain flour and 1 cup of wheat flour together, and then just made a soft dough and made some rotis like this. So yeah, it's very easy, very, very easy. So I'm going to use this later. So I'm going to put this aside for now, and quickly I'm going to show you how to make the filling, how we...
Right.
Yeah.
So there's lots of fresh vegetables going
Lots of
there,
fresh vegetables. And you don't have to just use these. You can use any. You literally can use anything. Sometimes you have leftover curry as well. Lots of things, you can use that. You can put anything, and even salads. Just it doesn't have to be the same ingredients. But in proper kathi roll, this is what they put, like paneer and peppers. And so I thought I'll just make it the traditional way, the way it is.
Oh, sure.
So I'm
And
just going to use a little bit of oil.
of course,
I'm sure you can see here.
yeah, we can see.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put a little bit of oil. I'm not a very oil fan.
Does it matter which oil you use?
It really doesn't matter. If you fancy olive oil, you can use olive oil, or even some people use mustard oil. A lot of Punjabis like mustard oil, raika tel, they say it. And so you
Right.
can use raika tel as well, which is mustard oil. So the choice is yours, what you want to use.
Okay.
And here
So
I've got this masale dani, or the masalia, whatever we call it.
yeah, the
So I'm not going
classic
to use too much
masala
of
dabba.
masalas in there. You can just use any masala that you like, any spices that you like. But I'm just going to use the usual spices that we use in cooking. So let's just wait till the oil gets a little bit heated. Just going to wait. It's a very simple dish, and it can be a very good dish as lunchbox as well.
Right. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, it's always
Some
handy
people
to.
put potatoes, sliced potatoes in there as well, because that
Okay.
gives a bit of binding, and it has got a lot of carbs, and so it helps you to go through the day as well. So you can put potatoes in there. So nothing special that these are the only ingredients that you can put. You can put literally anything. Some sweet corns, just throw in whatever you like.
Right.
Whatever is leftover. Sometimes we have leftover rotis, leftover shakos, sabzi as we say in Hindi. So you can just put anything in there.
Okay, so lots of flexibility.
Lots of
Okay.
flexibility, so it's very easy. Yeah, very easy. And very easy, very, very quick.
I'm not sure if Nitin Bhai is there. You can still put your sweet potato and mogo in Nitin Bhai.
Yeah, you can. Why not? That'll be great, actually. And I'll also tell you, I've got, while the oil is getting heated, I'll also say, okay, it keeps asking me if I want to join with audio. I've got some green chutney here, as you can see. I have made this. I've made this with some mint, some coriander, some chaat masala, salt, lemon, cumin powder. That's it, and one green chili in there to give that little kick.
It sounds very
I like
filling.
my food a little bit on a spicy side.
Like a kick.
So I've made this special chutney just for this, because
Mint is,
actually in Kathi roll they put this chutney. They
Okay,
do put this, so that I thought I'll stick to the traditional way of making it.
sure.
Just thought I'll mention it. Let me see if, yeah.
Very cooling, that chutney. I mean,
The
it
chutney
sounds.
is very cooling,
Very
perfect for
cooling.
this weather.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now I'm going to put some jeera, which is cumin.
Okay,
Seeds, not a lot, just a little.
sure.
That's it. And I'm going to put a pinch of haldi, which is turmeric. I'm going to take this away for a little while and throw in all the dry vegetables first.
You've got all the
You
colors
can
there.
also put carrots in them.
Okay. That's looking lovely and colorful already, Minaben.
I know the peppers. I just love peppers. Different colored peppers.
Yeah, and they're so nutritious, aren't they? I was reading something yesterday which basically said that 1 cup full of bell pepper is, guess how many calories? I'll let you guess. Guess
Maybe
how many-
zero.
Not
Maybe
quite.
zero.
Not quite. 30 calories in a bell pepper, which is amazing. It's hardly anything, isn't it? And apparently 90% of a bell pepper is
Yeah.
is water.
It's just water, isn't it?
Yeah, and
it's really healthy. I like the yellow bell pepper. They all taste different though. The green, red, and yellow.
They
all
do.
taste different.
They do, and they're
I particularly think the yellow one has a little tangy taste.
yes, lovely for salads. Very nice for salads.
The red one is really, really sweet. That's
Yeah,
what I feel.
And they're really packed full of vitamins and nutrients as well.
And now I'm going to put some. I've got homemade paneer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Paneer, so I'm going to throw that in as well. Some tomatoes,
Sure.
green chilies and ginger, and some coriander.
Wow. So you cook
My
coriander on
I
the
love
heat as
green, all the green vegetables. I just love them.
well.
You
Yeah,
can
we
also
will.
put some spinach if you like,
Right.
which is again very healthy.
Sure. We just heard from Nitin by how good the
And
green leafies
now
are for calcium.
I'm going to add some Himalayan salt. For the past 2 years, I've been using only Himalayan salt, not the other regular salt.
Okay.
So this is what I'm using. It's pink in color. I'm just going to throw in some little bit of salt.
Right.
I always feel that Himalayan salt is a little bit stronger than as I said, I like mine. I'm a little bit on a chili spicy side. I'm going to put a little bit of chili powder, which is not very, very hot, but according to your taste, you can use that. And now we are not going to overcook it or anything. We are going to leave it crunchy. Okay. And now here is some tomato ketchup. Tomato ketchup, what it will do is it will bind it a little bit. You see, it will bind it together. So that's what I'm going to do. Just 2 to 3 teaspoons of tomato ketchup. That's it, really. Nothing special about it. As I said, you can use any kind of vegetables. It doesn't have to be.
It sounds really healthy. I mean, just the peppers alone.
I'm not going to cook it more than this. I'm not going to cook it more than that. So that is done. It's actually very, very easy, very simple. Can be very quick for lunchbox. Right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place, maybe I'll use this one because it was underneath. And here I have got some extra salad to put in. Sliced cucumber, sliced onions, and a leaf of lettuce. Okay, and so first I'm going to put the green chutney that we had. This is all homemade. I love my green chutney. I love mint chutney, by the way. I can eat it with anything. So I'm going to spread it evenly. I'm going to spread it evenly. It gives that very yummy taste. And then I'm going to place some cucumber slices. It is healthy, isn't it? I'm going to put some lettuce and some onion rings. You can skip onions if you don't like it. And now it's time to place this. So I'm going to just make a row of it. It looks so colorful, doesn't it?
It looks colorful. It looks really healthy.
Yeah, it is. And it's so quick as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now you fold it from here, then you fold it from here, and you can fold it like this. Maybe I put it a little bit too much. And so you make a wrap like this. I like the fact that everything is homemade.
Wow.
And just make like a pocket, as you can see. For now, I'm going to leave it in a plate, which I have it here. I'm going to leave it here for now.
Sure.
Yeah. How about a song?
Yeah, go
What shall
for
we-
it. From you, yes. From you,
Yes.
yes.
Let me see. I've got some wonderful choice of songs here. It's actually, I wouldn't say completely based on Rag Khamaj. We have learned Rag Khamaj, haven't we? Not Rag, but the Thaat Khamaj. If you remember, it has
Yes.
commingled in there.
I'm getting nervous now.
Okay, so there's a fusion. It's a fusion song of Rag Khamaj, and it is. सावन बीतो जाए पिहरवा सावन बीतो जाए पिहरवा मन मेरा घबराए मन मेरा घबराए ऐसो गए परदेस पिहरवा ऐसो गए परदेस पिहरवा चैन हमें नहीं आए रे चैन हमें नहीं आए रे मोरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना मोरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना मैं लाख जतन कर हारी लाख जतन कर हार रही मोरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना मोरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना. It sounds so nice, isn't it? It's actually Khamaj fusion.
Beautiful, it's beautiful. And you know, Mina, when we had a presenter in one of the previous sessions that said, you know, your thoughts and the love that you put in the energy while you're cooking really does impact the food itself. And so
It does.
I mean, your gatti roll looks delicious already, but I think it's going to be super delicious now.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm going to show you, to go with kati roll, I'm going to show you a smoothie, which is going to be with all the summer fruits that we get. Let me talk about it first. Let me show you here. Yeah, you can see. As you can see, lots of fresh vegetables. I've got a glass full of orange juice. I've got some yogurt. You can use plain yogurt as well as fruit yogurt. I've got fruit yogurt. And if you don't have fruit yogurt, you can use plain yogurt, but then you use 1 teaspoon of honey to make it a little bit sweeter. But I'm not going to use that because I've got fruit yogurt here. I'm going to take this out for now.
I wanted to ask you something.
Mhm.
So, for those of our friends who might be vegan, is it possible to use tofu for the gati roll? And
Yes,
perhaps
yes,
a
yes, tofu you can
plant-based
use if
yogurt?
you're a vegan, definitely.
Okay, and a plant-based yogurt for the smoothie, would that work?
Yes, that would work as well. Why not?
Thank you.
There's always a substitute if you're not,
Perfect.
if you're a vegan. So here I've got banana. Banana I definitely put in my smoothie purely because it gives that thickness and that creamy effect in smoothie. And it's very healthy as well. So, and it's very filling. One banana, it just fills you up. So yes, I definitely put my banana. I've got 1 kiwi fruit here. I've got some strawberries, some black grapes, some blueberries, and some apple. So I'm going to put this here. And you can see me. In that case, I'm going to place this here. That you can see. Yes. Right. this here. So I'm going to throw in all the fruits that I have told you just now. So I'm going to put some chopped bananas. I've got a kiwi, which is again very healthy. Strawberries. Some blueberries. I just love this smoothie. I have this every single day. And I've got some apple. And some grapes. Okay. And I'm going to put some fruit yogurt. And as I said, if you don't have fruit yogurt, you can put plain yogurt, but with a teaspoon of honey. It's done. And some orange juice. You can also put some ice in there, but because I sing, I don't eat very icy anyway. I'm going to pour this in a glass. See how nice it looks already?
Such a lovely color.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see. So that's the wrap. And that's the smoothie. That's one of my favorite actually. I have this smoothie every single day. Every single day. That's my daily routine. I have this every single day.
Does it help you to sing so well, Meena?
I don't know if the secret is smoothie. I really don't know about that. It shouldn't, because anything cold is not very good for your throat. But it's certainly very healthy, I must say.
I'm just desperate to learn your secret. That's all. How you sing so beautifully and unprompted as well.
You are blessed with a wonderful voice. You don't know yet.
Thank you. I'm trying, but struggling. That looked absolutely delicious and incredibly nutritious as well. You know, I'm just thinking from the nutritional aspect. You've got potassium going on there. Yes. You've got vitamin C. You've got iron. You've got zinc in some of it. And I counted. I'm going to tell you how many fresh raw ingredients I counted while you were doing that. So you have recap here: banana, kiwi, grapes, apple, blueberries, and orange juice. That's just in the smoothie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 8 fruit items.
Yes.
And it sounds really cooling as well for this weather. And
Yes.
then we had peppers and tomatoes, onion, cucumber, mint, coriander, and ginger.
And paneer.
Paneer.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
You
And
can
then
avoid that if you're a vegan, or you can have tofu in
tofu, right? Tofu substitute.
Hmm.
So wow. So that's like, gosh, right, like 14 raw ingredients, and
Yes.
that must be so good for you.
And you saw how quick it was to make, wasn't it?
Yeah, ideal, for the busy mums, or people who are busy with their work and juggling home and stuff. And it's the first time I've seen what a kati roll
Kathi
is,
roll.
and
Kathi.
how to make
You know,
it.
literally, kathi means. Do you know what kathi means? Literally, it
Please
means
explain.
a stick. It means kathi. Kathi means stick because it looks like a stick. That's why they call it kathi roll.
Sure, it sounds like a very delicious steak. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for
And
sharing
how
that.
about a song, Varsha?
Oh yes, I'm all ears. Please go ahead.
No, how about a song from you?
Oh wow, I'm sure it's your turn. I did last time. It's definitely your turn, Minam.
Let me see, which one shall I sing?
There's been a
I've
lovely,
got thousands of favorites, so it's so hard for me to choose one from it.
there's been a beautiful comment from our dear friend Meeta Joshi here, who says how creative and talented you are to be able to both cook
I
and
like
sing
cooking.
so
I like cooking.
beautifully.
Yes, definitely. I enjoy cooking.
Thank you, Meeta ji, for that lovely comment.
Thank you,
But-
Meeta Ben.
So yes,
All right,
take it away.
I'm going to sing a song from the film Mera Saya. It's based on a pure rag. It is rag Bhim Palasi. And Bhim Palasi is based on Thaat Kafi. And you've learned that, haven't you? Thaat Kafi, which has Komal Ga and Komal Me.
Yeah.
नैनों में बदरा छाए बिजली से चमके हाय ऐसे में मनामा मोहे गरवा लगा ले नैनों में बदरा छाए बिछुरी से चमके हाय ऐसे में बनामा मोहे गरवा लगा ले नैनों में बदरा छाए.
Wow, that was lovely.
That is
was...
pure rag based song. It's based on rag Bhim Palasi.
And what's amazing is the way you can sing that, firstly, perfectly in tune. And secondly, I don't see any pieces of paper in front of you. How you remember?
Well, I have it somewhere there. I do have them right somewhere there.
So there we go. These gutty rolls and this amazing smoothie obviously helps your memory as well, because
it does actually. Music has proven that.
Yeah, there we go. So everyone, get making those smoothies if you want to boost your grey matter as well as your immunity.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
That was lovely. So, I mean, how long have you been vegetarian? Was it a switch?
Oh, I've always been a vegetarian. Always.
Wow.
Since I was born, I would say.
Okay.
Always a vegetarian. Yes.
Right. So it's a way of life for you from the outset.
It is a way of life for me. Yes.
Have you ever, has anybody ever said to you, would you like to try not to be one? And what would your thoughts be if somebody suggests?
Yes, when I used to work in schools, I remember people used to say, don't you miss non-veg and all? I said, no, I never miss it because I never had it before, and so I've got hundreds of choice in my in my food collection that I have. I really don't miss it, no, because I never had it. So yeah, there is no point of missing in life, you see.
Sure, sure.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's interesting. It's
It is,
interesting to
isn't
learn.
it? Yeah.
So, Minaben, for those people who have just joined us now, I wonder if you could do a quick recap of the Gati roll and
Yeah,
the
sure.
smoothie.
Yeah.
And those of you who are struggling to write very fast, just like me, you can see this on YouTube and the Healing Hour
Yeah, sure,
website.
sure.
It will be
Yes,
recorded.
yes,
So please go
definitely.
ahead.
I will say what I did right from the beginning. As you can see, kathi roll, you need the wrap or a paratha or a leftover roti, anything. But I made my wraps myself. You know, like we say, parwari roti or something. Or how do you say, layered roti? I made layered roti, so they turn out really, really nice. Rather than making the normal rotis, I made layer rotis, and when you remove the layers, they just look like proper wraps. And
Right.
these wraps, you can use them for falafel, for many other things that even for Mexican wraps and everything, you can use it for anything. Falafel, they go really well for falafel as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I made my own wraps using 1 cup of maida, which is plain flour, 1 cup of wheat flour, and just put a little bit of salt in there. And Himalayan salt, not the normal salt. I always
Himalayan
use, for
salt.
the past 2 years, I've switched to Himalayan salt. And then I just made this very soft dough and rolled it just like roti and made into layers. And so that's how I had my layered rotis. So that was done, and put it on a muslin cloth so it doesn't get dried. So that's it. And with the filling, you saw that there was green peppers, red peppers, some paneer cubes, some dhania, which is coriander, green chilies, and adrak, which is ginger. So so you saw so many things. I like onions, sliced onions, and it was just a quick thing. I put 1 tablespoon of oil and just threw everything in there, and some sliced tomatoes or herbs. Put everything. You can also put garam masala if you like. It's
Right.
absolutely your choice what you want to. You know, everybody's taste buds are different.
Of course. Could you bring it closer to the camera, the Gati roll, so we can see? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, I was
Right. Just raise it.
Yeah.
There we go. There we
you
go.
are.
That amazing.
It's like a
Gati roll.
pocket. You make it like a pocket, and even if you want, you can cut it from the middle and see what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks very, very neat, Minaben. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much. And you know,
and to make it look neat, you have to make sure that the wraps are really soft. If they become dry, they become a little bit flaky, and then so when you roll it, the filling will come out. So you have to make sure that the roti or the paratha or the wrap is really soft. That's why I had put them in a piece of cloth, muslin cloth, so that it stays. Yeah, and so that's it. I just put everything, seasoned everything, put some salt, little bit of haldi, little bit chili powder, and some ketchup that binds it together. And that's it. I filled it up and wrapped it. Nice, nice and tidily.
It was amazing how quickly you managed to do that, and yeah, that's definitely something I will be trying, and it just sounds really, really healthy as well. So now, if you could share with us the amazing. It sounds delicious, actually. The smoothie.
The smoothie is absolutely wonderful. I just love, as I said, I have this every single morning. Yeah, and I'm going to show you. Yeah.
Lovely. Wow. Look, the color looks delicious.
Yes. You can also put some spinach in there, but that makes it really dark in color, but it doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. It's just healthy. So as you saw, I put some blueberries, some grapes, some strawberries, banana, kiwi, apple. You can also put some ice, but I don't eat anything icy because of my voice. I just avoid ice creams and anything with ice. I avoid it.
Okay.
I put some yogurt in there and some orange juice. That's it, and blend it.
Amazing. It sounds quite. Is it quite filling as well? It sounds
very
like
filling.
It would be quite filling.
Purely because of the banana. Purely
Right.
because of the banana. Yes.
So
It's
you've got
filling.
so healthy. You've got fiber there. You've got so many nutrients. nutrients, and
So many nutrients. And
must be so.
kiwi is very, very healthy, and it's very filling as well. Kiwi is very filling.
That's packed with vitamin C, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kiwi. So, and yeah, if you were to put spinach in there, could you taste it? Is it like, would it affect the
I don't
taste
think
at all?
so. I don't think so. It doesn't have any taste. It just looks different. That's it. That's why I do throw some spinach in there sometimes. But today I haven't.
Lovely, lovely. Well, thank you so much, dear Minaben, for sharing
Thank you
that.
so much. Thank you for having me.
Always
It's always a pleasure to be here on Healing Our Earth. Actually, I have a lovely song for Healing Our Earth. For Healing Our Earth.
Wow,
Let
we
me
look
see
forward
who
to
that
it.
was.
Amazing. See, this is why we need Minaben every week.
I'm sure I took a song out for Healing Our Earth. And let me see. Oh.
So that we're shortly going to be welcoming Niktiji from the Brahma Kumari, and she's going to be talking to us about consciousness in cooking. But in the meantime, Minaben is kindly going to entertain us with her amazing voice and a special song. I think we need a program just for Minaben, so we can listen
Right,
to her.
let me just quickly find the song that I had taken out for. I'm just going to sing this couple of lines for Healing Our Earth.
Oh, let's have a couple of verses would be better.
तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, हो तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, बिन तेरे तेरे बिन साजना, सांस में सांस आए ना, हो तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, बिन तेरे तेरे बिन साजना, सांस में सांस आए ना, हो तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना.
Wow, that's incredible, absolutely incredible. And so, dear friends, if you want to sing like Minaben, you don't eat anything cold. Put your ice cube trays away.
Don't eat anything icy. No, don't eat anything. No pickles, no icy food.
Pickles as well. Why would
no
pickles? Why would pickles?
Because it can be very, very spicy, very spicy, and it can be very oily. That's why.
Oh wow. Okay, so no pickles, no ice lollies,
no,
no ice.
They say even yogurt is bad for your throat if you are a singer.
Oh wow.
But I love my yogurt. I only don't eat yogurt when I have a show. On the day I have shows, I don't eat yogurt. Otherwise I do.
Right. Gosh, well that's interesting.
Yes.
We're learning. We're learning all the time here. Inspirational, aspirational, and educational. Gosh, thank you, Minaben, for covering so many angles of how to have the best singing voice. So, yep, I've made a mental note of all of that. And the smoothies obviously are going to help your memory skills as well. You can see Minaben has no paper in front of her and she's happy to recite the most amazing songs and all in tune as well. What an incredible lady. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
I think you deserve a well-deserved rest today. Cooking's all done, so you don't need to worry about it.
Yes, it is. Thank God. Yes, it is for today.
time for you to relax in the garden now, I guess.
And enjoy the beautiful sunshine out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we won't keep you any further. Thank you so much for being.
Thank you so much for having me, Varshavi, and thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Yeah, God bless you. On
Thanks.
behalf of Neil Kumar and all the Healing Isle family, namaste, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was our amazing Meena Trivedi, and endless talent, endless skill. So we are with you now until 7 o'clock UK time, and shortly we're going to be inviting our lovely Deputy Khatri to talk about consciousness in cooking. I'd just like to tell you what more we have in store for the next few hours. We will also be heading off to Mauritius to welcome dear Anil and Sevani Sambu, and they're going to be presenting Magic Bowl for us. So please stay with us. Lots of exciting presentations to come. And thereafter, we'll be heading off to the United States of America, where Simone Dahlia Temkin will be presenting for us on preserving the bounty. So there we have some information about Simone and her presentation that's soon to follow. And thereafter, we will be coming back to the UK, and our colleague Honey will be joining us shortly as well to see Alicia Jane, as you can see, and she'll be talking to us about plant powered. So I guess that's about boosting yourself with plant power. And then to close, we have the amazing Seema Bhatia, who's going to power you up even more. And she does wonderful presentations about pranic healing. And she somehow manages to incorporate the most amount of vegetables in a single dish that I have ever seen. So please don't go anywhere. There's so much more to come. And without further ado, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about dear Diptiji. And so Diptiji has been studying Raj Yoga with the Brahma Kumaris for over 25 years now, while supporting the work of investment bankers. Based in London, she helps with the planning and coordination of events and courses offered by Global Corporation House. Dipti loves cooking, baking, and they are absolutely amazing cooks at the Global Corporation House. I had the privilege of tasting their food, and it's incredible. So Dipti loves cooking and baking, and especially cakes. She feels that it's not so much what you make, but indeed how you make it, including the quantity of love which you add, and which guarantees a satisfying and yummy result. Dipti also likes gardening and spending time outdoors with nature, and is a member of the Diwali in London committee. So if you want to learn a bit more about what goes on at Global Corporation House, or indeed the Brahma Kumaris, their Facebook account is Brahma Kumari SGCH, that's Golf Charlie Hotel. So Om Shanti, dear Dipti ji, namaste, and a warm global welcome to you. How are you today?
Om Shanti. I'm very well, thank you. Global namaste to you too, and thank you for that lovely introduction. I'm very well. It's been lovely to see and hear what I've heard so far, and yeah, the lovely dish and the lovely singing and the lovely smoothie.
Ah, yes. I'm tempted to go and make that straight away. It sounds so delicious. So, Dipti, I've had the pleasure of working with you in the Diwali in London committee, and you are just one of the calmest souls, no matter what pandemonium is going on around us, with 30,000-40,000 people to manage at this Diwali in Trafalgar Square event. And you seem to somehow exude this tremendous amount of harm in any situation. So today, you're going to be talking to us not so much about the physical ingredient, but the important mental ingredient and the state of mind while you prepare food. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about consciousness in cooking, which is actually the vital ingredient, I find. And the reason for that is because everybody knows that we are what we eat, and I think many of us know that, and many of us say that. And ultimately, it's not just about the physical ingredients that we see. And many of us will have already said many times that my mom's cook is the best. My mom's cooking is the best. Or it could be, you know, my father's cooking is the best. I have a friend whose father is a chef and says my father's cooking is ultimately the best. And it's not always so much that they are very good cooks. It may also be the case, but it's not always that being the reason. And the reason is because they are making it for their child, and they're making it with so much love. And it's that, you know, wanting to serve and wanting to give and putting in that love into it that actually makes it taste a lot better. And by far, I mean, I don't actually eat out in restaurants. I tend to cook everything, almost everything that I eat, because I love cooking and I love knowing what's in what I'm cooking. But definitely, I think when we've had friends and family over before COVID times, they've always said that, you know, they've always kind of made a comparison and said this is even better than restaurant food, and they're quite frequent visitors of restaurants. So you know, and I kind of said to them, well, you know, there is one big reason for that. One is because one is you're cooking at home with love. Second is a business and you're cooking it to make money. Ultimately, that's why they're doing it. If it wasn't going to make them money, they wouldn't do it. So they have to look at that, and they have to look at where they can, you know, make cuts and whatever. But I love this topic so much, consciousness in cooking, because these days I find that we're rushing quite a bit. And perhaps in lockdown we were not rushing, but maybe the mind was rushing. And there is so much information that we have these days that I feel we don't know how to channel it, or we don't know how to pick the quality of the information for us. We don't know what's good for us. Or perhaps we know what's good for us, but we don't necessarily know how to just take what's good for us. And it's a little bit like shopping. If you were to go out and say, if you were to go and buy bindi, and I remember seeing a Healing Our Earth, a vegetarian session, where one guy really went into the depth of the size and the shape and the length of what the bindi should be like. And that amazed me. And I still remember the dish that he made. He slit them. He took. Do you remember that, Marsha?
I do. Yes, because
and I still haven't made it. But if we now put that into our consciousness, are we that picky with what comes into our mind? Just like we are picky of what we buy and we bring and we put it in the fridge, or perhaps we cook it straight away. But are we that picky as to what goes into our mind? Because whatever is going on in our mind is literally what we're pouring into it. So as I'm stirring, and I've got a little. So as I'm stirring, how about I actually think about what I'm thinking about? And have we ever done that? Yeah, think about what is it you're thinking about, and that's what we mean when we say being conscious. Yeah, so being conscious when we're cooking, and we could go further and go backwards and go forwards on this topic as well. But for now, basically being being aware of our thoughts and what are we pouring into our food as we prepare it, yeah? Because it's an invisible ingredient. No one sees it, but we all feel it. So when we eat it, it remains unidentified. And as you said, when you come to the Brahma Kumaris or you've had anything that we've eaten, you feel really, well, whatever words you use to describe it, and you can feel it. And you can feel and as you know, we're meditators, so you can feel the meditation being poured into it. You can feel the peace being poured into it. And this is because as much as possible, we remain in a meditative state. So it's really important to keep an eye out of our thoughts. And I'm going to share a slide, which is just going to give you an idea of a variety of what goes on in our mind. So here you will see a brief variety. I mean, there are various others, but briefly, there are 4 types of thoughts that we could have. So on one side, we have the real positive thought. On the other side, we have a real negative thought. And then you've got the bits in between. Now, I know a lot of the time we can say, okay, yeah, but I'm not thinking of a negative thought. But is it useful? So you've got something positive. And I guess a way of measuring a positive thought is going to benefit me and it's going to benefit others. It's going to give someone happiness. It's going to give me happiness. A negative thought is going to give me sorrow and it's going to give somebody else sorrow as well. But a wasteful thought may not actually give anybody sorrow, but it's not taking me anywhere. Yeah, and it's usually like you're thinking about something of the past, or you're thinking about or worrying about something for the future, or just repeating. It's usually a lot of repetition that's going on in the mind. And then useful thoughts. The useful thoughts is, okay, so you're not, it's neither of these, but you need to use them in your day-to-day life. I need to go and do some shopping, or I need to do my ironing, I need to do this and that. So that just gives you an idea of the types of thoughts that we can have. And we have many. We have so many thoughts in a day, and I haven't looked at any stats to tell you how many thoughts. I'm sure there are thousands that we can have in a day. So it's really, it's just good to see this, because then we can say, okay, so where do my thoughts lie? And if I know this, then I can keep attention on it to say, okay, are they in the positive box, or are they in the useful box? So it's quite good to just to know that. And that is about cooking. But in fact, once we've even before that, what is it that we are doing? I think we can help ourselves by paying attention to that. So, for example, have I watched the news before I go into the kitchen? And the news isn't going to be hardly anything positive. It's going to, and especially, you know, a couple of months ago and last couple of months, it's been some awful news, especially about India, and that worries us, you know, and that can not be so nice for us to see that. But it's reality, so it's something that we need to be aware of. But do we want to take that into the kitchen? Because ultimately, the thoughts that I put into my food, then I eat. So I'm taking back those thoughts. Yeah, it's like I'm outputting into the food, and then I'm inputting when I eat. So what is it that I want to eat? So of course, we pick the best vegetables and we pick the best ingredient, and we can do that because we're cooking. So you can, you know, the best quality food, vegetables, raw ingredients we can get, but the vital invisible ingredient of our consciousness, it's really important to pay attention to that. What is it that we actually want to feed ourselves? So perhaps I would say that I make sure I don't watch the news or don't, do something like that just before I'm cooking. Perhaps I can read some nice paragraphs of a lovely book, or perhaps I can watch a nice talk. There's lots of talks online that we can watch, or I can do some meditation before I go into the cooking. So what is it I'm actually even taking into the cooking, into the kitchen? And do I have my gadgets with me? Have I got the something blasting in the background that's going to distract my attention? So there are things like that that we can do to pay, so we can pay attention to our cooking. And also, I know a lot of us are quite stretched in our time. So some of the things that we can do is just plan a little bit. I mean, I tend to try and encourage this at home. And I kind of say, okay, so these are the ingredients, these are the things that we've done in terms of brought home, in terms of shopping. So let's kind of plan what day we're going to cook what goes with what. And I know not everyone's going to eat everything, so then you may need to make a couple of things, but let's plan what goes with what. Just a kind of a rough guide. And then on the day, you're not kind of panicking. And it only takes, say, 5 or 10 minutes to say, okay, what's in my fridge? What am I going to cook this week? And then you kind of know, so you can plan. So you're removing the stress out of it as well, because you don't really want to take that into the kitchen. And also what you're doing is you're reducing waste. Because sometimes what happens, and not sometimes, actually quite often what happens is if I haven't made a list of all the vegetables that I've got, one or two of them surely are going to get left underneath in the big basket, whatever you call it, in the fridge, and that's going to be waste, right? And you think, oh yeah, I did buy that when I went shopping. But if I had just made a little list, and maybe you could stick it on the fridge, on a fridge magnet, and you know what you've actually bought that week, and then you can see it, and then you can make it. And so you've got all of those little things to think about, what makes it a lot more pleasant when you're cooking. So yeah, definitely whilst cooking, please do stir in some love. And I can you can read something. There's some affirmation cards that you can get online. You can take it from the website. You've subscribed to a thought for the day, perhaps. But I'm going to put something up for you that maybe you can just use this. Something to ponder over, right? So you can say to yourself, peace and love are my innate qualities, right? They're ultimately there forever, and I pour them into my cooking. Peace and love are my innate qualities, because you're going to say, okay, so you don't want me to think about waste, and you don't want me to think about negative. So what is it that you want me to think about? And the mind's task is to think. You can't get it to stop thinking. So you actually need to give it something, right? So this is one of the things that you could do. You can, as I said, bring up a thought for the day, read that as you're cooking, and just go back to it. If you feel that your mind wanders, and then just go back to it. What was it that I read before I started cooking? And just keep that. And actually you'll find it's a very pleasant experience. It's actually it's like a form of meditation. So meditation whilst cooking, that really is like that. So that is the cooking process, and a little bit of the planning process. But you could go even further, and you could grow yourself, grow your own. And I love doing that, actually. And I bought today, I just picked them, some what they call broad beans. So I cook these broad beans. I grew these broad beans, and it's quite easy to do, actually. And all I did is bought some seeds, and I popped them in. It was like in the middle of winter. I put them in a pot, which is in the front garden, actually. And I left it. And then we've got these lovely beans. And actually, we haven't waited for the pods to be large, like you would normally get in the supermarket. But you can actually eat the whole thing, because usually broad beans are quite large beans. So I can wait to allow the rest of them to grow. so that they're large, but actually you can eat this the whole thing, you can slice it. So this is a good thing about growing your own, because you can eat them at the stage that you want, because in the shops ultimately you're only going to be able to buy what they decide they want to put in the shop, right? So this way you can decide. So yeah, I love that. And there's also these are some beans I grew. These are long beans. They haven't flowered yet, so I love just putting seeds, any seed. It's a bit like your thought. Your thoughts are like a seed, right? And whatever comes out, you're going to benefit from. So in the same way, I love popping in seeds, and you can see there's some tiny little seeds here as well, which I just popped into this pot, and they are amaranth seeds. So I don't know if you know the word rajagro. You have rajagro flower, and they are amaranth seeds. So they're going to grow into like this little tiny spinach. So that's not something you see in the shops. And then my mother put a lemon pip. So now we've got this lemon tree. So it's really exciting. Sorry, Vaishaji.
No, I was so impressed with, I was looking at your lemon plant and I was trying to figure out if it was real, but I'm actually rather blown away that you've actually grown that yourself from seed. And I'd be really grateful if you could just share the process and how long it's taken you to get the plant to that beautiful state. And also,
sure.
do you keep it in the house or are you able to put it?
Yeah, so far they're indoors. And actually what we've also done, my mother's also done some dates. So actually it was something we did during the first lockdown. Everything we ate, if we loved it, we thought we'll grow it. So she found a couple of videos on YouTube, and it helped you to, it showed you how you can germinate them. So you may need to keep them in like a moist kitchen towel. Keep it in the seeds in a moist kitchen towel, and keep that in a little container, and then keep it somewhere warm. So it's dark and moist and warm. And then if you see, a shoot coming out of that seed, then you succeeded, and then you put that in some soil. So some take longer, some take another go, but certainly it works. And growing your own really gets you thinking actually that, okay, so if I've grown this vegetable now, why do I see it all year round in the shops? So is it even fresh? What are they doing in order for me to be able to buy this all year round in a shop? And as a kid, I used to think, why do we get apples all year round? And now I get to learn it's because maybe, they put wax around them, or they gas them, or they come from other countries. There's all these things to make sure there's always a supply. So it's good to be conscious, extra conscious when you're eating, because you don't know the process that's gone on in the things that we buy, in the vegetables that we buy. What's been the process of even the state of mind, and the types of thoughts of the farmers, for instance. Some of them may be not so in a happy state because of perhaps a pandemic and some financial issues. So you can see how you got a trail of thoughts that go on throughout the process before that vegetable even gets to you. So this is why it's even more important, I feel, that I have the right consciousness whilst I'm cooking, so that I'm pouring in as much of love and peace and happiness as much as, and in doing chapatis, you can really spend a lot of time in meditation. I really find that, because chapati is like it's a repetitive process, a bit like garba. So any repetition gives me a chance to repeat a positive thought. So if you think about it that way, then that will be very, very useful. I find it very useful. I found it very useful.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the way, and you've articulated it beautifully, in that you need to invest time to think about what you are thinking, because I think the very prospect that you have any control of your mind is the first hurdle, isn't it? You kind of assume these thoughts pop in, and it's difficult to stop them. And I'm just thinking, you really made me give some consideration to my state of mind when I am cooking. It's invariably rushed because somebody's about to come home and I know they're going to be starving, and I've not made as much progress as I would have liked to. So, and I especially like your suggestion that we put a list on the fridge of what we have in there. Firstly, I mean, it would avoid food wastage, absolutely, and then the panic of, oh my gosh, this ingredient is missing, when actually it's probably packed behind something else. So yeah, and in terms of how Diptiji, you would place yourself in the ideal state of mind to start cooking, how long does it take to make that adjustment? Like, how much time do you need to calm the mind, would you say?
Well, it all depends actually also what you're doing during the day. So I often tell people, what you go to bed with is what you're going to wake up with. If you go to bed with a phone, physically, you're going to wake up with it. And in the same way, whatever thought I go to bed with at night, I'm going to wake up with. So actually, our lifestyle has a big say in the kind of thoughts that we have. But I would, my thing would be, first thing in the morning, to have a very positive affirmation, a very positive thought about yourself, about your day, and what you're going to achieve, rather than making a list of, I've got to do this, I've got to do this. Change it round to say, oh yes, this is going to be fantastic, this is going to be really good, this is going to be fantastic. And okay, if you only do 2 out of the 5, that's fine, they probably will be fantastic, rather than say, oh, I've got to do all this and got to do this, say, oh, I will only do one of them, So just trying to change the way that you think about it. And then whatever you start yourself with in the day, then try and come back to that during the day. So say maybe mid-morning, come back to it, to say 11 o'clock. Say, am I still in line with my thoughts in the morning? And then say, after lunch, just say, am I still in line with my thoughts in the morning? And you could do this every hour if you like. We call it traffic control, so controlling the traffic of the mind. But if you can't do it every hour, then you can just do it, whenever you remember, just say, okay, this was my intention in the morning, and am I in line with it? So when you bring yourself in line with where your intentions are, what you want to achieve, then actually you don't give your mind space for the negativity to come in. So rather than thinking about how long would it take for me to unwind, just think about, what is it I want to put in my mind? Now, what thoughts, be in charge of it? Because if we think about it, there've been people who have been behind bars for years, and they've come out really strong. So for instance, Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela, they've been behind bars. And in a way, during the pandemic, we felt we were behind bars because we felt that some freedom was taken away from us, right? So a lot of freedom was taken away from us, but there was one freedom that wasn't, and it never is for anybody, and that's my thought. No one can take away what I want to think about. Yeah, so that is the freedom that no country can ever take away from any of their civilians. Doesn't matter whether they're underground, overground, in the aeroplane, behind bars, in a hospital. But my thoughts ultimately belong to me. I generate them. So if you think about it that way, and just be more conscious of your thoughts.
Thank you. Really great way, and I love the analogy of the mind traffic. And if I can, I'm just wondering, if you could perhaps lead us through a short meditation, just to help us to get into that right frame of mind. And perhaps, we can use this ahead of each of our cooking sessions, to still the mind and implement the magic that you're suggesting, which you can only find in your mom's cooking. So would that be okay?
Yes, of course. And in fact, this is a practice that they do in many of the farms in India, at the Brahma Kumaris, and they call it yogic farming. And so what they have found when they've experimented with this is they didn't really need to use any pesticides compared to like the farmer next door. And what they did is they sat with the seeds in meditation before they even planted them. And then at each stage, they did meditation in the farm, because, okay, once you've planted them, then you're free. So you can spend some time in meditation. And once you've watered, then you're also free. So you're only really that busy when you're harvesting, right? And even then, it doesn't take that long to harvest. So at each stage, rather than worrying about the crop and what could go wrong, they actually do meditation, and they call it yogic farming.
Wow, that's so interesting. That's so interesting.
And they have found that very, very, and also not to, another thing, I just have something else to show you before we do meditation, is not to feel that vegetarian or vegan cooking is boring, because ultimately, I would honestly say I eat lots, and I eat lots of variety. And as I said, I love baking, so I'm always making cake. So I've got one to show you, and it's vegan. And I've given it a name, and it's called 4 Layers of Love.
It looks delicious.
And it is very, very soft. So if I was to cut it, I don't know if you can see that, it is really, 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 really very, very soft.
Oh my goodness.
So it's not just about
vegan. Is that a vegan cake, did you say?
Yes, yeah, that's a vegan cake, yeah.
Oh
and
my
actually
God.
it's 50% gluten free. So
Amazing.
not so much wheat, because I know we eat too much wheat already.
Gosh, I think we definitely have to give you a demo slot for that amazing cake.
Yes, why not?
Delicious. But wow, thank you. And it's so much thought-provoking stuff that your mind can influence the way plants form and grow, as well as the whole cooking process. Thank you.
And even the eating process, actually. So the next stage would be eating. And are we eating in silence? Or have we put the telly on? When we first moved into this house, there was a big bracket where in the dining room where there was obviously a telly. What is it that we're eating? Just not the food, but what is it we're consuming? So that follows on into our eating, not just the cooking, but also into our eating. What is it we're eating? Consciousness we're eating with.
I think that's something really for parents to learn as well, and I'm 100% guilty of it in terms of making the children eat quickly. You put the cartoon on, and what might take an hour is done in 15 minutes. But that's not the way. Listening to what you're saying, I don't think that's the right. So.
Yeah. Yes. So we can have a meditation now, and just sit relaxed. And if you're physically holding on to anything, let go. Put your feet flat on the ground, and just relax your shoulders, your back, your legs, even your face. We have muscles all over the body, and we just want to relax them. And just take a couple of deep breaths. And just be aware of my thoughts. I relax myself and take a deep breath. And I remind myself that I am a being of peace. I am a being of love. I am a being of happiness. These are my innate qualities. This is what I'm made of. And by bringing it into my awareness, the peace is stronger. The love is more powerful. And the happiness is more visible. I feel this peace penetrating through my body. And I remind myself of who I am, a soul, a being of light, full of peace. I feel the space around me is being filled with peace. And this atmosphere of peace that I create goes far and wide. Into the street ahead, out across the town, and as each of us remind ourselves that we are beings of peace, the entire town is a happy, peaceful place. I bring my awareness back to where I am, but remember that I can experience this whenever I want, wherever I want. Om Shanti. I think you're on mute, Vaishati.
Sorry. It was so powerful, and just in that short space of time, I find I'm feeling so much lighter, is the best way I describe it, and liberating actually, to be able to shut the traffic, as you mentioned. Thank you so much for being with us today and showing us your lovely plants, and it's really inspiring, because I really would not have guessed that you can grow lemons like that from seed. I always thought, you need really impressive temperatures and good knowledge, agricultural knowledge, but it seems like the love is working magic in terms of cultivation, as well as your amazing food, which I've had the privilege of experiencing. So yeah, thank you for your thoughts and for your kind meditation. I think it really does help you to have some more clarity in terms of what your requirements are for the rest of the day. So on behalf of Neil Kumar and indeed the Global Healing at Earth family, we're really, really grateful to you. I'd just like to ask you one more thing in terms of the cuisine and the ingredients and the it's the sprouting, which was particularly something I wanted to ask about, because I think I've had a global corporation house. So would you say that the food processes make a difference to that? It is a form of growth, and I know you've
Yes,
seeds.
sprouting is very, very easy. And in fact, you've probably had sprouted mung sabji. We may do that. So we sprout our own. And what I did actually, I took a few of those and put them in soil. And so they've grown to about that high, and they're outside in the garden. But certainly, yes, sprouting is very easy to do. And all you need really is, firstly, you need a bowl, and you need to put your grains in there, whatever you're going to sprout, for example, mung beans or even methi, or any other grains you want to sprout. And then you just fill it with water, and just make sure that it's tepid water, and perhaps even slightly warm water, depending on what grain it is. You can even do chickpeas. And so if you soak that overnight, and then next day you empty them into, wash them and empty them into colander. And then you leave the same bowl. So your colander and your bowl should be the same size. So your colander sits in the bowl, and then you just put a lid over it. So now it's going to be dark, and it's going to be warm, and it's going to be moist. And then you leave that somewhere warm, usually like in a boiler cupboard or somewhere like that. And that's it. That's it. And then you'll see the next day they will start sprouting, but they must have soaked first. And this is why you need to soak them overnight. They must have soaked. And when any grain you soak, they will swell up to like almost not just double, even more than their original size.
Right. And in terms of getting them to be edible, so is it literally one day of soaking and the following day of sprouting, and then they're ready to eat just after 2 days? Is that the time it takes?
It depends, I think, how warm it's going to be or how cool it's going to be where you are. So perhaps in winter it may take a little bit longer, or actually may not, because we have the heating on in the winter. So it may be that your boiler room is warm. But it really depends on how long you want them when you want to cook them or eat them. So the longer you leave them, if you're cooking them, the longer you leave them, it's going to take longer to cook. But if you're eating them, it's up to you. You can eat them as soon as a little bit of sprout has come out.
And is it okay to eat them raw, or do they need to be cooked before?
You can eat them raw. It takes longer to eat, and you probably need to eat less of it.
Right.
But you can cook them, eat them raw. Yeah, they're fine to eat raw. Personally, I don't prefer them so much. I mean, they're nice. A lot of people actually eat a lot of raw food, and some people just stir fry them, so they're partially raw, so they're just heated out.
Right.
But
okay.
yeah, we're getting some comments to say they're actually food eaten raw is very good. But it's particularly good if you know it's, in terms of generally speaking, it's good if you know it's organic, because if you're going to pick up something that's just full of pesticides and been sprayed with stuff, and then you're going to eat it, you haven't had the cooking process to kill off any of the harmful bits. So for that reason, it's good if you've grown yourself, and don't be shy in growing stuff. I would say, like this time I've tried kale. And also one year we had like you get a lot of mixed things in your sat khana dabba, like you get a lot of stuff that's all mixed up, and then we just threw it into the garden, and there was some fennel in there. So we had fennel growing, and celery. We put some seeds in, and we had celery and some spinach. So now for the last week or so, I've been blending some green smoothie. So I just pick one leaf of kale, one of spinach, a little bit of the fennel, and I don't mean actual fennel seeds, because now it's a bush, so you could just pick the plant, and then a bit of celery, and I just added some coconut water and put it into a blender, and some mint. We always grow mint, so it's a green juice, and I know friends who eat green juice, and I've always been a bit hesitant, but I tried it and I actually liked it.
Sure, and it must be like, we just spoke about the pranic, the pranic aspect of what you're eating. So the fact that you literally picked it out of your garden and consumed it straight away. It must be, incredible in terms of, adding vitality.
And the amazing thing was that I didn't, and there was nothing in there, like there was no like soya milk or almond milk, so there wasn't anything heavy, there was no banana or anything, but only just a bit of coconut water, and I found I didn't need to eat anything until about midday.
Wow.
It actually filled me.
That's so good, because just listening to Nitin Bhai earlier, I was just thinking that we're trying to make the transition and focus more on including plant-based meals, but the whole cooking process is another field in itself, in terms of depleting the nutrients as soon as you start cooking it. So I think what you're suggesting, and it's so charming that you have a fennel plant purely by accident. It's almost like a duck and the beanstalk kind of story. And you're actually able to enjoy the leaves of it now. So you've given us some great ideas and a confidence, I think I would say, especially looking at that lemon plant there. Sometimes you have to see it to actually acknowledge that it is possible. So I'm sure loads of people will be not throwing their seeds away now, and trying their best to see, what the possibilities are. But they are such a lovely size of lemons, and I'm sure you're very, very proud of them. Just one thing before we let you go. So what will happen with your sprouted mung bean plant? What would you do with that eventually? Would you make salad leaves out of it or something?
Well, it's an experiment. I wanted to see if I can actually get the bean to grow, because ultimately the mung beans come out of the bean pod. So let's see. They're not doing that, not going that fast at the moment. But I just thought, why don't I? Because I just took out 5 or 6 from the hundreds that we had. We were about to cook them. I thought, let me just put them in soil and see what happens. So
wonderful
experiment. Let's see. If they don't grow that well, then I just eat the green and that's it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's just so much knowledge and insight and inspiration there in that short time. It is always a wonderful pleasure to have you here with us, and I very much look forward to the next opportunity we have to bring you on again. So much packed in that hour. We had some meditation, pouring love into your cooking, growing your own, and just looking at the seeds you have in your kitchen drawers, and you can create a smoothie or a salad out of it. Wow, that was incredible. So a wonderful Dipti. Om Shanti.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. It's been lovely being here.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. That's Dipti there from the Brahma Kumaris at Global Corporation House right here in London, with some wonderful things for you to try out. So my time with you has come to a close, sadly. It's been a phenomenal journey so far, and it gives me great pleasure now to invite your next wonderful host, an incredibly talented lady who packed so much into her day, and she is indeed a lovely, lovely Dr. Hani Kalaria. Namaste, Dr. Hani. How are you today?
Global namaste to you too, dear Varsha ji. Oh my God, I thoroughly enjoyed what you were just doing there with the Sister Dipti ji. That was fantastic, wasn't it? Consciousness cooking.
Yeah, just the whole concept of having to think about what you're thinking about just takes a while to get your head around it.
Absolutely. I mean, I always do this. Whenever I cook, I pray, I put bhajans on, I put music on. I always feel that whenever you cook, you should put positive energy into your food. So anytime, even before you eat the food, you always do a quick little prayer to put some positive energy into your food. So, what Sister Diptiji was speaking about, I think is, just amazing. Really, really, I'm spot on. And she loves baking cakes, and I love baking cakes too. I shouldn't really, because too much calories for Varshaji.
I know. I'd love to learn. We have to learn how to make amazing chocolate cake.
I know. And Varshaji, you with your forensic expertise that you have, with 33 years working within this field, you'll be able to even find out if I secretly eat my cake, with those dodgy, cakes, right? I'll be like, try not to have it, but I had to have that little piece,
Well, I promise not to say anything if you share it, Dr. Hammy. That's all I'll say. But
one thing I do have to share, Varshaji, because whenever I go to Sister Diptiji, when I went to Sister Dipti and I meet other sisters of the Brahma Kumaris at the Global House, they have so many wonderful events where they invite you for these events, and then they have food that they cook, of course. And this cook is absolutely delicious. It's like you're having prasad every single time you go there. It's sweet, it's yummy, it's got amazing taste and texture to the food. So you can tell it's been made with so much love, and it's so consistent. It's not like one day you go there, it's really good, and next time maybe okay. Every time you go there to have something, and now they know why I attend the events, right? It's for that delicious food that they wonderfully make.
It's not to be missed, that's for sure. And that is something, the Brahma Kumari food, you have to eat it very, very slowly, like your favorite thing, because you want to make it last. And it is very special. So before we bring Dr. Hani on, she's very, very humble, but I'd just like to share some information about her with you for those who don't already know her. So Dr. Hani Kalaria is a mind and body coach. She's a multi-award-winning dance expert, and this is where I get stuck, because she's been doing this for over 35 years, although she looks incredibly young. And she's in the field of arts and entertainment. Hani is a media presenter and has appeared on numerous TV shows, choreographed for many films, and worked with celebrities including Jamie Oliver. She enjoys cooking. She herself is vegetarian. She's a coach and an in arts and careers, and she's provided education for personal development, creativity, and she has provided spiritual wisdom. So an all-rounder, and we're delighted that she is part of the Healing Our Earth team, and she will be looking after you going forward from now, just before we go to Mauritius. So thank you so much, Dr. Hani Kalaria, for being such a wonderful member.
Thank you, dear Varshaji. What a lovely introduction. Thank you so much. She's amazing. I mean, she says I'm humble, but Varshaji is equally humble. She's also a deputy chairperson of the Metropolitan Hindu Association, organizes so many events. This is all voluntary things that they do to support, all these wonderful events and bringing so much joy when these festivals take place. So Varshaji, you're doing amazing work as well, and always being part of our Healing Our Earth team. This would never be the same without you. So we love having you as part of our team.
Always a pleasure.
And look, I need actually to tell you a little bit more, because she's also involved, in the welfare support of colleagues and promoting well-being. So that's something you're very, very involved in, including vegetarian cooking and all sorts of things to help promote the well-being of people, especially the Metropolitan Police. So I just wanted to say thank you, thank you for joining us here today, dear Varshaji. And I just wanted to say that I'm taking over now, so I'm so sorry. You're going to have to deal with me for the rest of this afternoon, but do stay there, because we have some amazing recipes coming up, and we've got Anil and Saivani coming soon, very soon. I'm so excited, super excited to find out about what they have in store for us. So let me do a bit of an introduction for our next next guests, and before that I always do a little prayer to start off my little hosting here, and I'm going to start off with a little Guru mantra. So we're going to just say Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Because actually knowledge comes from your gurus, knowledge comes from your parents, knowledge comes from Vedic scriptures or any scriptures, and knowledge comes from your inner self whenever your soul talks to you. So I hope today we're going to find out how we're going to enjoy life with better eating, more, I would say, healthy eating. So let's talk a little bit about dear Anilji and our Saivani ji. Both of them actually are of a father-daughter a pair. Both of the Sambus, I should say, because of course their surname is Sambus. They love to prepare dishes for family and friends regularly. Now, Anil Shankar, who's the father, of course, he's a flight purser and a very down-to-earth and jovial person, which we have been seeing all throughout these months that we've been working with him and having him as part of our family. He loves doing seva. He always is there to help the needy. I have to say, anytime, helping people, traveling, exploring the world. And, you know, he's a wonderful chef on top of that. Wow, he is a package. So, Mrs. Saivani, Gayatri, I think you should be very lucky to have our Anilji there. And he also enjoys preparing, of course, diverse cuisines of the various countries and cultures. His speciality, well, I would say is everything, because anything you ask him, he'll have that in his menu, I would say. And his motto is a family that prays together, cooks together, eats together, stays together. Can I be part of the family, please? Because I love food as well. And I love staying together with the family. And now Saivani, who of course is the daughter of Anu, she's a child psychologist, she's a counselor, an artist, a singer. She's also a performer, you know, multi-talented. All these Healing Our Earth family members are very multi-talented, you can see. So, and very often both the daughter and father are found in the kitchen cooking together. And so today we're going to find out the same, how they're going to work together here. Of course, Saivani gets busy with the desserts, which is really great. And the father always ends up doing all the starters. So let's find out what they're going to do for us today. And I just have to say, you know, she loves to learn the new cooking styles and the secret magical recipes from her father. Isn't this wonderful? You know, when they pass down the recipes, the grandmother's recipes goes to the mother, mother's recipe goes to daughter, to keep these really traditional recipes going, right? So here comes we're going to do something special today called Ball Renversa. And instead of me telling you anything about this, let's ask Anilji to speak about this, because come on, Anilji, I'll give big global namaste to you.
Global namaste.
Hello. And hello to you, Saivani. What a big smiles you two have. It's like a father and daughter. You can tell that both are father and daughter because they both have the same big, huge smile every time I see them. So tell us today, what are you going to bring for us on the Healing Our Earth? What meal are we going to be cooking today?
Yeah, global namaste and ni hao. Since the meal is a Chinese Mauritian meal, Sino-Mauritian meal. So ni hao is the greeting for the Chinese. And what a wonderful presentation for us. We are very small. We are just Neil. We share something in common with Neil Sahab and Anil. Anil and Neil. So we are all Neil. So in fact, we are all Neil.
That's true. Now I know. I'm going to have to start calling me Hanil or something instead of Honey.
So anyhow, thanks for the wonderful presentation. But I say we are just Neil. We are just a small, tiny speck in that whole universe, in the whole world, in the whole just tiny speck, trying to serve and trying to help people and do a little seva, a little bit that part that we can do for others to bring happiness, a little bit happiness to bring to others.
Well, that little bit of happiness is a very a lot for us.
Thank first of all Healing Our Earth for giving us this opportunity, and also the Innovation Center for Education and Human Values, all the members who are watching us, and in our region, the Sudnak Humanitarian Association, whom the president, Mr. Riaz Burik, and all the members are watching actually. and giving us full support. So we thank all them who are watching us and full participation. So coming to our menu, as you say, Honeyji, so is the magic bowl. So it is like bowl renversé means upside down, a bowl which is upside down.
Right.
But don't worry, you don't have to do headstand to eat. You know, it's okay.
It's a kind of a rice dish, right? It's kind of a rice dish.
Have to be upside down. Yeah,
No. well, all I know is this is a wonderful rice dish, which is meant to be very tasty. It's meant to be very delicious. It's got some kind of sauce on top of it or something. So tell us a bit more.
Right. Yeah, right. So the meal, the magic bowl meal consists mainly of rice, the main rice, and plenty of vegetables, cooked mostly and steamed, and with little oil. So as you see, it's a very healthy food. So since we promote healthy vegetarian food, so it's a very healthy food. In the recipe, you may find 2 or 3 tablespoons of oil, but you can put only 1. You know, it's just and it will do the magic of it. So that's called the magic bowl. So now,
yes. You're going to be showing us step by step yourself. You're doing this yourself, right? Okay.
Now we'll do a screen presentation. So, healing our world, thank you. Welcome again. A global namaste again to all. So that's the meal. That's the meal that we are trying to discover together. Yes, so it's the vegetarian Chinese magic bowl, or bowl renversé, upside down, as you like it, recipe. Consists of layers of crunchy stir-fried vegetables and rice packed into a bowl to form a dough, which is then topped with some slices of vegetarian polony and soya. So the ingredients: cabbage, plenty of veggies, carrots, you see little stars. So again, this is the form that will enhance and bring energy, more energy into healing the earth. Baby carrots, baby corns in the form of a star. Wow. This is farm fresh. Baby, since we are making a baby corn, now we are calling a baby pak choy. This is the Chinese cabbage. So freshly, as you can see, our friend, Mr. Raj Gopal, grown. He is a member of Indian Ocean Center. So, and you can see myself picking up the freshly, and it was the first harvest. We were privileged. So these are the baby pak choy. Since we like the term baby, you know, baby corn, now baby pak choy. And here we are now beautifully arranged by Saivani in the form of circles again to capture the energy. Now the pak choy is cut, you know, the stem separately and the leaf separately. I will come again. Now mushroom, since we are using vegetarian oyster sauce or mushroom sauce. So this is the vegetarian oysters, mushroom oysters. And when I used to visit England, London, you know, in Tesco, you have a variety of mushroom, fresh mushroom also that you can use. But for this meal, now we are using two types of mushrooms. And this is the black fungus, which you have to soak. You have to soak for half an hour, and then you stir fry it lightly. This is the crispy soya. Since we are promoting vegetarian, as you can see the label, vegetarian, 100% meat-free crispy soya. This is available in Mauritius and most in Asia, and most probably in UK also. So if you don't get that, you can use any soya of your liking. And polony. And polony, this is the veg polony again, into slices. Rather, you slice it and you roast it a little bit. Voila. Spring onions for garnish. And this is the display of some of the ingredients. That's it. So that's a summary. That's a summary of pounds of rice, boiled rice, carrot cut into thin matchsticks, cabbage, pak choy, and so on, as we have gone through already. Voila.
Oh, wow, that's a lovely presentation there. Thank you for that. So you've got quite a few really delicious and very, very, I would say, healthy vegetables that you're going to be including. And you also showed how it was so freshly made. I mean, that was very interesting because it's organic. You know, you talked about carrots. I believe it was carrots, right? Or it was corn, really, the baby sweet corn. But I saw the fact that it was very organically made, you know, in the farmland. So that must be delicious, actually, and very, very nutritious.
And we were privileged, you know, yesterday to be the first to pick to do the harvest.
Wow! People. Yeah. Good confidence into the food, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And the chilies, you know, and I haven't forgotten you. Honey,
yes,
I haven't
indeed.
forgotten you.
Okay, I'll find it. Well, the bol renversé, as you can see, it's all healthy and it's a sattvic food. Whenever food is prepared within 3 hours and it's consumed, that's considered to be really healthy. And the person who also prepares the food, so the one cooking, should have a calm mind, a calm mindset, all positive thoughts. And probably, as you mentioned earlier, and you began this session with a mantra, we can also have a mantra in the background so that all the positive energy goes into the food and it helps to purify and get all the positive energies there. Right, so over to my father again.
So yes, I haven't forgotten you, Honey G. Last time I presented you, and I know you're fond of chilies, so last time I presented you green chilies and red chilies. So have you seen this one?
Oh, wow. What is that? Oh, yummy. You've got some more chilies in there. Yummy. You remembered. You've got very good memory, dear Anilji.
This is white chilies.
What chilies are they? What chilies are they?
White chilies.
Oh, very interesting. I've never seen white chilies before.
You see, that's why. And
wow.
they are all, since we like babies, they are also babies, you know, baby size.
Yes, absolutely. Oh gosh, there comes a big farm again.
So here they are.
Baby,
I can see them better now. Yeah, thank you.
And since you like red, when they ripe, they become red one.
Wow. Yes. Very nice. Are you going to be using that in our little rice dish today?
Oh.
Are you putting it into the rice?
Almost ready. Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit. It just make it a little spicy. But according to taste, some can put more, and then. But we have also chili paste that will enhance while eating, and some garlic also. So wonderful. We'll pass on to the cooking. So you just have to heat the.
Yes. So we have to put the pan, as you can see, on the stove. We have the pan, which is we have to preheat it before we add all the ingredients, right? And my father is also now going to elaborate more on this.
Yeah. So you heat the wok. Normally we use the Chinese wok. So the wok, and you heat it lightly, medium flame. On medium flame, and that's it. And when it's done, and as I say, to make it more healthy, you can cook with one tablespoon only, as you can see, 1 tablespoon. That's it. And you put the
all the ingredients are going to come now. So as you can,
I can see the pan as well. It's made out of what? Because the pan looks very good as well. Because I think sometimes having the right utensils are very important too, isn't it? To have the right pots and pans when you're cooking, so it doesn't burn the food, it doesn't get stuck on the pans, etc.
This is a non-stick pan. My father can elaborate more.
Yeah, this is a non-stick wok.
Yeah.
right? And then
Yes.
now once the flame, low flame is almost done, it's done. Now the oil, you will find a little fumes, as you will see when it becomes hot. Once the vegetable oil, you see, starts fuming. Once it starts fuming, now you add the sesame oil. So one tablespoon of vegetable oil and 1 teaspoon of sesame oil. You put your garlic, chop the garlic, chop the garlic. Chop the garlic.
Yeah.
Voila. See, nice roast.
Yeah.
Actually, garlic is very good for you as well, isn't it? Garlic has very good properties. So they say that garlic is also very good for you for health. So every spice that you're putting in is all very healthy, isn't it? Here. Hello, I think you've just frozen. Okay, so it seems like we have just hello. Okay, right. I think it looks like we've just lost our wonderful Saivani and Anilji, but it's okay. We'll be back. But as you could see, that there was something very, very delicious happening there. It started off with very little oil. Of course, we all say that oil is not good for you, but by using a little tiny bit here, using the right pans, you will be able to perhaps use very little. So I think Saivani and Anilji are back, and they're going to tell us more about the garlic, which they were talking about. Yes, so back again. Hello.
Yes. Hello again. Sorry about that. All right. So yes, we just had the garlic roasted, and now we added the carrots, as you can see.
Now the
Next,
oyster mushroom.
the oyster mushroom is good.
We start adding one by one. Now the baby corn.
Yeah.
Right.
Now
So,
the baby corn.
The baby corn.
Yeah.
Is an interesting way of how to cut the baby corn. So it's in a diagonal shape, as you can see. You can see on the screen the way it's cut, so that it enhances the dish, and we can get a better, a variety of shapes into our dish. So we cut that right.
Yeah, that looks really nice, actually. That does look very good, rather than round, like we normally cut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yes, I think it looks very tasty. And I like the fact that you said by using different shapes, it makes it look delicious as well.
Yeah, now let's say we have children, we have kids. So kids are there, and then we can teach them. These are the oval shape. We have the triangular shape, square shape, or random shapes. It's good for them also to learn. So it's like you say,
yes.
So family that cooks together, and I have learned very young.
Yeah. Genius way of teaching kids. Very beautiful. They love shapes and things, and they will indirectly learn how to cook as well. So if anybody's watching out there, audience members, take these tips as well. You can get your kids trying to learn to cook from a very young age by taking these tips. Thank you, Saivani.
Absolutely.
Now we add the onions. Now take one triangular shape. So we have different shapes, triangular shapes, onion we put, triangular shapes of teokon, vegetable.
Now, so it's important to know the course of action in preparing this dish. So what goes in first and what goes in next?
Now the black fungus already soaked.
The black fungus is gone now.
And now we
just
add
added there. Yep. Yes.
Now we add the soya, the crispy.
Oh, right. Yes.
Crispy.
So those people who like soya, this would be a great dish.
You see, it's almost now, almost done. Just a few minutes.
Yes, you're using soya. A lot of people love soya, you know, they love soya. So this could be a very good dish for all the soya lovers out there.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, right.
Now, soya sauce. Now, here comes the soya sauce. The soya sauce.
Is it a particular type of soya sauce you use? Is it a particular type for the, or just plain main soya sauce?
No, normal soya sauce. Well, there are two types. There are the dark soya sauce and the light. This one is the light. It depends. If you want your dish to become a dark in color, then you can use the dark soya sauce, or you can use the light soya sauce.
Right. So you have used the light soya sauce. Okay.
So now comes the mushroom sauce. Voilà, that's the mushroom sauce.
Right.
Done.
And
we
really
put
tasty.
the stems, as I said earlier.
Yeah.
The stems of the baby pak choy. So the stems first, and then the leaves. So they all will remain crispy.
Because the stems will take time to get cooked.
Yes.
This is why we put them first.
And then almost, you see, it's becoming very nice, golden brownish color. Very nice.
It actually looks very delicious. It's already looking very delicious.
Oh, wow. Now you put the water, 300 ml of water, together with the cornstarch.
And it's two tablespoons of cornstarch mixed with 300 ml of water.
Continuous, pour slowly and stirring continuously. Voila. And you allow cooking for a couple of minutes till it thickens. You see, as you can see, it becoming thickens. According to, you can add some more water. You can add some more water.
Right. And now you can see that the consistency,
thick.
Yes.
Right, that's it. And once this is done, then you can add the
add some more water here.
I'll add some more water. Cook for a couple of minutes. Voila. Put the green leafy vegetables. Now, yummy. All the gravy, and you see the heart, the baby one. That's it.
Right. Babies, very healthy, I must say, because green leafy vegetables helps for the stomach and the digestion, and is good also in iron for usually people who have less, iron in their blood. So that's a really healthy meal for them. And not to say the fragrance is really very good.
The leafy, the leafy, green leafy veggies come last.
Yes, the leafy green vegetables that you've used, it must be very alkaline as well, because they say that if your body is very acid, then you need to put lots of alkaline in your body to balance your pH, right? The pH levels. So this would probably be a very nice alkaline diet as well for people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right.
See, now almost done. Then you put the cabbage.
Cabbage goes in last.
Big cut into big leaves. Cut shape. Cut. Right, the cabbage leaves.
And accordingly, you can keep on adding water. So that so that you can find the consistency of the dish. It gets really thick, and you can feel through the fragrance as well.
I'm sure I can smell it all the way here from Mauritius, all the way down to UK.
You see how thickened you want? See how the sauce? See, right? See the consistency. Now it's done. Correct. Now you put off the flame. It's ready. You just add a pinch of salt. 1 pinch of salt. Voila. And it's done.
Oh, right. That looks really delicious, actually.
Now
does it look like a Chinese? You know, when you do Chinese food, sometimes the Chinese food is made a bit like this, right?
In fact, yeah, that's what I say. It's a Sino-Mauritian Chinese dish.
Yes, yes. So you've kind of used traditional Chinese dishes to combine and come out with this wonderful fusion, tasty, healthy meal. That's amazing.
Right.
Now we'll prepare. So now the polony.
Yeah. Hold on.
Now the polony that you've roasted.
So we move to the next working top. Here you can see the polony in the bowl. Yeah, can you see that?
Pieces of polony.
Yeah, if the screen can be spotted for all our viewers from Healing Our Earth. Yeah, all right. So the polony is in the bowl. All right. Okay. Good.
Allah, that's
here.
it.
Oh, wow. Wow. What is that?
That's polony.
The polony, another vegetarian.
Wow.
Soya.
Right. I've never seen this before. Okay, that's really interesting.
Yeah. If you look around in supermarket, you'll find it in the vegetarian section.
Okay. Right. Fine. We'll know where to go.
Voila. Now we put
So the way this is prepared, because it's called a bol renversé, means upside down bowl. Yeah. So you can see the bowl here.
So the bowl here. Now we put
the magical thing here. That's why it's called magic bowl.
Yeah.
Whatever you want on the top needs to go at the bottom first. This is a little bit more to grasp.
So that's it.
And then you
fill
the
bowl to 3/4.
Yes.
With the milk, the soya, the veggies, everything. We make 3/4. The soya, the teokon, mushroom. That's it. Okay, 3/4 done.
Done.
Now you put the
rice. Then we cover the whole thing with the rice.
With the rice. Put the rice. Voila.
There we go.
Voila.
And for healthy purposes, this is white rice. You can also use brown rice, whichever you feel like, because we have a mix of both of them. So we can get also the taste and the wheat rice, the brown rice also, which is quite healthy, very healthy actually for the health. And yes, so we cover the whole thing. So as you can see, the whole bowl now is covered with rice, and we should try to get all the gaps covered as well, so that we can, yep.
Yes, I think we kind of, yeah, now we can see the rice. Yes, now we can see the rice.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you put the vegetables at the bottom, you put the rice on top, and you're saying the rice could be brown rice or white rice.
Absolutely. And now for the bol renversé.
Now this is the bowl. This is the normal bowl.
Okay. So here.
Now we'll pull it upside down.
Upside down, as you can see. Really? Okay. Dun here. Good one. Yeah. So the chef, Mr. Anil,
now
has really. Yeah.
Now the bowl.
Oh, let's see that. Oh my God, we can't see it. Put it higher so we can see it. Oh, yes. Ah, yes. Yummy. Oh, wow. Right. What a perfect bowl as well, bowl shape. That looks delicious.
Yes.
Yummy.
Yes. Yes.
Now, Honey G, you know what's Honey G? Now you know what's the difference between a magic show and a magic ball.
Absolutely, Anilji. But you know, it's amazing because you bring both to us, right? You also give us so much magic through your beautiful words, through your wonderful, tasty dishes, and through just your presence. You know, you bring a lot of magic to our Healing Our Earth show. So thank you. That's fantastic. Bravo.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Honey G, so what's the difference between magic show and magic ball?
A magic ball looks more tasty.
Oh, that's good. That's 9 out of 10, 9.9 out of 10. But the difference
I would say
between the magic show and the magic ball, the magic show, you attend the show. And the magic ball is that you attend the preparation, the show, and also the magic is that
right. Yes.
So the magic is that also you can
Voila! Sure, I saw that just a few seconds ago. Yes. No, that is amazing, Anuji. Are you making us jealous with tasty food?
Okay.
And now you do the
have to
magic.
Rotate a bit the
You
ball.
have to rotate shake it a little bit.
Yes. Push it up.
You have to shake it a little bit.
Okay.
Rotate and then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's what we call real magic over here. Where we can get to the food.
This magic is double. It's double. So now
lift it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, voila. Gracias. Very nice, beautiful, amazing, delicious.
Thank you. All right. So here is the beautiful plating of this magic ball, bol renversé. This is a French name, bol renversé. Okay. So as you can see, are we ready to grab a bite?
To taste? See how
But it looks like you're ready to get the bite. We just have to see, unfortunately. Delicious, yummy food. We have to fly to Mauritius to come and try it out.
Yes, we are sending it with all love to all our viewers and to you, of course, Honey G. Yes, you can.
Actually, come on, let's eat on our behalf. Go for it.
Yes.
Eat on behalf of all of us. Oh my God, there's your chili.
The leaves, the chili, the leaves is still green. You know, that's what we put last, so that it remain green.
Yes.
And your magic ball is ready
to have a feast.
Yummy.
Yummy. I love that yummy. It's making me hungry.
Yummy. You can eat.
The family that cooks together, stays together,
actually,
and cook together and heal together.
That's amazing. Actually, that's a very powerful message. Very powerful message to the audience, Anilji. A very powerful message that you're sharing, and that is, of course, you know, that by family cooking together, praying together, eating together. It is a magical moment that people can enjoy quality time together. You can learn. You can enjoy, put positive energy into your food, you know, like high consciousness, like Sister Diptiji was saying and spoke about. All that, all in one. And with the father and the daughter, I don't think I have ever met a chef team, like, you know, as talented as these two. So, so thank you very much. You know, thank you so much. Was there any last messages you want to share with our audiences about how to cook more healthy meals? Is there any tips you'd like to share?
I put emphasis at the beginning. The mood must be correct, and when you chop your vegetables, when you prepare everything, the mood has to be correct, the mindset has to be correct. You start with a prayer, you do the mantra, and you keep positive thinking, while chopping, while cooking, and it will enhance. And also, Saivani and myself, we are fond of arranging, all the veggies in different shapes, cutting in different shapes.
It should appeal to the eyes before it goes to the stomach, right?
Well, you have to think, because in life we work with the five senses, So visually, when you're seeing something, it has to be appealing to the touch and the texture when you're touching or putting it in your mouth and you're touching and tasting it. All that comes together. And also when you're listening to good music with your hearing it as well, or, as your auditory. And then when you're cooking it, that's your kinesthetic. So by combining your kinesthetic, auditory, visual, and all the rest, and the senses, I think, of course, you can end up enjoying the experience much more.
And you may have noticed also, all the veggies have been cut in different shapes, like triangular baby corn, the polony round shape, the carrot star, the carrot into star, and the corn into triangular shape. So different shapes, so which adds to the variety. And for toddlers also, when we prepare for kids also, we tell them, these are they learn shapes while they are eating.
Yes, absolutely. What Saivaniji mentioned before is a very good point, that is, for people to learn when the kids are working with you. And of course, eating food like this that you've created, it's meant to be not just healthy, it's delicious as well. It's everything you used organic vegetables. So that was another plus point, that if people use more organic things, it's more nutritious. And of course, it's a lot more tasty as well, better for you, rather than having all the pesticides and fertilizers on the vegetables. Absolutely, yes. So from all of this, how would you say that, from your stomach point of view, eating all these wonderful different meals, etc., you must have lots of nutrition coming, vitamin A, B, C, you probably have iron, you have all sorts of different minerals combined in that food.
Sure, different. And since the vegetarian meal, so we put a variety of vegetables.
So you can get all the vitamins.
You can add more. You can add the cauliflower, you can add broccoli, you can some more vegetables of your choice, more mushroom. And I say in Tesco you have a lot of variety of mushrooms, which I used to buy them. But they're very, very tasty. So like that, vegetables according to your choice, plenty of vegetables. And also the kids also will love eat them at a tender age, help them, and plenty of vitamins and minerals and plenty of healthy food. And I would my final law, instead of putting three tablespoons of oil, I put only one. So with one, you do the job. You can do the job. So it's a healthy food, mostly steam food. And bon appetit.
Bon appetit. Well, in Ayurveda, to finish off with, just to mention, in Ayurveda they say that if you don't have a healthy stomach, as your guts, as they say, if you don't have healthy guts and your intestines, etc., then your whole body is not going to be very healthy, because the toxins don't go out very easily, the minerals are not absorbed by the blood. There's so many things that take place if your stomach isn't properly digesting. So these kinds of foods will probably help, to include everything you need. Oh, that is, and what is those two things there?
All right.
Chili for you. Green chili.
And this
is garlic sauce.
This is garlic sauce.
Oh, thank you so much.
And that's it.
You sprinkle the garlic sauce, and with a pinch of chili, however much you like it, very spicy or mild, or very little, then it enhances the taste of this beautiful magic bowl.
One little bit of garlic sauce.
1 tablespoon.
Let's put and some chilies. White and green chilies. That's it.
That's nice.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, that looks absolutely amazing. Oh my God. Well, very soon, of course, we're going off to Simon, so do stay tuned in because Anilji and Saivani, this beautiful, tasty food, I know you enjoy cooking. You're going to have another very delicious dish coming very soon, So Anilji and Saivani, just wanted to say thank you so much that you've joined us all the way from Mauritius. You've educated us, you have entertained us, you have shared and informed us. You've educated all of us. So thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you for sharing.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit, and hopefully if
Bon appetit.
And you send us the pictures. We're going to taste it.
Oh, please do. We look forward to that. Thank you, dear Saivani Anilji. So wasn't that delicious? And oh my God, that looks absolutely amazing. And don't forget, like if you're somebody like me who doesn't like mushrooms and may not like certain parts of these vegetables like tofu, you can put something else in, I'm sure. You can, like Anilji and Saivani had mentioned, you can also have your alternative vegetables that can put in that you may be more, familiar with or enjoy more. So there you go. That was wonderful. So from Mauritius, we are now going to go to another very, very super talented lady. And she is Simone Temkin. She's all the way, she's joining us all the way from USA. So we brought you from UK, we're taking you off to Mauritius, and we're now flying you off to USA to meet this wonderful Simone Temkin. Now, Simone loves helping in the kitchen, and she always loved helping in the kitchen as a child. Both her mother, who's always been on the cutting edge of health and wellness, and her French stepmother influenced her greatly. She also grew up in an ashram, cooking for the international community in her early teens, where she learned love was a key ingredient. Oh my God, I love this. I already like this lady, right? She knows exactly what I love. In 1995, she founded Abundance Catering in Santa Barbara, which is in California. And, she was in Los Angeles. And she started cooking for Los Angeles yoga groups and the likes. And then she went off to New York as a private chef and back to Santa Barbara, co-founding Cultured and Saucy, a fermented condiment line with her sister. Oh my God, we've got an entrepreneur here as well. Wow, super cook. Now she's delivering home cooked meals to a few clients and loves growing her own ingredients. I also love that, it's organic foods being grown in your own back garden, or probably she has her own farm, right? Today we'll explore saving the season's harvest through canning, fermenting, pickling, dehydrating, and freezing. And ways, of course, to best suit and use your preserved ingredients. So let's find out, because I feel that our dear, wonderful Simone is going to be showing us how to make a summer fresh fruit cake. Oh, let's check her out then. Hello, Miss Simone. How are you? Governor, namaste to you. Can we hear you? We cannot hear you. So there's just needs to be a little bit of sound there. Isn't that amazing? She's a little package, isn't she? Yoga and yeah, that's the one. Hello. Oh yes, I can hear you. That's right. Hello. Yes. Sorry. Oh my God, that looks totally amazing and yummy. I love apricots.
Thank you.
Simone.
Thank you. Well, I'm so pleased to be here today. Thank you so much. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, dear Simone, for joining us all the way from USA. Simone, first of all, we need to find out from you. I know before you make your wonderful apricot cake, what makes you so interested in, chef, being a chef or learning about cooking? What is it about that interests you?
Oh my gosh. I mean, since a child, as you read, it's been just an ongoing passion. I just love being in the kitchen and love helping. And my mother was so much about health food, and my stepmother was so much about gourmet food and making everything beautiful and taste delicious. And so I just have incorporated those modalities into what I do, and it's just what I do.
You just love it, right?
We wake up and we have an impulse to do things, and mine is to cook for people and to be with food and grow food and preserve
Yeah.
food.
Oh, wow. And I really found it interesting because
Yeah.
you've been cooking in an ashram as well, right? That must have been really very, very conscious based, right? So you're conscious cooking, where you're probably ensuring there's a lot of positive energy going into your cooking. What was that like? How did that impact your everyday cooking by working in this ashram?
Well, it was a community based on just love and connection and health, but not austerity. We grew our own food there as well. And yeah, I think it just influenced me growing up, just to be connected to my body and to be connected with community and people and share. And yeah, it's just kind of who I am, I guess. Create who I am.
No, you are definitely a creative person who enjoys cooking. And of course, why not? Because actually we need to cook every day. We need to eat every day. They say 8 hours of sleep, we do 8 hours of working, but other times we have to cook as well. So at the end of the day, you know, you spend quite a lot of time every single day cooking. So you need to do it in a joyful manner, in a very impactful way, because of course it's going to be, your body is being created through the food you eat.
Absolutely. And as your show says, like, we are what we eat. You know, we do we are what we eat. Like, it's who we become. So what we put into our bodies is so crucially important. And I really feel that. And yeah, I also I'm not personally I don't have like a huge modality around how I eat personally. It's oh, are we having a sound issue? Sorry.
That's me.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Just stay off audio. Sorry, I've enlisted my husband.
Yeah, no problem. When you have one audio on, we'll be able to hear you from all of it. No problem. So tell me, what are you going to be making for us today, Simone? What will you be doing for us today?
Today I am making, my apricot tree is going berserk, and it's just dropping apricots like crazy. And I wanted to highlight today how to just use our fruits in different ways and not be overwhelmed necessarily, but just how to utilize a food that's coming forth and dropping so abundantly, and not let it go to waste on the ground. And so I'm going to show you some different ways to preserve your stone fruits. We're heading into summertime, so, and if anyone has fruit trees, they may be already experiencing. Mine comes early, I know, so today I'm going to do the summer fruit cake at the end, but I wanted to go through some of the different ways. So this is last year I made this. It's half apricots, just in the half, and I canned them and did like a honey rose water syrup. So that's one idea. And
so you said honey rose. You said honey rose syrup. So what do you do?
A simple syrup, out of honey and rose water. And they're just half. So
and you mix it.
In the middle of the year, when apricots are nowhere to be found, you can use them and make different things. Use them with your yogurts in the morning or as dessert. You can cook with them. This is a higher sugar content of jam I made. And this is a lower sugar content. So the colors are a little bit different, but they're both just preserved apricots. And this is the canning method. So these will last, you know, you put them on your shelf and they last, I don't know, for a few years at least. And this is an apricot chutney that I made. Other things you can do, I also have been saving the seeds, the pits, because I got this nutcracker. And you can take the seeds out, and they're high in laetrile, which is a cancer-fighting agent, and can get a little messy sometimes, but there's one. And it's also used not only medicinally, but it's used as an almond flavoring, like with marzipan and such. It's what they use because it has a very strong bitter almond flavor. So that's a fun thing too, that I just thought of that. I'm like, well, how can I preserve everything about this food? And so that was another idea. You can also dehydrate them.
Yes.
And
that's super creative, actually, that you're literally using everything with this apricot and you're using every bit of it. That's really super creative.
Exactly. That I thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's what I want to encourage people to realize, how many different ways you can do things. So with the dehydrating, this is a sheet here, and there's like a rough side and a smooth side. So you put the smooth side up, and then you put the skin side down, and that way it won't stick, because as it's drying in the dehydrator, they can sometimes get very sticky. So you just lay them out like this. They're going to shrink as they dry. So you can, they can be touching. And then over here is the dehydrator. Can you fill me in the dehydrator? So I have some that I've already dehydrated, and that's how they look when they dehydrated. And then you just slide them right on top. And then these are ready for harvesting. And you want to also make sure that they're dry. Like you can do it at different drying degrees, but if you don't take all the moisture out, it's going to, they're not going to preserve as long. So the moisture creates spoiling, and the dry ones will last longer. So if you want to do them, sometimes I do them just soft so that they're almost like baked and they're still mushy. And then you can eat them warm right out of the dehydrator, and they're delicious. And then those you could refrigerate and keep them for a couple of weeks or so in the fridge or less, and they'll be delicious as well. So that you can dry them to different degrees depending how quickly you're going to eat them. But these will last the longest because they're nice and dry. So that's dehydrating. You can also make them into like fruit roll. I have these sheets that you can get. And then you can see I already made something on here. It's a little dirty. But you can like make a puree and then spread it out on there and make like a fruit leather and cut them up for your kids and such, or for yourselves.
It's very good.
So that's another item you can do. And then what I wanted to do is actually take you out to the tree and do a little harvesting, and then we can move on to the summer cake. How does that sound? Okay. Well,
that actually sounds amazing. I'm not going to disturb you because I was just watching this. This is so brilliant the way you're doing this.
Oh, thank you.
Writing my notes down of how to do my own little apricot stuff.
Oh, good. Okay, so here we go off to the garden.
Should I bring them?
Yeah, bring the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So we're also going there. Oh, Simone's even taking us in the garden. What a gorgeous garden she has out there. So here we go into the garden. And as you can see, the apricots are everywhere. So I'm just going to pick up a few. When they drop on the ground, they're more ripe, but you can also pluck them from the tree if you prefer. Wow, that is absolutely amazing. We're kind of losing you a bit, Simone. There you go.
Oh, we're losing the sound. Okay, here we go.
We're gonna go back inside. Wow, you can see. Oh my God, this is the real thing. I mean, she hasn't just bought some apricots in the supermarket. These are like real, organic,
real apricot.
homegrown organic apricots. Amazing.
So we just got some. Sorry about the disconnect there. And okay, so in the interest of time, I pre-baked some cakes here. I'm gluten-free, so these are gluten-free. And this is actually going to be my birthday cake, which is tomorrow. I'm going to a party later. I'm making my own cake.
We're getting an echo. I did. One of these two.
Okay.
So we talked about your preservatives. We talked about how you store some of your apricots. You talked about how you just bake them, so that you can probably keep them, right? You can keep them longer this way. Yeah.
Them. Yeah. Sorry, we're getting echo.
Yeah, no problem. Slight. If you speak a little bit, let me just find out.
Okay. So here's the
Take that off. What if I do this? Is that better?
How about now?
Simon, can you hear me? Simon, can you hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me, Simon.
Can you hear me
Simon?
now? Oh, that one is, you gotta, we can only.
Simon, if you can hear me, raise your hand, please. Raise your hand onto the camera if you can hear me. Simon, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, by the way? Simon, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You're on mute.
Oh, how bizarre.
Simon, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just raise your hand.
You can hear.
Okay, now you have connected with some instrument which has come up with the sound. So just keep one instrument with the sound and switch off or reconnect without joining sound. So the echo will go. Reconnect without joining sound. At the moment, one camera is okay. Sign back in without joining sound. Over.
Sign back in without joining sound.
Turn off the phone.
Yeah, you could turn that one off.
Okay.
Okay. So it looks like whilst we're sorting out this little technical hitch, it's not a problem. Let's talk a little bit about fruits, because we talk about cooking. We talk about all sorts of things where you make pulses, you make wonderful, delicious cakes, you make all sorts of different things. But fruits can also be used as part of your food. I love using smoothies. I also love making cakes with a little bit of fruit in it sometimes on the top. So I think it's a really great way to be a little naughty when it comes to eating cakes, but having some really good, nutritious things as well with it, like fruits. The other thing I realized for our cooking point of view that we talked about, today's guests who have shared this amazing amount of... Oh, there goes a little bit of things there. All our special guests who have shared all their wonderful wealth of knowledge with us today. You can see that most of them have spoken about how you should really be doing conscious cooking. When you're cooking, how you enjoy the cooking process. I had seen and I have also observed many people who are just cooking quickly in a rush. They come back from work and they want to quickly put something together in a little dish and quickly feed everybody with the food. It's always rush, stress. And I think that what you do is you are doing perhaps yourself a disfavor, because if you can enjoy the experience of cooking, you will find that you will also enjoy that experience. And people who eat your food will also be able to perhaps enjoy the food in a better way. It's like when you go to temples and you get prasad. You know, when they give you like food which they've cooked in their temples, it's always so delicious. I find it so delicious. Let me see, Sharon is here. Whilst we're sorting this out, we have wonderful Sharon, who's also in USA, who's our coordinator from USA. She's our superstar. She brings along all these amazing guests for us from USA and, you know, introduces the most amazing individuals that you'll be able to get hold of. So, dear Sharon, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, hello, and a global namaste to you, my gorgeous young lady. How are you?
Namaste to you and everyone out there. I'm good. We have a greenhouse here and a big garden, and now we got chickens. And so I've been doing a lot of watering because we hand water. And so I'm doing mantras, long life mantras.
Is it for cooking? I mean, is it for, do you have your own vegetable bed or where you cook your homegrown organic foods? Do you do that?
Well, it's my my husband who's an amazing chef. And so this year we have pesto, we have tomato sauce, and we have sauerkraut from last year, still now from last year.
Wow.
And we live in, as we've spoken about, we live in Crestone, where it's a wonderful spiritual community. So we have so much. I'm thinking by the end of this season, we'll be able to share or trade. And I also want to say how thrilled I am to have Simone here.
Yes.
A dear friend.
How do you know Simone whilst we're on the case? Tell us everything about this wonderful chef of ours.
Well, did she tell you about her childhood?
No, because I understand that she was, used to work in an ashram. She used to cook for the ashram. So that was something very interesting. She used to learn cooking from a very young age.
Yes, in her teen years, she grew up in Pune. Her mother was a devotee of Bhagwan Rajneesh. So
Osho,
she spent
yes,
her whole
Osho,
teen
known
years
popularly as
there
Osho. Mhm.
and had, of course, an amazing connection with India. I met her, my husband and I were running a retreat center outside of Santa Barbara, and she was the main cook for all the yoga groups and these kinds of groups, that would come, spiritual groups from all over the world. And that's how I met her and fell in love with her. And also, she's a dancer. In fact, she danced Lakshmi for me. She's my Lakshmi. Oh,
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, because you talked about she's also a dancer, so you find that somebody who's a yoga practitioner, she's into dancing, she enjoys her food. It's all sorts of amazing. Yes, and how long have you known each other for?
I met her in about, let's see, it was 2000.
Right, it's a very long time. And have you had a chance to try her food?
Oh, of course.
Come on, tell us a little bit about that. You're the
Well,
person
what
who's
I really
experienced.
loved, I think she was the first person that I'd met, because we were in California, so it's different, that used a lot of flowers, edible flowers in her food. And what I really always loved about not only her recipes, the depths of her recipes, but the beauty of her presentation. Now, perhaps that has something to do with her growing up in India.
Yes, I mean, they're very creative with the way they present things, right? But actually, all chefs, once you get into the cooking industry or you enjoy cooking, you'll always find that they tend to really like present the food in a very good way, in a very, I would say, attractive manner.
Also, the aspect of health and the impact of the food on your whole system is something that she's really brought forth. And that's one of the things she really, I would say, in many ways, introduced me to all kinds of recipes and food that I had not even considered before. She really also likes to do wild crafting. So
What is
she'll
wild?
go.
What is wild crafting? What is the meaning of that?
That's where you go out and you see what your area has. Is she there? You there,
Yeah, no,
Simone?
that's fine. No, Sharon, it's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll let.
So,
Yeah.
so like dandelions or nettles or things that grow wild, and then you would incorporate that into your recipe.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. We're going to go back to Simone just now. So as soon as you finish that, we'll go back to Simone. Yes.
And she'll tell you a little more. Out here, it's different foods, different vegetables, lettuces. She introduced me to something called lamb's quarters that grow
Wow.
wild. It's
Yeah.
kind of a lettuce.
Well, it looks like I think she's going to be introducing us to this apricot thing now. So thank you, Sharon, for sharing all that. We'll find out a lot more about this wonderful background knowledge about our dear Simone, our talented Simone. So let's move on and just see what Simone has to share with us right now. Dear Simone, we're back with you then.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, we heard some amazing things about you, Sharon. We got all the inside info about you.
Well, I didn't get to hear, but Sharon is a dear, dear friend of mine. And so sorry I missed all that, but I'll catch it later.
Of course,
right,
I'm
let's
sure.
get to the summer cake
Now,
before.
what are we doing?
Let's
show us what you're. Is that the cake? But can you tell us a little bit about how you cook the cakes, or what did you do? Was it like a quick little recipe thing? Did you just make a homemade cake?
Yeah. I mean, as I said, I'm gluten-free. So this is a gluten-free cake. You can use whatever cake you love. If you love vegan, if you love a pound cake or an angel food cake, a shortbread, biscuits. The idea is just a vehicle for the whipped cream and the apricots, because that is the highlight of the day. That's why I pre-baked these, because I wanted it to be about the fruit more than anything.
Absolutely. So just for the audience that members out there, if you didn't know how to bake a cake, if the audience members didn't know how to bake a cake, you can just purchase a plain cake, or you can maybe have the shortbread.
Yes.
Okay.
And in this case, one trick I often do is I did powder, like the flour that you use, and oil and parchment paper, so it doesn't stick. So they come out nice and easily. That's a good tip I can give for any cake you're baking. Okay, so this is whipped cream. If you are a vegan, you can use coconut cream as well, and do coconut whipped cream. So I'm just gonna, this is gonna be a layer cake.
Right. And how do you make the cream? Is it homemade cream? I mean, what do you put in this?
I whipped, this is whipping cream, and I whipped it, and I just added a little sweetener of your choice and some vanilla.
Okay, right.
And I'm going to put a layer of the apricots in the middle.
Oh, that is beginning to look so delicious.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna put another layer on top of cake. Right here.
Right. Now, how does your cake stay like that? How comes my cake goes all over the place at times? I need to get your tips about how to make these cakes, these round cakes that stay.
Okay, well, maybe we'll come back and we'll have a baking class.
Yeah, we need to get you back on again. Yeah, teaching us all how to make cakes, which I'm sure everybody would love to make.
Yeah, even better than all this one.
All
right.
So then
right.
little
So,
cream
so it's a double. Yeah, you've got a
double layer cake.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Okay. And then we're going to do a floral arrangement. Hopefully we'll have time. I'll do at least one flower. And my sister-in-law works at a very fancy hotel. She works at the Ojai Valley Inn. And one of the chefs there did a strawberry version of what I'm making today. And she brought it to her daughter's graduation, and it was so beautiful. And I thought, I'm going to do this with the apricots. And I posted a picture on Facebook, and it was my most popular photo of the year. And so that inspired me. I thought, well, I'll make that today. Because people loved it so much.
Yeah, I wonder what it was, because I mean, you know, the fact that it becomes really popular, it must be the fact that, you know, people wouldn't really think to do this with apricot, for example. People may think about strawberries and other things, but not really apricot. Do you think that's probably why? Because it's quite an unusual way to do this?
Perhaps. I think, I mean, can you see what I'm
yes, it's gorgeous.
So
it's
I'm making a flower out of the apricots, and it's just beautiful.
Absolutely. It looks very beautiful. Look at that.
So
it's like a little...
I mean, nature, it's hard to reproduce nature. So I was going to pluck some, I have some borage flowers outside, which are beautiful and purple. I was going to put that in the center. But anyway, so there's one flower.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. That's gorgeous. It looks like a little rose.
Yeah, exactly. A little rose.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
And then I'm going to just do a couple more of these.
Yeah,
and it's
I have to say you've got such a delicate way of holding the apricot. I can see she's a proper esteemed chef. You can tell.
That's because I have wonderful dance teachers.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, please carry on. Yeah, I have to share with the audience. Yeah, I have to share with the audience out there. You can see the grace that comes through the way Simone does this work, the way she holds the apricots. She's got this wonderful, graceful way, very, very sophisticated. And I can see that you're dancing, your yoga, that peaceful attitude whilst cooking, all comes into it. Amazing.
Thank you. That's very kind.
I'm sure very soon we'll be coming on to our next guest. There's still a little while, but I mean, they must be finding this fascinating. Thinking
so
that
my husband picked some thyme. This is thyme flowers. We'll put those in the center.
Oh, wow. I mean, you can't eat those, right?
You can eat them.
Oh,
yes.
Can you? Okay,
yes.
So these are, okay.
Yes.
And do you find, because I think you've just mentioned that you use flowers in some of your recipes, is that right?
I use a lot of flowers. I put nasturtiums in my salads. I put rosemary flowers in my lemonade. I use borage flowers for decorating. They're highly medicinal. I have, what else do I have out there? Nasturtiums are delicious in salad. I don't know if any of your guests have tried them, but if you haven't,
we'll have to try these, you know, because it's
easy prolifically. They're gorgeous, like the colors of the apricots. And Yeah, they're like a peppery flavor.
Okay.
So I encourage you to use what's in your garden. I also encourage people to use what grows naturally. Like I use my dandelion, I make tea out of it. I use it like spinach, like just using the bounty that comes naturally, that shows up. Nettles grows in my garden as well.
Yes, absolutely. They say, you know, that everything natural that you tend to use in your food, it all has a really high amount of life force. Whereas
Yeah.
everything processed, all the life force gets taken away. So
Exactly.
yeah. So as soon as you eat a banana or eating an apple outside from your garden, there's so much life force given through the earth, given through the sunlight, just the air, you know, prana, as we say, has lots of life force in it. But whereas as soon as you put fertilizers and you're trying to mix things and put seeds and try to create, germinate you know, human-made seeds, let's call it, you'll find that something has changed, you know, in that food. Some kind of DNA has changed.
100%. I couldn't agree with you more. I've even heard, this is a little bit esoteric, but I've even heard that there's an intelligence that your plants pick up and they grow nutrients that match what your body needs.
Wow,
I don't know if it's true or not, but I thought, well, there's no harm in believing that, because what if it's true?
Come on, you know, that goes very much with, you know, when we talk about, you know, we create our own reality. Whatever we believe, we will start experiencing. So maybe that is very much connected to that what you believe, you start creating in your own life. It's literally, somebody believes in that. That's how you start,
Absolutely.
You start healing yourself, you start healing the things. You can, like you said, you know, when the food that you eat, you can clear the chemicals in the food through prayer by putting positive energy back in it.
Yes, yes.
Oh, now let's have a look at that. What does that look like? Let me check that out. Oh my God, it's just gorgeous, yummy. It must be so delicious. And all you do is just eat it as a normal thing with tea or coffee, and that's it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get some mint leaves after we hang up, and I'll put a few mint leaves here, and that is also edible.
Oh, you need to share a photo with us so we can go and share it then. Oh, dear Simone, look what she created. Maybe this one will get the extra likes, even more likes than your last one, right? Yeah, because I think well deserved. I mean, I would really say that's amazing, actually. Really, really yummy things there. Well, we've still got a little bit more time at the moment before we move on to our next, you know, guest, Alicia. So was there anything else you'd like to share with us, with the way you could perhaps give any tips and advice to our viewers about you know, how to preserve, how to, you mentioned about how to contain things.
Yes. I'm so glad you asked. I have more to say on that. So other things you can do is just freeze your fruit. I recommend taking the pit out first, and then you can use it for smoothies. You can use it for pies later in the year. I also recommend trading your fruit. I trade my apricots for my neighbor's eggs, and my apricots come in way before hers. I also trade her avocados for eggs. And I bring them and I share them and I gift them, and it just brings me such joy, and people look forward to my fruit every year. It's so cute. I have one friend.
Oh, that's amazing. I want to run out there and go plant a few fruit trees in the garden right now, right?
Fruit is the easiest thing to grow. Ours is hooked up to a gray water system. So I don't even water it. I prune it a little bit, and I pluck the fruits, and I share them, and I eat them, and I gift them, and I create with them.
And it's all nutritious things, and it's all what a nutritious gift. Rather than giving a box of chocolates, wouldn't it be really nice to give every little basket of these fruits, which is also good for
them in chocolate. You can take the dried ones and dip them in chocolate. I'm so glad you mentioned that.
Right. See, I'm coming out. I needed to get all the real secret things that you do, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's endless. It's just I'm constantly coming up with more ideas of what I can do with that bounty, and I encourage everyone to grow their own food and preserve what they have and create, because it's the abundance of nature giving back to you. A girlfriend of mine was here who she spent a year in India as well. She's also a dancer. And she said, oh, it's the Lakshmi tree. It's just giving abundantly. Look at it. Like literally they're just dropping. The ground is covered. So
yes, of course.
Use what nature is giving you in your garden. And if you don't have fruit trees, plant them.
Yes, that's right. I think that I'm going to definitely go out there because I love trees. I really love trees. It's one of those things I really enjoy having around in my house. So, you know, it's definitely a fruit tree would definitely be great. I just have to think about which fruit tree now. I think like apricot, you have to kind of twisted me in that direction.
Inherited the apricot tree.
Yeah, because the apricot tree.
Out the house. Yeah. So,
yeah. And I'll remember that it was a healing our earth, you know, thanks to our healing our earth, and thanks to our dear Simone, of course, thanks to dear Sharon from USA, that we ended up having this apricot tree in my garden, right? So Sharon, whilst you're here, before we say bye-bye to dear Simone, what do you think? Is there any particular questions that you would like to ask Simone that we feel that our audience members would like?
When you had disappeared for a moment, I was talking about, I brought up wild crafting. So would you describe what wild crafting is?
Wild crafting. I'm not even sure. I mean, within like finding wild herbs and things in nature.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what I do in my own garden. Basically, that's kind of what I was explaining. I have weeds. The nettles and the dandelion are a perfect example of that I was sharing early, where you. Yeah, and the nasturtiums. I didn't plant those things. They just pop up, and I harvest them and I use them. And nettles is like a blood purifier, and it's a woman's herb, and there's so many attributes. I mean, I would have to look it up again to remember all the minerals and different things that these things have for you. And the dandelion itself digs into the root. The roots dig into the earth, so it pulls up a lot of minerals. The deeper the roots go, the more minerals that plant has. And dandelion has many like long roots. So I actually cut up those roots and make tea out of them. And I eat the greens, and I make tea out of the flowers. And that's one plant, you know. Dandelion grows everywhere.
That's brilliant. Sharon, that's a good question there, right? Because there are people out there who may not even realize that we've got things in our garden that we can utilize for our food, which will be very healthy for us too, which is great. And how do you kind of preserve, our pickles and jams? Because in Indian culture, especially Asian culture, we have lots of pickle. So every time there's lunch, as you would know if you were living in India, people love pickle. What would you say? Because we've got this little question from Rashmi Vyas from Leicester, and she's sending a question in right now, and she's asking, can you ask Simone, how do you preserve pickles and jams for long periods? What do you do to preserve?
Excellent question. So jams is canning. And that's done by, you cook the fruit and then you heat it in sterilized jars. And it's a very particular system. And that was these jars that I showed you. So we covered that a little bit. That's called canning. Pickling can go two ways. You can pickle with vinegar, or you can pickle by fermentation. The business that my sister and I had, we did fermentation. And I pickled, actually, you can also cure. So we cured lemons and limes, and I have some lime that reminds me very much of the Indian chutneys and like the pickled lime and things. The smell is very similar. And that has lasted. I mean, I have a jar in my fridge from like 5 years ago. My sister would cringe because she's like, how could you keep it? It tastes great to me. It is completely preserved because of the salt. It cures it for forever. For a long time. I'm testing. I'm seeing how long does it cure it for, but so far it's still usable. But the pickling, back to the exact question. So if you pickle in vinegar, you can add pickling spices. You can do it just with the plain vinegar, and vinegar will cure that food. I believe you blanch it first when you're pickling like that. I'm not completely sure. I'm a little rusty on pickling with vinegar. With fermentation, you don't have to. You just do salt and water, and there's a particular ratio, and then you have a fermentation jar. There's like a probiotic jar specifically. There are different kinds out there, but you can get like an anaerobic device. We could actually have a class on fermentation. It's its own category, but you don't do it with fruit. You don't do it with high sugar things, because then you get alcohol. I mean, you do, but that's a different thing. You get alcohol because the sugars convert to alcohol.
the fermentation, like we would have, like grapes, right? As you would ferment and
Yeah, you ferment grapes and you get
Yes.
wine,
Yes,
right?
I
You
understand.
ferment pickles and you ferment cucumbers and you get pickles.
Right. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's why they say pickled onions and pickled whatever they make, right?
Yeah.
In Britain, chips are very, very, fish and chips are very, very popular, and they always have these little pickled onions they go with it. So it's like,
yeah.
So we've got another question for you here. So Sharon, you may be interested in this one as well, but we've got it from South Africa, actually, Simon. It's saying, what are the main ingredients for your chutney? Apart from the fruit, what else do you add in there into your chutneys?
Into this apricot chutney?
Yeah.
Well, chutney, I mean, in general, it's onions and garlic and ginger and aromatic spices, like kind of I think I put like a garam masala basic spice in here. And which is
that sounds yummy.
And clove and star anise and cinnamon. And there's lots of variations on garam masala. Obviously, if you make it yourself, it's going to be way better because you toast the seeds and you grind them yourself, and they have full flavor that way. And then you can blend to your own liking. I love coriander and cumin, cinnamon, all those are in here as well. And I added some raisins and the apricots.
Right.
Yeah. And and you can add sugar, depending how sweet your fruit is. You can add sugar, and the sugar helps to preserve it as well. So sugar, salt, vinegar, those are all preservation applications. The freezer, the dehydrator, those are the basic components. And then you have your different methods of the canning, dehydrating, whatnot.
Yeah, I think we need a book. What do you say, Sharon? We need a book from our dear Simon, don't we? We need a book on all of this. And I mean, Mita's been, Mita Joshua, who's been saying these amazing things about how you can add gooseberry into your pickles as well, and how you can use onions. I believe some onions, you can add onions into your chutneys and things. But we have another question here, by the way, from Thailand. Is a gentleman called Suman, and he's just saying that, can diabetic people eat apricots regularly?
I am not a doctor. I'm not going to answer that. I think, apricots vary a lot in their sugar content, but I wouldn't consider them necessary. And it depends how, like, diabetes is a very big spectrum, how severe is your diabetes? How sweet is your fruit?
Okay, let me ask another way. Let me ask another question. Now, how much sweetness is in our apricots? Sometimes we have things which are a little bit more sour. It's considered more bitter.
Yeah.
I mean, is apricots considered as a sweet fruit rather than, sometimes grapes is
my tree excellent question. And it varies. I would say it varies greatly. My tree, I can have some that are very tart and some that are very sweet. So it depends. That's why I like to let them fall on the ground. I don't know if you could hear me because we lost audio, but
yes.
I like to let them fall on the ground because then I know they're ripe and ready and sweet.
Absolutely.
And if you pluck them from the tree first, then, then it's a little bit touch and go. They may be more tart. Yeah. And that's why when you're...
you have these different types of course, we know they're fresh. When they fall down, they're ripe, so it's ready to go, right? So it's easy to find out, right? And and what about, I mean, I know you're part of, you've done yoga before as well in the background, I know. And we also have this wonderful other friend who's going to be joining us. She's our wonderful guest. We've got Shanti Shivani here, who's going to be also joining us next week. Yes, and I know she knows that, dear Simon. So are we going to just introduce our Shanti Shivani? Hello, Shanti ji. Global namaste to you. And I know that you are going to be coming in next week. As again, Sharon has introduced you from USA, and you're going to be joining us. Would you like to ask any questions to your dear friend Simon? Because I understand you know each other.
We do.
Well, I had the namaste first of all to all of you.
Sweet.
It's so beautiful to see you again. Well, we all met together. I used to sing for Sharon when she was at the retreat center, and we did dance performances. And I also at times had the great privilege of helping Simone with her catering. And not only was the food amazing, the whole atmosphere was amazing. It was so joyful. It was just a really wonderful experience to work with her. And so we've stayed friends since then, which, as Sharon said, I believe it was actually the beginning of 2001 when we all, Sharon and I both moved to Santa Barbara at the same time. And we also have, Sharon and I also have the same spiritual teacher, Tibetan Buddhist teacher. So anyway, it's just been great. And I've been taking notes here because I want to make that apricot cake, Simone.
Oh my God! But that's brilliant. Look at all of us would love this, and of course, Shanti Shiva, Shanti is going to be coming along for next week's yoga session, which means next week on 20th we have International Yoga Day, and therefore, here it is, and we've got Sunday 20th of June, 1 p.m. till 7 p.m., where we're going to have an amazing range of people coming along, special guests like Shanti Ji and various other wonderful guests who'll be sharing some wonderful knowledge about yoga, perhaps sharing some workshops, teaching us a little bit about meditation and anything that helps to transform your life on a spiritual level using yoga and meditation. Of course, health and well-being that goes with it. So, Shanti, sorry, I had to plug that in because you are one of our guests who'll be sharing your pearls of wisdom with us next week as well. So people out there, all our audience members will get a chance to see Shanti as well. So we've got Simone and Sharon. Would you like to perhaps finish up with one last question to either Simone, Shanti? Would you like to? It's like a party we're having right now.
Well, we could do a little preview. Shanti's had a very unusual, amazing experience of Indian classical music. If you've heard, well, she'll tell us a little about the Dagar brothers and your relationship.
Well, the Dagar brothers are really the main family that has been singing now. I think we're in the 21st generation Drupad, which is the most ancient style of Indian classical music. And I got into it because I needed to work with healing my way of expressing myself. And I got into Drupad as a sadhana, as a spiritual practice, and went through many, many very deep transformative experiences just doing the one practice that we do before sunrise, singing the lower octave, to just open up the Sushumna and Ida and Pingala. And it's a very slow, gentle way of also awakening yourself. So we say that Drupad is actually Kriya Yoga, and Kriya Yoga, as you know, is yoga of purification. So I started studying with Pandit Ritvik Sanyal in Benares. Excuse me, we have a lot of allergies here. So I have a bit of mucus, and I started studying with Ritvik Sanyal in 1981, December 1981. And although I have other spiritual teachers from India, Nada Yoga was my main practice, and I teach it in a way that we are integrating the modes of Indian classical music because they affect the emotional body in very different ways. But I have kind of developed a way of making it palatable for Westerners, which is really important because most people cannot spend their lifetime doing Nada Yoga or studying Indian classical music. And it's, as you see, since 1981.
Yes.
It's been years.
But it's also a very good way to, it's of course a very good way to also appreciate those people who go through that kind of training. And of course, somebody like yourself, who has been dedicated and, spent that many years of your life learning, studying, and then sharing that knowledge with others, that's also very commendable. So well done for that. So yeah, but Shanti, we look forward to definitely seeing you next week, on our wonderful International Yoga Day show, which is, of course, the meditation yoga on 20th of June, everybody out there. Sharon, it would be lovely to have you still there right at the end. So when we finish our next interview, we'll make sure that we can then perhaps discuss a little bit more about food, healthy food, and how that connects to dances. how dance and food and health can be perhaps connected. It would be wonderful to find out from you. How do different cultures maybe use food for health and well-being? So maybe, you know, right at the end, we can get you on board and we can have a little discussion about that. But we're now going to have to say a very big thank you to Simone for joining us. Simone, thank you so much. You know, I just wanted to say that was a delicious, real delicious dish that you shared with us. It's got my mouth watering. Do join us next week, because you may be able to see Shanti as well, your friend, doing a little bit of their yoga things, sharing that with the world. And Simone, thank you for sharing your lovely knowledge about you know, preservatives and all the rest of the things that you've shared today with the rest of our audiences around the world. There are many countries who are tuning in right now, so I think you're helping to transform people's lives through your lovely, lovely recipes. Delicious homemade trees, fruit trees, you know, recipes. Brilliant, amazing. I loved it. Thank you, Simone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciated being here. And it's so lovely to see Shanti and Sharon. And again, we're so overdue ourselves, so it's surprising to see them here. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Yes, well, thank you. See, so I just wanted to say, there you go. That was Simone there, who we had all the way from USA. Thank you to our USA coordinator, dear Sharon Rose, who's been putting all these wonderful guests together for us, putting them forward and ensuring that the rest of the audiences out there can really benefit from their knowledge. So we're moving on to our next guests. And this time we don't have one, but we have two amazing ladies, superstars, I would say, two little superstars coming along, joining us. First one is Alicia Jane, a very young lady who is a very young chef, but a very talented one too. She's going to be showing us an interactive cooking demo with, of course, Seema. Seema is also a really great chef, and I'll tell you a little bit about her in a minute. So Alicia was born and brought up in New Delhi, India, and she moved to London at the age of 16. She's been passionate about creating recipes and cooking since she was a little girl. So I think that all these chefs tend to love cooking from a very young age. At 22 years old, she's now a psychology master's graduate and is passionate about well-being, both mentally and physically. And is therefore also, she also uses her vegan social media page to promote healthy living. So well done you, Alicia, doing a grand job there, helping people get healthier through their vegan recipes. Alicia has also been a vegan for just over a year and has dived into her Indian roots and started learning about the health benefits of using nature and plants as her source for medicine. I love that. I really would like to find out more about that. That's really good. And she also uses naturopathic and Ayurvedic teachings as well when she cooks, etc. She had also started learning about Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide to alkaline eating and how a lot of his teachings correlate with ancient Ayurvedic teachings. And that is actually true, because I found the same as well, that a lot of the Ayurvedic teachings also teach about how to make your food more alkaline or make your body more alkaline. So that's really true. And our second guest who will be joining us very shortly, just now, Alicia, is Seema. Seema Bhatia. Seema Bhatia was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. So we bring to you somebody from India and from Kenya, taking you around the world here. And her culinary interest developed at a very early age as well, especially because she's got a family food business. Her extensive travel in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body. This will be really interesting to find out, because I am a firm believer of the thing that if you eat food, it's going to definitely affect the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you feel with the whole body, how strong you are. Now, spring is that perfect time of the year that represents the chance of rebirth, tossing off the old body and the birthing of a new one. So this is the perfect time to reset, rejuvenate, and to recommit to healthy habits so that our mind and body can transition as just like the seasons, transition like the seasons. So if you're exploring a plant-based diet, but you just don't know where to start, then don't worry.
Honey, Dr. Honey, just one moment. Simone from America is showing the final finished product on her cake. Simone, if you can show it to the camera, over.
Simone. We cannot go without seeing this final version. Wow. Yummy. Oh my gosh. That is amazing. Bravo. Delicious. Thank you for sharing that. Eat a cake on my behalf as well. A little piece from me as well for on my behalf, dear Simone. Thank you, dear Neil. So you've actually tuned into Healing Our Earth right now, and you're watching our wonderful special show, all dedicated to vegan and vegetarian cooking, especially to ensure that we can develop our healthy eating habits and increase our well-being. And we've just introduced our two wonderful guests, which was Seema and Alicia, who are just joining us. So a big global namaste, Alicia, and a big global namaste to Seema. Hello.
Namaste, honey. Hi, everyone.
And
Namaste,
Seema?
honey. Namaskar,
Hi.
honey. Global namaskar. Hi, everybody.
Oh, what a beautiful smiles you two have. I call these $1 million smiles. This lovely smile that just stays there. I love them. So, Alicia and Seema, first of all, I know we've got both of you going to be sharing some wonderful information today about how to create healthy recipes, and also sharing with us of how you use plant-based foods as well in your recipes. So, is there something that you'd like to share with us? What will you be creating? What are you presenting for us today?
So yeah, today I will have the great pleasure of sharing a vegan shepherd's pie recipe for all of you. It's a very comforting, hearty, satisfying, fulfilling dish that's usually made with ground meat. It's usually non-vegetarian, but I'm making a vegetarian version today, but it's still going to have that depth of flavor, that savory, salty, umami flavor, and I'm going to make it very healthy as well.
Right, I can see this lovely little, I think it's carrots and things in the background there. Yummy, those look really delicious. I can't wait to find out how you make this shepherd's pie, because being vegetarian, of course, you have to miss out on things like shepherd's pie. But if you can create a vegetarian version of it, then people can have amazing, like I would say, variety when they're cooking, especially if you've got Western friends around and, you want to make something maybe a bit more Western Indian. So this will probably be a great one. And Seema, what are you going to be sharing with us today whilst we have Alicia here?
Okay, so this is an interactive, oops. Yeah, I'm unmuted. So this is just an interactive session. So I'll just be sharing a small PowerPoint on plant powered, and just a couple of questions for Alicia on her inspiration behind going vegan or plant-based, and how this younger generation is making such an impact globally in the world, and of course how she's actually managed to shift her parents. I know Alicia's parents. Okay, I went to school with her father in college, so he knows all my secrets, and I'm somehow very friendly with her mom. We tend to chat on the phone every once in a while, and I've been following this. I call her Beta, so I've been following her Instagram feed, and she's very creative, very innovative, and she has a lot to share. So I'm going to be able to learn a lot from her, actually, and we all are, because this younger generation has a wealth of knowledge to share, really. We're learning from them. We're learning.
Absolutely. No, Seema, I really look forward to that, So we're going to definitely, let's talk to a little bit about it. Let's find out a little bit about Alicia, what she's going to be sharing. And then we're going to come definitely to Seema again. And let's see if we can interrogate Alicia with a few questions. And I know that, of course, Seema is going to share a little bit about plant-based foods as well, of why it's so important. So I know you've got a little presentation there for us as well. So let's start off with Alicia. Alicia, would you like to share what you have in store for us, please?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you for your kind words, Seema Auntie. That was so sweet. I mean, it might be the younger generation that's carrying, all the ancient knowledge and tips, but you all pass it down to us, so we really learn it from all of you. So I'm very grateful to you and to everyone else as well for bringing me onto this platform. So thank you. Yeah.
So what's our recipe today? I'm so excited to see, dear Alicia.
Our recipe today is shepherd's pie, like I said. It's going to be a little bit It's not all the way a traditional shepherd's pie. I'm going to be adding in a few herbs, a few spices, just to bring in that depth of flavor that maybe you would get from ground meat or something like that. But yeah, I'm just going to walk you through it. So
yeah, please, it's all yours there. The camera is all yours. So go and show us your magic, my dear.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to start with what I call the holy trinity of sort of European Western cooking, which is your onion, your carrot, and your celery. This is the base for most stews and soups and comforting hearty things. You have this all the way from, French soups and stews all the way to Greece and other things. So I'm just going to be creating that. And actually, I'm going to add in a leek as well, because I think it has a lovely sweetness to it, which just makes the dish amazing. But actually, before I do that, I just want to point out that I'm going to be finishing the final dish with some fresh rosemary infused in some oil. And this is just some rosemary I've picked from my garden. It's just one of those delicious herbs that I use all the time in my cooking. And it's also very good for you, very good for the body. It's very good for brain function and memory and those types of things. So if you're maybe suffering from brain fog, or if they say it can also help with Alzheimer's prevention and things like that. There's not a lot of research on it, but there are studies that say that they help improve memory. So I just want to point that out. It's very significant. And I think it's so magical that nature makes us all these things which, prevent disease one by one. So I'm just going to be preparing all that for you. So I'm just going to take the leaves off. And I'm actually using a tarka pan. I'm just using what I have here. It's a small little tarka pan. I'm going to turn it on. And it's perfect for, infusing oils and things like that. So I'm just going to be putting in a bit of oil. I'm using a very neutral oil here. This is rice bran oil. You can even use grapeseed oil or olive oil even. I would say, olive oil is best unheated and uncooked because it retains all the nutrients and the properties. Something like grapeseed oil or hemp oil, avocado oil, use something like that for your cooking because it retains its alkalinity. We talk about alkaline eating a lot. I talk about alkaline eating a lot in terms of staying healthy. I think I talked about it as well on the last Healing Our Earth session, where I was on for the Easter cooking. And I said that if you keep an alkaline body, then disease cannot grow in your alkaline body. You have to, because bad bacteria and cancer cells and things like that, they feed on acidic bodies. So the more alkaline you keep your body, the healthier you will be. And that's also fundamentally what Dr. Sebi talks about. It's very prominent in Ayurveda. There's a lot of different correlations between all these different teachings around the world that I've picked up. They all pretty much say the same thing, I feel. Yeah, I just use nature and plants as my medicine. So I'm just going to be putting all of that rosemary in this hot oil. And I'm just going to allow that to infuse for about 30 seconds, not too much. And then I'm just going to give that a nice swirl. And your rosemary oil is done. And then you can just pop that to the side. And what I like to do is sprinkle that crispy rosemary over the final shepherd's pie. So it gives it that beautiful earthy, herby flavor, which I just love. And then I'm actually going to start prepping the base for my shepherd's pie. So here is a brown onion, and this particular onion is sweeter than your purple or red onion or something like that. So I like to use this for stews and soups and and foods like that. So it gives it a really nice sweet flavor, sweet caramelized flavor. So I'm just going to dice that very fine. And then I am going to cut a carrot. I leave the skins on because I find that they have lots of nutrients in them, good fiber, roughage, things like that. So, and especially if they're organic, you should leave the skins on. So yeah, again, I'm just dicing these as well. And I just love the prep that goes into cooking. I don't know what it is. It's like therapeutic to me almost. I just find that, oops, okay. So my rosemary is done. I'm just going to put that to the side. And I'm just going to continue dicing all my veggies.
So I can see that you're dicing them. You know, so of course, you know, when people are preparing all of these, do they have to be a certain size, or it doesn't really matter? So, you know, because I tend to chop my vegetables very small, you know, like really tiny and like little cubes. But do they have to be a certain size?
Not necessarily. I think it depends on your personal taste and your, you know, just your personal experience with the dish. I think it's nice to have them slightly chunky because it creates, you know, different textures. You have, you know, the onion goes really soft, the carrot, it goes soft, but it still has that little bit of firm bite to it. So I like the different textures. So I keep them quite, not all the way chunky, but I have them sort of at a medium size, really. That's what I would.
Yeah, so I mean, you've got a bit of a crunch when you're eating food, at least, right? So yeah, having something to rather than mushy. Yeah, I understand. Yes, it's great. Yeah, and they're very colorful as well. What you're making, right? There's green, there's oranges. You know, like you've got lovely colors there as well, which look very appealing when it comes to food.
Yes. I think somebody talked about, you know, your food has to also look visually pleasing as well. And that, I mean, that's really the point of, you know, the foods that I cook. Really, I don't just want them to be nutritious and hearty. I also want them to look good. I want them to taste good. The dish really will speak for itself at the end, but it looks a lot more pleasing to the eye when you have different colors. You know, they say you should eat the rainbow. They have you know, each vegetable that has a different color. They all have different antioxidants. They have different minerals and you know, different properties and vitamins and things like that. So you should eat as many colors as possible.
Absolutely. And then so every color you talked about, the different vegetables with different colors has different nutritional values. You know, so that is also true, because they say that eat lots of colors when you're having food every single day. Then ensure that you have maybe a bit of red, a bit of pink, a bit of pink, a bit of orange, a bit of, you know, green. So you've got different minerals, different nutrition values coming through.
Yes, absolutely. They, like you said, they all have different nutrient values and nutritional values and things like that. So you also can actually tell by the color usually what each vegetable has in it. For example, if you're eating more purple foods, like, you know, your purple cabbage, your purple broccolis, your onions, your purple onions and things like that, usually they're richer in antioxidants, the purple darker foods. Your purple carrots as well, they have something called anthocyanin, which is a antioxidant, and it's very good for the body. You know, all these different things. You can almost tell from the color of your food what it's got it. So even, and I talk about, yeah.
We should actually ask Seema about this area as well, because, you know, Seema has always got this plant-based thing while you're cooking away there and chopping up those things. There's lovely vegetables. Seema, what do you have to say about this? Because, you know,
okay, so this,
you're very much into plant-based food,
like
right?
I said, the younger generation has it so spot on. We must eat our rainbow. We have to eat our rainbow. So that includes everything from your peppers to your red peppers, green peppers, your purple cabbage, you know, your orange carrots, anything you find, you in a day, You have to try and eat your rainbow. Be it bringing it into a smoothie, be it bringing it into a salad, bringing it into the yin and yang of raw and cooked food. That's your choice. But try and bring that rainbow in. Now, Alicia, I have a question for you. You've used an orange carrot in this recipe, which is the traditional recipe and the traditional way of cooking a shepherd's pie. But you know, in India, we get the purple carrots, the ones we make the kanji, the fermented kanji from. We have in Delhi so often with the mustard seeds. That's so delicious, the drink. Can we use purple carrots in the shepherd's pie, Adwaita?
Absolutely. I think you can use whatever you want. I quite like just taking whatever I have at home and creating meals. That way you get less food waste. And different meals will, they'll all taste different, but they'll all be delicious. Purple carrots have a different taste. They're not as sweet necessarily.
Right. They're quite earthy. They're quite earthy.
Yes. But very good for you. And I heard somewhere, I don't know how true this is, but the original carrots that we got in ancient times, they were black carrots and purple carrots, and the red and orange ones and stuff came after. I don't know how true that is.
This is so interesting because I was in South America a couple of years ago, and I was amazed at they did have different colors of carrots, but they have around 100 varieties or more of potatoes. Can you imagine? I saw a blue potato, a purple potato, an orange potato, a red potato, a yellow potato. It was like potato heaven. We were in Peru, and I learned that there's so many varieties of potatoes. So I would imagine it could just as well be an ancient vegetable that was another color.
Yes.
And I've heard about the black carrots. Yes,
absolutely. I think the black ones is what we make, or the purple ones is what we make the kanji out of.
We make it from, I think, purple carrots. They call it kali gajar in India or something like that in Delhi.
Yeah.
It's so yum.
Delicious. I actually never had kanji before, and I don't know why. I just never. It's not ever something that I've had, but my mom loves it. She made it when we were in India this winter, and it had a beautiful fermented flavor.
Right.
Good for your body as well because of that fermentation.
It's great for your gut health because it's rich in probiotics. Actually, it's unbelievable. So you could say that kanji is something that our grandmothers made, our dadis, perdadis, or it has a lot to do with ancient wisdom, I believe. Okay, because it's come down through the generations, especially in North India. That's where they really drink a lot of kanji, and in winter we make it in Delhi. That's right. And it's amazing how our grandparents had so much knowledge on the benefits of all these foods.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's and the younger generation, like all your children, are delving so much deeper into it and bringing out all these elements for us. So it's very, very interesting. Yeah. So I'm going to try a shepherd's pie with purple carrot for sure. Yeah, I have one more question for you, darling. Now, you are making your shepherd's pie today. Is it with lentils?
Yes, I'm making it with lentils. That's what I'm
flying around here.
I'm actually using lentils as I don't even really like saying meat replacement because I think it's got its own beauty and it gives it that, beautiful depth of flavor like I talked about, that savory. Usually brown and green lentils have that. I'm using green lentils today.
Okay. Okay. Now there's a lot of speak about these plant-based meats that are coming up. I'm from Hong Kong, and you must have heard about the pioneer of Green Mondays, David. David Young, and he has this brand called Omni, which he's just launched in the UK, and they have plant-based meats. They have a new range of plant-based fish coming through. What is your take on that? What's your view on that? Are you pro plant-based meats, or is some people are really pro them? They love them. They love the taste. They say, "Oh, I can become a vegan plant-based eater very easily because there's the texture, the taste, and everything is so similar to meat." Then there's another school of thought that says, "Oh my God, it's laced with so many preservatives and it's not natural." And yeah, etc., etc. So what's your take on that, darling?
I have a mixed take on it. Firstly, I think it's initially I went vegan for animal cruelty reasons.
Right.
And so I think for people who they want that flavor still, or I guess we're just used to it. It's how we're brought up. If we're brought up eating meat, it can be very difficult sometimes to give that up straight away. So I think
Right.
it's good for people who maybe want to transition onto a plant-based diet. At the same time, I don't tend to buy meat replacements and things like that because two reasons. Firstly, I like vegetables, I like pulses, I like plants. So I actually find that I don't necessarily, when I train my taste buds to not want those flavors all the time, I go for more hearty, simpler flavors, but it's still very flavorful. I think sometimes our taste buds are just used to that flavor of meat, And the second reason I don't necessarily buy them is because, as you said, they have a lot of artificial ingredients and preservatives and sweeteners and things like that. Although I would say once in a while it is okay.
Right. Yeah.
If I go out to a restaurant or something, I'll eat a vegan burger or I'll eat something like that. Absolutely. I think it's great. The option is there. I don't have it all the time though.
The options are there, and some of them can be quite delicious if they're made well, and like a plant-based vegan bolognese, for example, it can be really very, very yummy. But there is a lot of talk about the plant-based industry, and the growth of the plant-based industry is actually going to exceed 8 billion, they say, over the next 10 years, $8 billion US. That's what they estimate. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I read quite some time ago, so the figures could have changed. Now, do you work with recipes that are predominantly, Asian fusion inspired or Indian fusion inspired? And do you, like make up your own recipes and, just jot them down like I do? Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night with an idea, I'm a crazy person. So I wake up with an idea and I say, oh, that would work. And then I quickly jot it down with a piece of paper because I tend to forget things very easily. Do you feel that you like to get your creative juices flowing and experiment a lot like I do?
I do like to experiment. I experiment all the time. It's funny you said that. My mom sometimes wakes up in the middle of the night and starts preparing something for the next day. But yeah, I like to experiment with different things because I think there's so much versatility and variety in terms of plant-based foods. And for example, I saw this lentil shepherd's pie recipe on YouTube. I not this exact recipe, but using lentils as the shepherd's pie replacement. And I just sparked an idea in me, and I thought, my God, that would be so amazing because lentils are delicious on their own, and they would be really yummy in a dish like this. So, but yeah, fusion foods. I love fusion foods. I think I'm used to the Indian palate. I like my spicy foods. I like the the different spices and things like that. So those are flavors that I'm very familiar with. And I also think our bodies thrive. Sorry, can you hear me? This is a bit loud.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
I'd love to see those veggies sauteing. They're looking delicious.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, look at that. Look at those colors, Alicia.
Yeah, so
They're
you've got
beautiful.
as you can see, the onions have gone a beautiful translucent color. So I'm just going to actually add my lentils in now. So I added some salt to this. That's all the seasonings I've added so far. The next thing actually I'm going to do is add some cumin. I've got my masala done out for this, but some cumin is, again, it gives it that really lovely, earthy, savory, that umami flavor, I think. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Traditionally, shepherd's pie doesn't have cumin in it, but I put whole cumin seeds, and I think they taste wonderful in a dish like this.
Is there any chance you could bring the camera a little closer to the cooking so we could look at all that deliciousness you're creating today? You're making me very hungry today, Alicia. I'm going to have to come down to London and invite myself over for a meal.
Oh, please do. We'd love to have you.
I know your parents, your mom has been telling me, when are you coming? When are you coming? When are we meeting? Oh, that looks lovely, Alicia.
Thank you.
Yum.
So I'm just
And
going
you put the cumin in there already?
put the cumin. The next thing I'm going to do is add some oregano. Now, this is a beautiful herb. It's one of my favorite herbs. Oregano is it reduces and it eliminates mucus from the body naturally. As Ayurveda says, mucus really is the thing that causes the disease in your body from the deprivation of oxygen in your body. Things like oregano, parsley, these Mediterranean herbs and things, as well as coriander and stuff like that, they tend to eliminate the mucus from your body. So as long as you're intentionally using these herbs and thinking about that and intentionally eating, I can confirm that it really has helped my health as well. I haven't been sick in a long time because I've been so healthy. Even though once in a while I do, eat the starchy, things, but it just releases all the toxins from your body naturally. And I'm using some thyme as well. It's another beautiful herb. This is dried thyme. You can add fresh thyme if you want to.
So oregano, I believe is really very good for coughs and colds as well, right? They say oregano oil, especially the essential oil of oregano, is really good for coughs and colds. And I guess that would correlate with the reducing of mucus. And I love the balance of flavors that you're bringing in with the cumin. You bring the Indian inspiration. And oregano, I relate to oregano with Italian food always. So you're bringing in the oregano and you're going to top it up with crunchy rosemary. And you just brought in a bit of thyme, right?
Just brought in some thyme as well, which is a lovely herb. Again, has its own healing benefits. So all these different herbs, they have their own purpose for your body as well. Absolutely. And you've said oregano is very good for when you get coughs and colds and flus and things like that.
Yes.
If anyone's watching and if anyone has allergies, hay fever or something like that, purchase some oregano oil, some pure oregano oil, put a few drops in your water in the morning, drink that throughout the day. That's all you need. And I swear, I used to have allergies and I tried this and it really helped me. So oregano oil is very good.
It's a very heaty oil though, isn't it?
I believe so.
It's quite heaty. Okay, we're having the shepherd's pie and you're bringing in all these elements, with the oregano and the thyme and everything. And do you have any suggestions of cooling foods for the summer? Like, for example, I love to have mint water and cucumber water in the summer. Lots of it.
Oh, yes.
So what would you suggest, which herbs would you advocate that people could incorporate more into their daily diet during summer?
I love mint, like you just said. Mint is one of those things, it's very refreshing, cooling. That's the one I would go for, quite honestly. Parsley. Parsley is another one.
Okay.
Parsley is fantastic. It has one of the highest antioxidant levels in terms of herbs, if not oregano. I don't know which one is higher, but parsley is very good. Mint, I just love. Mint is just one of those things you can garnish anything with. You can put it into your summer drinks, like you just said. You can put it into your food. You can put it onto your desserts. There's a really, really beautiful thing that happens when you put like a sweet chocolatey dessert or fruits or something, and you garnish it with mint. That flavor combination is one of my favorite things.
Alicia, you're going to have to demo that. I think you did bring up a dessert on your Instagram feed, which I peeked into, which looked absolutely delicious. I wanted to dive into my phone and eat it up immediately. And so what you're going to do with this, I'm jumping the gun now. What you're doing with the mipa, which you created, which was the celery, carrot, and onion, and you've added the lentils, and now are you going to add a veggie stock to it, or a veggie broth, or how we?
This actually, I'm using mushroom stock because personally I think it has again that it'll give you, if you're somebody that misses meat and you've just gone vegetarian, use things like mushrooms, lentils, all the brown foods because they provide that depth of flavor. So mushroom stock is fantastic, and technically this is already a veggie stock because you have your onions, your carrots, your peppers, your celery. So as this simmers, it will become a vegetable stock because it will pull in all those flavors. But then you have the added flavor from the mushrooms as well, the dehydrated mushrooms.
So you made the stock yourself?
I actually soaked, yes, I soaked some dried mushrooms. This is another great way to, put mushrooms into your diet. And as the earlier session talked about preserving foods and things like that, you can dehydrate foods. So that's also I do instead. I definitely buy dehydrated mushrooms and I soak them in boiling water beforehand, and it just releases all of those beautiful, that beautiful mushroom flavor.
I love mushrooms, and I've been reading up recently on adaptogens, a lot about adaptogens like ashwagandha, and which is Indian ginseng, or all the different reishi mushrooms, etc. And they're great stress busters as well.
Okay.
That's what I've been reading up on. But that is looking so delicious, Alicia. I can't tell you. It's got all those beautiful colors, and you've used the green lentils. Are there any other lentils we could use in this dish besides the green? Maybe brown pie lentils?
Yeah, you can use brown lentils. I think honestly you can use any lentils. The reason I went with green ones is because they have that flavor that I wanted in this dish. But you can use brown lentils. You can use pretty much any lentils that you want. The only thing I would say maybe not to use would be something like moong dal or masoor or something like that, which it doesn't have that same flavor. I know I use the word savory umami a lot, but that's really the flavor palette that I'm thinking of. So your brown and green lentils will have all of that. So there's so many lentils. I don't even know how many lentils there are in this in this world, but there's an abundance of lentils out there. So you can choose whichever one is easily available to you in your supermarkets or near you.
When you speak of savory and umami, I can't help but think about the Facebook Lives we've been talking about, that we're going to be coming on Healing Our Earth. And, we're going to be sharing our recipes and having interactive discussions on immunity and gut health and everything that's just going to enhance health and wellness and well-being, and having food as medicine. I'm extremely excited about that, and it's going to be on Healing Our Earth's Facebook pages, and we're both deciding on Saturdays, aren't we? But we haven't locked in the time yet, have we?
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to it, honestly, because I love doing these sessions. I learn so much from other people as well. I learn so much from everyone else. So it would be really nice to do, the collabs together, and I'm just so excited.
I'm so excited about it, and we have Sharon here.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I was just going to say, Sharon, hello again. Nice. Seema, that was really good, interesting discussions from both of you. I know that you were going to do a presentation as well. So whilst Alicia, you were going to be putting, are you going to be putting this in the oven whilst you put whatever you're going to cook into your oven? Maybe we could then have our presentation from Seema as well.
Yes, so I've just mashed some potatoes. All you want to do is put some vegan butter, some salt, pepper, and some oat milk. And then you want to give that a good mix, mash it through, place it on top of this. Now I've done this in a cast iron pan, which can go straight into the oven. So as the potato goes on, you just put that straight into the oven for about 20 minutes, half an hour on the grill so that it browns beautifully on the top. And that's it. That's all you have to, that's what I'm going to be doing from now on. I have one prepared ahead of time to show you.
Yes, now that's wonderful. This is really good. Yeah, and by the way, you know, any of you guys and the audience members who are out there watching this particular program, you want to know more recipes, you want to get all the latest, really delicious, I would say, experimental recipes, fusion recipes, and of course, traditional recipes, do follow us on our Facebook page, because you will get some amazing, really great shares and wonderful posts, which you can perhaps, you know, gather up for your own little library, your wonderful little kitchen library. So do ensure that you follow us on our Facebook, tell your friends about it. I'm sure you must have lots and lots of other special friends, family members who may enjoy cooking. So if you let them know as well about perhaps following the Healing Our Earth Facebook page, Instagram, YouTube, you will find that they'll get a chance to access all these amazing recipes from all these wonderful chefs, as you can see, these talented chefs from around the world. And Seema, of course, you're from Hong Kong at the moment. Are you calling from Hong Kong right now? Are you in
I am living in Oxford.
Aha. So at the moment you're in Oxford, but you do travel a lot in Hong Kong and you're traveling back to Oxford. Is that right?
I lived in Hong Kong for, well, okay, so I'm from Nairobi, and marriage and love whisked me away to the shores of Mumbai, where I lived for 3 years, and we lived in Hong Kong for 20 years, and I'm here being mommy in Oxford, and yeah, I'm enjoying every minute of it.
And in the background, you also do yoga, you also do meditation, you do art of living, is that right?
I follow the art of living, indeed. Yes, I've been following since 2011. Yes.
Yes, you can tell with this peaceful face of yours, you know, that you must be doing and really enjoying and utilizing that wonderful knowledge, you know, to enhance your life as well, and to remove all that stress that we have to deal with in life, right?
Well, stress will always be there. It's how we manage it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's how we manage. And once we have the tools, the breath work and the meditation to manage the stress, then you can see life with another perspective.
Absolutely.
You have to keep reminding yourself.
I'm just going to go back here just a little bit to our dear Alicia. Who just joined. What did you add there, dear Alicia? You just put some milk or something in the mashed potato?
Yes, I put some oat milk. It's a plant-based milk. You can make your own at home if you like. I've bought a store-bought version because this doesn't have all those preservatives and things. It just has oats, water, and salt. So I've just put some oat milk. I put some vegan butter. You can find vegan butter at all good supermarkets nowadays. And just some salt and pepper. Just as simple as that. And then you put it on top of your shepherd's pie base, and then put it into bake for.
Are you going to show us how you do that? Are you going to show us how you're going to put this through?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we'd love to see. So you just put some salt and pepper. So seasoning is very limited there. Okay, please do continue whilst we go back to Seema. Seema, sorry, we're just making sure we don't miss out on this. Very soon we're going to be going off, of course, you know, speaking to a couple of our other hosts, our Healing Our Earth hosts, from Sharon to Saivani. They're going to come and join us very soon. And of course, Seema, would love you to be part of that if you wish to, because I'm going to be sharing how to make a smoothie. And we're all going to be discussing. They're going to get a chance to interrogate me.
Wonderful. I would love to.
Great. So tell me, so this presentation you're talking about, you have a lovely presentation that you're going to be sharing with us.
Just a very simple presentation on how people can gradually shift towards a more plant-based diet. A lot of us get very intimidated and go, oh, plant-based, no, I can't do it. Actually, it's not difficult. You can take baby steps towards shifting. So I have a small presentation. Could I share?
Absolutely. Let's find out. Alicia, did you have anything more that you would like to show us before you put it in the oven, the whole shepherd's pie in the oven? Because we thought whilst it's cooking in there, we can get our dear Seema to perhaps share her presentation. And by the time she finishes her presentation, voila, you'll be able to show us what our shepherd's pie may look like by that time, at least partly cooked. Are we okay with that, Alicia?
Yes.
So what are you doing right now, Alicia? Could you like to share so that our audience knows what you're doing? So
Yeah, I'm just putting the mashed potato over the base, and that's it really. And then you just pop it into the oven. Like I said, I have one prepared ahead of time, so you'll be ready to show you all when Seema is.
Okay, so you could have kept that as a surprise for us and not told anyone, right? But it's okay. Our audience, and we can keep a secret, right? There was a pre-made shepherd's pie, which our dear Alicia is going to show us at the end. But okay, let's move on to Seema. Seema, would you like to perhaps do our special presentation so that you could share with people about why plant-based foods are so important? And why it means so much to you, actually, why you're so interested in this area.
Okay, I'm going to start sharing. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it. We can see the presentation. That's
so
it.
This is Plant Powered by Alicia and Seema. Okay, I need to just move this out of the way. So plant-based or plant-forward eating is actually geared to focus primarily on foods from plants. So a lot of people come to me and say, why plant-based? What is plant-based? Are you plant-based? I'm not fully plant-based, but I lean more towards plant-based, okay? So it's incorporating more fruits, veggies, nuts, oils, legumes, and beans into your daily diet. So it's a diet that recommends no animal-sourced foods and a minimum of artificial ingredients. So initially, we feel a bit intimidated. A lot of us feel intimidated shifting towards a plant-powered diet or plant-powered eating. And it is recommended that you take baby steps. This is how we started. I started. And my next question to Alicia coming later will be how she's influenced her parents, because that's quite interesting. So here are some simple ways one can start with their plant-powered eating. The first is load up on veggies, eat your rainbow. Just load up on as many vegetables as you can.
For you to perhaps enlarge the screen, the presentation screen, so perhaps we can see it because it's a little tiny at the moment. Right at the bottom on the right-hand corner at the bottom on the right-hand side, you'll see a larger, you'll see 2 or 3 icons at the bottom.
Is that better? No.
Yeah, you have to make it bigger. There should be another one there that would help you to enlarge.
I can't see that. Hang on.
Okay, no problems. It's fine. Please do carry on. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just going to minimize that, and I'm going to try.
You can also maximize on the top right. So if you can go right at the top of your screen, where the right, that's it. If you can, is that the largest you can make?
Something else has popped up now. Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm not so good at this. That's the largest I can make it right now.
Okay.
Can you see it?
We can see it. It's fine. No problems. Okay. It's okay. But if you can make it bigger, that would be better. Thank you.
So it's basically loading up on veggies, changing the way you think about vegetarian or vegetarian eating, okay? Shifting your mindset. You know, a lot of us have this block. Oh no, will it taste nice? Will it be filling? Am I getting enough protein content at my food? Etc., etc. So you shift your mindset, but do it gradually. I mean, if you don't take those baby steps, you're going to lug back, okay? Prioritize healthy fats, avocados, flax seeds, food, avocado oil, all your nuts and seeds, all those healthy fats, prioritize them. Load up on the omega-rich foods like flax seeds, hemp seeds. They're so good for you. Okay, I'm a superfood buff. I really do believe in the ancient Mayan way of eating. I do prioritize quinoa, I prioritize flax, I prioritize maca, I prioritize a lot of acai. So also loading up on healthy fats like avocado, walnuts, pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, very good for you. Okay, all the superfoods that you find, hemp seeds, great for your health. High in omegas, great for gut health. And start by cooking a vegetarian or vegan meal once or twice a week. So, if you're predominantly non-vegetarian and you do want to shift towards a vegan, vegetarian, plant-based diet, what you need to do is start by cooking once a week, Don't push yourself into every day, just go slowly. Get more whole grains into your system, especially at breakfast. What do they say? Breakfast of a king, lunch of a poor man and dinner of a beggar. So load up with your whole grains at breakfast. Have your oatmeals, have your fiber-rich breakfast, and go green. Go green. This is something I say, go for green smoothies, go for green salads, go for slightly sauteed green vegetables. I lived in Asia, so, with every meal, Asian meal, you'll have a pak choy or you'll have a choy sum that's slightly sauteed with garlic or soy sauce or tamari. Load up on those greens. Have your, vegan buttered laced spinach, garlic spinach, or your sauteed spinach, your collard greens. Load up on those greens. Kale. Kale is very good for you. Load up on kale. And build your meal around a colorful rainbow salad. Build it around a colorful rainbow salad, a veggie stir fry or sauteed vegetables, as I said, and favor fruits for dessert. If you have a sweet tooth, go for a bowl of cherries, go for a bowl of summer berries, go for in-season produce. Now, I emphasize on in-season produce because I lean very strongly towards Ayurveda. And Ayurveda says that you must observe Ritucharya. That means being aligned with the rhythms of nature. I say this time and time again. So if it's spring produce it is. We spoke earlier about dandelion greens. They're in abundance in spring, and these are cholagogues, okay? They're liver cleansing foods. So the time of the year to really indulge in dandelion greens is actually spring, dandelion root tea, as they said earlier. And just favor in-season produce. So what I have here is a small table of a whole food plant-based diet. I won't go through the whole thing. So prioritize high-fat whole foods. Load up on your leafy greens. Have fruits of all types, legumes, whole grains, and vegetables. This is very, very important. This table will give you the amount of servings you can have. And what I will do is I'll screenshot this and I'll put it up on the Healing Our Earth Facebook site. How's that? Just as a guidance for everybody on what they can follow if they want to lean towards a whole food plant-based diet.
Oh, that would be very useful, Seema. That's really nice. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not rocket science. Okay, research has shown time and time again that a whole food plant-based diet can be ideal for us to live our healthiest lives. Okay, eating more of a plant-based diet is said to improve your gut health in such a way that you're actually able to effectively absorb the nutrients from the very foods you consume. Okay. This in turn can support your immune system. Now look, your immune system can be viewed as these tiny warriors that are inside your body. They're these little warriors that are fighting battles with the outside viruses and bacteria from the outside world. So what you want to do is you want to keep that immune system very strong. You want to fire up your immune system. Ways you can do that is first by prioritizing in-season produce. Okay, Ritucharya. Okay. Have anti-inflammatory foods, have a more plant-based diet, a more wholesome diet, which will reduce inflammation as well, okay? So a fiber-rich plant-based diet is important as it can help in lowering your cholesterol, it can help stabilizing your blood sugars, it can work wonderfully well for bowel management, and it's also great to enhance your immune system. So basically, this is just a short presentation, what I had to share for all of you. With all of you. And yeah, there we are.
Thank you very much. That was great. If you could stop sharing the screen, that would be great. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Really amazing amount of knowledge there. And it's wonderful that you're going to be sharing that information across. And again, once more, that those of you who are out there just joined us, perhaps, if you wanted to follow us on Facebook, you'll be able to get some of these information there as well. And Seema will be kindly posting this information out there. And now I'm going to thank you, dear Seema. We're going to move back to Alicia to see how we're doing with our shepherd's pie. So, dear Alicia, I think you're on mute, my dear. So, hi, how are we doing with our shepherd's pie? What have you what kind of shepherd's pie have you come out with? Oh my God, that looks so yummy. That looks absolutely delicious. Oh my gosh. So how long did you have to cook that for, Alicia? How long would somebody put this in the oven for?
This would probably be for half an hour to 40 minutes, depending on you get those browned edges, and then you have those lovely over, as you can see. and it'll just get crispy and brown, and that's when you know it's done. So about half an hour, I would say.
Half an hour. And what is this, the heating, how high would the temperature be when you put this in?
Yes, so this would be, I put this on 180 degrees Celsius, and I put it on a mix between the fan and grill so that it would still cook the inside. Cooking beforehand, the more and more you cook it, the more creamy and indulgent and rich the flavors become. And then the grill, obviously, for the top to get that lovely brown.
Yes.
And top it with that rosemary, that crispy rosemary that we did earlier.
Yes, I love that crispy rosemary. I think it looks so delicious. It makes the whole thing look so yummy. And I like the colors, you know, the way the colors tend to stand out, because you've got this lovely kind of creamy yellow kind of and browny colors. And then you've got this beautiful green that, you know, shows up on the top. It makes it look very delicious, actually. Oh, yummy, Alicia. Well done, you. After we've all run out there and make some shepherd's pie from home, right? And this lovely vegetarian shepherd's pie. Thank you. Actually, in Indian, we make something called handwa. You know, I don't know if you know this. It's called handwa. Proper typical Gujarati name for it. And that's where they put all this stuff into it and put it into bake it as in the oven as well, which is also delicious. So, Alicia, thank you so much for sharing this really amazing recipe with us. And dear Seema, thank you also for sharing your wonderful knowledge, your pearls of wisdom, and sharing that lovely presentation. Let's finish off with a little something with our dear Sharon, because Sharon's here all the way from USA, and we cannot let her go that easily. She's a scholar, and she's been studying so many cultures around the world that it would be a shame to let go of her interrogation question here. So come on, dear Sharon, what kind of question would you like to ask our dear Seema or Alicia, relating to food, of course?
Well, I'm very interested in herbs. In fact, I'm growing some ashwagandha here.
Wow.
And yes, so, well, I live way up. It's 14,000 feet. It's kind of dry here. And so this is my first year of growing ashwagandha. I grow echinacea and tulsi and other things like that. But what do you think in terms of the best herbs for people around the world from India?
Can I share?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ashwagandha.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Ashwagandha. It is a total relaxant. So we have something called a moon milk in Ayurveda. Now, Ayurveda does, prioritize a lot of dairy in some contexts, and that's because they speak about A2 milk, which is very easily available in India. But you can actually do a moon milk with the turmeric and the ashwagandha and the cardamom and the saffron, and you can add your nuts, your pistachios. It's something we grew up drinking in Africa as children to put us to sleep at night without the ashwagandha. But you just add in about a quarter teaspoon or a half teaspoon of ashwagandha into that milk, and I promise you a good night's sleep. The other one I do emphasize on, and it's especially more for men and women after the age of 50, because that's when we tend to have memory loss and dementia tends to set in, is Brahmi. Brahmi is very important, and Brahmi even gives you a great sense of calm. It gives you a good night's sleep. So these are the two, Ayurvedic elements that I really patronize, and and Tulsi has been a sacred, celebrated plant since time immemorial, so much so that we worship her as a goddess. So Tulsi is magical. So these three, I'd say, you have to incorporate into your not into your daily diet, but do bring it into your eating pattern.
So you mentioned tulsi, you mentioned tulsi, you mentioned ashwagandha, and which was the third one?
Brahmi.
Brahmi. Okay,
and
great.
There is one more. It's amla.
Amla, yes. We find that when you go to any of these Indian shops and you buy these Ayurvedic mixtures, which you can have every single day, like you can put, it's like a medicine, but supplementary medicine, let's call it. But they make it out of ashwagandha. You make it exactly what you're saying, amla, There are many other really, really amazing things like ashwagandha that, of course,
Is
Sharon
it
mentioned.
Javanprash you're speaking about?
There are many, you know,
Is it
they
the
mix,
jam?
they mix aloe vera. There's normally like it's like a liquid. It's turned into liquid. It's fresh and it's made. You keep it for a month or so after you open it, and all you do is have a little syrup about this much, you know, like a little glass, like a shot, every single
Right.
day. And it gives
Yeah.
you whether you can have different types of combinations. You can have ashwagandha and tulsi, for example, or you can have aloe vera and wheatgrass, for example. So they're all
Wheatgrass,
they're all,
very
all
alkaline.
yeah, all different types of combinations to help different health benefits, to help with different health benefits. So, which
True.
is really great. Yes. Well, I just wanted to say both to Alicia and Seema, thank you. And what a wonderful question, Sharon. Now, Sharon, please do stay around because we're going to be going on to our next little session at the moment, which is, of course, a smoothie session. And guess what? If you love smoothies and you love, let's say, fruit smoothies, then please do stay tuned in because I will be sharing the best ever smoothie that you will ever taste very shortly. So don't miss out. Now let's finish off with Alicia right now. Alicia, is this your, are you going to eat a little, how do you eat it? Just cut and by itself? Is that right? Is that how we would have?
Itself, you can have this with some salad on the side. You can have this with your boiled vegetables if you want. But there's so many vegetables in this. You don't even. This is like a one-pot dish. You can prepare ahead of time, and then that's your whole, whole food dinner. It's got lots of whole food nutrients. So this is what the final one looks like. And look at those burnt bits and the brown edges, and that just provides a whole depth of flavor that you get with vegetarian cooking.
That's amazing. No, I just want to say, Alicia, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And dear Seema, again, thank you for joining us here today. I just wanted to say we'd love to see you back again to share your wonderful knowledge and, of course, the amazing health benefits that you could, of course, share with other people relating to plant-based foods and plant-based herbs, etc. So I think this has been really, really super educative and also not just educational, but I would say also informative and life transforming, because if people do take this information on board and implement these ideas and these suggestions, I think that you will find that there'll be a really huge difference that takes place in your health in the next 3 months. It takes little time. Sometimes you have to do it ongoing for a few months, but you'll see a huge change that takes place in the way you feel and the way your health increases and well-being increases, etc. Is that right, Seema?
It's true. Start with baby steps, one step at a time. And as you move forward, as you progress, go from 1 day to 2 days, 2 days to 3 days. And before you know it, you'll have 7 days of the week and 30 days or 31 days in the month, and you're all set to go into 365 days. And of course, there will be moments when you will have to eat out and, you might have to accommodate yourself, and don't be harsh on yourself, Just
yes, no, absolutely.
go with the flow.
We've had so many messages coming from Meeta Joshi, who's joining, of course, who's watching, and she's been sending lovely messages about this. She's absolutely loving your program, and she's lovely. So thank you, Meeta, as well, wherever you are with this big smile somewhere, probably hanging around in a garden, probably, enjoying the lovely sun out there. But thank you for really, sharing lovely messages here, and thank you for enjoying Alicia and Seema's wonderful program there. So, ladies, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Have a lovely evening. Seema, if you would like to stay behind, please do stay behind, because we are having Saivani joining us very soon, or maybe we can have a little bit of a discussion on maybe health benefits, our food, maybe share some tips, advice after my loser. So thank you. So global namaste to both of you for joining us here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Sharon, while you're here, what kind of smoothies do you enjoy? What kind of smoothies do you
My
like?
husband just gave me our daily smoothie. All green.
Oh wow, that's really super. That's like super, like a superfood.
It's super alkalinizing. Let's see, it has lots of greens. It has fermented cod liver oil. It has chia seeds, maca powder, and all kinds of other things. So we have it about 5 days a week. We take 2 days off.
Right, this is the secret now. I was always wondering that. Why does Sharon look so amazing? You know, she just looks so rosy and all healthy and vibrant with this amazing energy that just kind of oozes out of her. Now we know what the secret is that green smoothie of yours, right? Let's find out from Saivani. Let's see if Saivani is still there. If Saivani is here, please join us, because I'd like to know what kind of, smoothies they make in the world of Mauritius, in that part of the world. So if Saivani is there, she'll probably join us very shortly. So Sharon, you do all the green smoothies. Have you ever had a chance to make a berry smoothie?
Oh, of course. And now actually we planted a berry garden here. We have like 30 all different berries. So I'm looking forward, and we have to put the netting on soon so the birds don't eat them. But I'm looking forward to making berry smoothies.
Right.
Not too long from now, because they're starting to come out.
That's a really great idea, because my mom's always complaining, oh my God, we've got this little berry bush there, right? And all the birds comes and eats it. We get loads of birds, but there's no berries. So we're, the aim was to get those berries, right? Like berries in your garden. But that's a great idea. You just put the net over it. I didn't think of that one. Thank you for sharing that. And Saivani, while you're here from all the way from Mauritius, after making that lovely, delicious food of yours, the upside magic, yummy recipe, what smoothies do you like? What are the ones that you tend to make at home?
My father used to make very healthy smoothies mixed with carrots, lemon, with a tinge of ginger as well, and lots of fruit. So we have orange, we'll have apple, maybe he'll add also some beetroot sometimes, which we don't like so much, but in the smoothie it goes in, like very fruity smoothies.
Yeah, the fruity smoothies. I like the fruity smoothies. Yeah, rather, because there's vegetable smoothies and there's fruity smoothies, as you say. So let's find out from Seema what she thinks, right? Seema, what is your favorite little smoothie? Come and join us. Join our little gang, our lovely health and well-being gang. So if you can perhaps share, that'd be great, Seema. So what? You're in your mute, my dear. You're in your mute. Yes.
If
Seema,
if you head to my Instagram page, you see that I'm smoothie crazy. Okay, I'm a smoothie crazy person. So I lean towards super smoothies. So of course, like Saivani said, her dad did these incredible smoothies with carrots and oranges and apples, etc., which I absolutely love. But I'm berry mad. Okay, I'm literally berry mad. Yeah. So I have to have. I love my berries, and so I love to have the berry smoothies, and of course you can use a lot of banana. Banana gives it a lot of gives it a lot of depth, and it fills
substance.
You.
It gives it
Avocados,
yeah,
healthy fats, avocados. So I do a lot of green goddess smoothies. So I go all green. So it's green apple, it's avocado, it's spinach, and there are ways of cheating. Now, if your children like smoothies, okay, and my children don't like smoothies. Everything I like that's healthy, they don't like. I have a tough one here. This is karmic, okay? This is some kind of karmic thing going on where we have to learn to balance. So I add in a lot of flax seeds. I bring in a lot of pumpkin seeds, a lot of sunflower seeds, almonds, cashew nuts. Now, another great base for your smoothies is soaked cashew nuts.
Wow.
Sprout your cashew nuts. Sprout your nuts, because when nuts and seeds and legumes and beans are growing, they have a lot of phytic acids, right? So it prevents, the phytic acid actually prevents us from absorbing the nutrient. They don't want the seeds and nuts to sprout during the growing process. So nature has its own intelligence, and it laces these nuts and seeds and legumes, etc., with phytic acids, right? Now, when we want to consume those nuts and seeds, the phytic acids will not allow us to absorb all the nutrients into our system effectively. So when we soak them, we bring them into that living form. They become living foods. They sprout, and you can absorb the nutrients a lot more effectively. So soak your cashew nuts overnight. Pre-plan your smoothie. Okay, this is what I'm going to have tomorrow. I'm going to use cashew nuts. You don't have to use cashew nut milk. You don't have to go for it. Just soak cashew nuts with a little bit of orange juice or water, add in your avocado, add in your spinach, add in your apple. You can throw in a banana if you wanted to make it really dense and filling. You can have it as a smoothie bowl, top it up with nuts, berries, seeds, chia. Like I said,
Chia seeds are very
I'm
good.
huge on
Yes,
the Mayan
they're-
foods, chia seeds, and hemp seeds, etc. And I'm telling you that one bowl will push you through till lunchtime, especially if it's got avocado in it, because it's healthy fats and it's got cashew nuts.
And the interesting thing about this, the interesting you just talked about was cashews. You make sure it's like when you buy mung seeds and mung legumes and things, then you soak them overnight. And they've said also that if you soak almonds overnight, you'll get more nutritional value out of soaked almonds than eating them in the morning or putting them. Yes,
it's because of the
So
phytic
what do you
acid.
say about that, Saivani? Yeah, that's exactly. So, Ivani, you tend to do a lot of these types of things, don't you? You tend to use a lot of natural things in your foods as well, like this. Do you make these kinds of smoothies there with the seeds as well, or just mainly the fruity ones?
No, actually, I'm learning. Actually, I don't do the smoothies. My father does. He does it for us because he's very fond of very natural, fresh, and fruity vegetables, which has lots of vitamins. But yeah, he's there, and he's paying attention. Maybe in the next session of the smoothie, session, you might.
We have to have another smoothie from each, from Sharon, from you, from Anilji, from Seema. We need to have one smoothie. And while we're talking, before I show you a smoothie right now, and then perhaps, I'd love to get some questions from you guys. Maybe we can discuss this particular smoothie. We've just at this moment in time talking about these different smoothies. This is something we're sharing with our Healing Our Earth members and audience members out there throughout the world, that smoothies are one of the best ways to put lots and lots of minerals and vitamins in your body quickly, effectively, and using lots and lots of different ingredients all in one. So it's easy to drink, and it's also very easy on your stomach because it's not something to chew, it's nothing to do, just very light for your stomach. So it will be very, very useful for that. Also, it boosts your immune system. It also helps to regenerate your cells. It helps to, of course, different fruits will have different types of vitamins and different types of minerals. So when you mix and match, you will find that you get a whole range of nutrients all in your body in one go. So that would be another very good benefit for you. We also forget that it also has very high fibers. It's very high in fiber. So when you have these kinds of smoothies, you'll find that it'll be great to clear your system as well, to detoxify your body, so that you can get rid of all those junk things that you have. So I'm going to ask, before I speak and before I share my little smoothie, Meeta, would you like smoothies? I know that you joined us. Right there. I knew you were somewhere in the garden. How did I know that you're somewhere in the garden? Meeta, you've been listening to all these gorgeous Sharon and Saivani and Seema with a beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Just a few minutes before, I was talking my daughter with my daughter, and she's just gone to M&S to get some smoothies.
Wow, that's synchronicity. I can't even say the word.
Fresh, bit fresh, because she has a very important interview tomorrow, and she wanted something to have like a fresh, a source of energy. I said, go and get some smoothies and some berries. So I told her. One thing I would like to understand is, in Ayurveda, it says that some of the things are difficult to digest and some are easy, like the nuts are a source of prana, but they are concise, condensed, and they are difficult than fresh fruits. So when we mix nuts with the fresh fruits in smoothie.
Okay, can I add something? It's not, you're actually eating plant-based foods, right?
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, the nuts have phytic acids, which are ACE inhibitors. So ACE inhibitors don't allow you to absorb the nutrients of the produce that you're eating. So you have to soak your nuts. When you soak your nuts, you're enhancing the pranic level because you're bringing them into that living food state. They're going to sprout. So it's like having sprouted mung beans. So you're having plant-based food with plant-based foods. You're having nuts with fruits, which is fine. You're not adding dairy into it, which might interfere. Yeah, you're not adding yogurt into it, which could interfere. This is my viewpoint, okay? This is what I'd like to share with you. Add in coconut milk if you like. You know, we're big on coconut milk in Africa. We call it tui, and my mom used to take it out herself. I mean, Sevani, you might be doing this in Mauritius. I don't know. They have the sisal thing, and they take out the fresh coconut milk. That's how I grew up. I grew up in a very sacred kitchen, you know, with my mother. Well, actually, my grandmother did everything from start to finish. She was very, very, very traditional. Or you can do oat milk, or you can go with almond milk, you know, or go with orange juice. I mean, there is so much you can do. And don't be afraid to play around with your smoothies. I've just taken out this whole, like I said, I'm a bit cuckoo, I'm crazy, of Vedic smoothies. Okay, so these are Ayurvedic inspired smoothies. So I add ashwagandha, Sharon, into my smoothies.
Ashwagandha is my favorite too.
I put turmeric, ginger, because these are turmeric and ginger are great to clear the ama, the excess toxins that are built up and stored in your body. Undigested food gets stored in your body as ama toxins. Okay, and it's very important that we learn to eliminate this ama from our body, because this is what leads to disease and distress later on in life. So ginger, you know, is great. Turmeric, you know, you asked me about the herbs and spices. Turmeric is my go-to spice. She's the queen of spices, the Maharani. Her husband, the Maharaja, is black pepper. It's a marriage made in heaven, inseparable for the bioavailability of the
What a
turmeric.
beautiful way to explain that. That's a beautiful way. So we have to remember that the black pepper and of course the turmeric, but which has a curcumin in it, right? Which is really important.
Curcumin. That's because your body can't absorb curcumin effectively. So when you add black pepper to turmeric, she's really happy. So because her husband's there, right? So the bioavailability of the spice goes up by almost 2,000%. And that's a large amount, you know, so you really want to bring that black pepper into your turmeric smoothie, your turmeric milk. You know, traditionally we'd have a turmeric milk, but our grandmothers never added black pepper to it.
Yes,
What is the
absolutely. That's
proportion?
true.
We
So
put
Sharon, yes,
turmeric
you
in.
wanted, Sharon, please go ahead.
We put turmeric in, but what is the proportion of the turmeric and the black pepper?
Okay, now everybody has an. I add into about a teaspoon of turmeric if I'm using organic turmeric powder. I prefer to use fresh, and I'm spoiled for choice in Oxford because I have a shop, a wonderful greengrocer just down the road here in Summertown that does this beautiful fresh turmeric. So I just pound it up into a fresh teaspoon, or I use about a 1-inch root, and I put about a quarter teaspoon to half a teaspoon of black pepper. I'm Indian origin, so I like my spice. So the more peppery it is, I like to pepper up everything with spices.
So you like the spicy bits. Well, look, thank you for sharing this so far, guys. I know we're having a really good discussion right now. Now, I'm going to be showing you a little smoothie right now. So hopefully, you know, you'll enjoy this little smoothie. And then after then, just ask any questions, or maybe we can continue with our discussion. But this is for people out there, if they wanted to make a really nice, quick smoothie, which is really delicious, really, really nutritious, and amazingly energizing for you. Refreshing as well, because if you wanted to make it during summertime, this would be a great smoothie during summer. I'm just going to show you a little mixture of this at the moment. So first of all, do we all like strawberries? Of course.
Oh yes.
Yes. So I'm going to show you some strawberries here. Do they not look delicious? I said, look,
amazing.
I mean, just think about how gorgeous anything live. If you buy anything like fruits and vegetables, look at the colors, look at them, look at the texture. It tastes yummy. Yummy. I hope that makes you feel a little bit hungry. But think about how delicious, first of all, live foods are. So this is the first thing we put in. Whole bowl of strawberries. And then strawberries, of course, have a lot of vitamin C. It's got manganese in it as well, which is very good for your bones and skin as well. It makes your skin better as well. Lots of antioxidants, as we say. It also has a lot of vitamin B9, which is good for us, for women especially. So that's really nice. And then we move on. Our blueberries. So we have this beautiful, yummy, delicious blueberries that people would really like. Again, really yummy. I tend to not like blueberries by themselves, but I love blueberries in the juice, you know. So what I do is I just put it in the smoothie. So this again is a really good because blueberries have a lot of fiber, as we spoke about earlier. It also has, of course, potassium, which is very good for you. You think it's mostly in potatoes, but you get potassium in these blueberries, and vitamin C and B6 as well. These are some of the main ingredients, but it's got lots of other lovely nutrition in there. And then you add, of course, this beautiful, now who can tell me what that is, hey?
Blackberries. Blackberries?
Yes, blackberries. Here we go. This is it. Delicious, yummy blackberries, you know, and they're so gorgeous. I mean, really delicious. A bit expensive, I know, but really well worth it for people, you know, who are going out and who enjoy their smoothies, etc. So I would say the blackberries, of course, are very, very, I would say, packed with fiber. Definitely fiber is a lot in there. We also talk about manganese in here, and this actually boosts your brain power. So if you have a lot of these are really good for your brain. I would definitely suggest to people put this into your smoothies. They're really good. As well as, of course, it also helps you to get a lot of antioxidants, this particular one. And the final berry that we normally go for is, of course, come on, Sharon, you can tell me what that one is. Because you probably have loads of berries, right, in your garden. It's raspberries, Seema, you little goody. There's a little class going on here. Yeah, so we've got this little raspberry. These are raspberries, of course, right? Raspberries are really delicious. I know that you can't hardly see them, but they are yummy. So I can, as you can tell, I feel like having one of those right now. But here's our raspberries. Raspberries, nice little bowl of raspberries as well. So you put strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries as a bowl of things. So you put them all in there. This one has a lot of omega. You won't believe this is omega. You know, it helps you with your heart. So anybody who has a lot of heart issues, etc., they should put a lot of raspberries and eat them because they're good for you as well. Help you. And not just that, last bit is potassium. It's also got potassium in that one as well. So we've got all of this that I spoke to you about. And then what we do is we mix it with some juice. My favorite one is, I put it in a little bowl here, about this much. It's a pineapple and coconut. Because berries can get a little sour. It can get a little, you know, because if you're feeding little kids or whatever with these, they may think, this is a bit sour here. So you can put a little bit sweet in there. And I always say pineapple and coconut is just absolutely amazing, delicious. And the way I normally show this, it's just easy little pineapple. I just buy a simple one, which is pineapple and coconut, to give it the juice it needs to make it a little bit more liquidy, so it's not so thick. Now, if you prefer, of course, you can go for things like apple juice, if you prefer an apple juice. If you prefer something like orange juice, it doesn't really matter. Any juice that you prefer. But I love the pineapple and coconut, because if you have the pineapple and coconut, it tastes yummy. Then all you have to do is you put it all together in a wonderful little blender. Blend it. So this is what it'll end up looking like. It's absolutely delicious. If you haven't got time to do this fresh, you can also put them all in a freezer. Just buy lots, put them all into the freezer, mix them together, put them in little bags, put them in the freezer. So when you wash them, of course, beforehand, because I don't like all these pesticides and stuff on the actual fruits. But after then, you just have to take them out from the freezer, just put them under the hot water and put them straight into here. And you'll find that they're so yummy, very cold, lovely cold freezing fruit you can have. And at the end, you can end up with a lovely smoothie like this, which is absolutely, can I just make a bit jealous, guys? That is so delicious. Would you like to join me in the cake, guys? There's somebody from USA, some from Hong Kong, one from Mauritius, blah, blah, blah. Come and join me for a smoothie. So this is so simple. That's all you need, is just put these things together to make a really delicious, yummy smoothie. Put a couple of ice cubes in there so that it's nice and cold as well, because it tastes really nice. And when I tend to, of course, when I give it to my mom, dad, or anybody in the family, when I make it for them, I just put a nice little straw and sometimes I put a little umbrella in it, and I just make it look really delicious. So I just make it really nice. And I have this almost 3 to 4 times a week. So I have it quite regularly because I enjoy the berry juices. But coming back from, did you all enjoy that, by the way?
That was wonderful.
Yes, so come on, give us your questions. Come on, tell me what you think while I have my...
I'm going to name
make you a
it.
bit more jealous.
I'm going to name your smoothie Honey's Berry Mat Smoothie.
I'm not going to argue against that one. I quite like that.
It's brimming with berries, which is just it's actually very potently antioxidant rich. You know,
absolutely, yes, yes.
And I love the pineapple and coconut. Oh my God, it's like a pina colada smoothie.
It's exactly
pina colada
that.
in a smoothie.
It's exactly that.
Isn't that great?
It's actually really like a pina colada. It's really, really, if you try it out, and like I said, you have about this much with that amount of bowls. You know, it's 4 bowls of fruits. This is about how much you need. And then I make about 3 large glasses. So it's normally for mom, dad, myself, or something like that. It's normally quite large glasses, and we just have those, and you will find that your appetite gets suppressed as well. You don't feel like having junk food in between, so that's another very good thing. What do you think, Sharon? Because you have a lot of greens, don't you? I mean, this is more of a fruity one. I'm not too into the vegetable ones, but
it's very delicious, and I'm looking forward to well, we have different kinds here. We have currants and loganberries and elderberries and raspberries, and let's see what else. We have a lot of different kinds. So I was getting inspired, and I looked up, how a chutney. How do you make a chutney with golden currants?
Okay, right.
So I've been very inspired by today.
Yeah, well, that's really amazing because it has a lot of iron, isn't it? Currants have a lot of iron in it for people like raisins and things. But I'm not a raisin fan. I'm not a currant fan either. So you'll find every time I have a scone, I take out all the raisins. But I know. So Savani, tell me. So would you like to maybe make a smoothie for your dad instead? Okay. So when your dad is making one for you, maybe surprise him, right, with a little smoothie there.
Yes.
So tell me, if we had to now share with our audiences out there some really great tips for each one of you. Let's say we gave 3 top tips relating to health. Let's talk about maybe smoothies or something which is quick to make, because we're talking about smoothies at the moment. Any top 3 tips that you could give to the audience members so that if they wish to try out some smoothies at home, they get some easy steps to follow, something that they can follow very easily. So starting from Sharon, what would you suggest? What are your 3 tips there? Top 3 tips. You're on mute, my dear. Yes.
Get fresh vegetables or fruit. If you can grow it, even better. Because when you're growing it, there's so many things you can do. The plants respond to us. And I've noticed I do a watering for about an hour and a half. We're hand watering our plants. And I'm doing mantras.
So your first one is have fresh, completely fresh. Second one is say mantras.
Yes, okay. Even with your food. Even we did a film on healing sounds, and there's a lot of evidence about how speaking with your food, speaking with the water, saying prayers enhances the vibration of the water. So I would say that. And
that's brilliant. That's really
eat slowly, drink slowly, taste it, feel it, let it really bring you joy in your body.
Absolutely. So enjoy the taste, enjoy the experience of food. Don't just gulp it down, just like a glutton, as they say. Enjoy, chew, enjoy your food. Yeah, absolutely. That's really great tips. Thank you, Sharon. That's really amazing tips. So just to summarize for our audience members out there, we talked about making sure that they're all fresh, making sure, so you're not buying frozen raspberries, for example. You're actually buying fresh raspberries. And maybe then if you want to freeze it, then it's all fresh yourself that you bought. So something like that, or go and pick them in the, from the garden or the farm or so, or buy them very fresh. Second thing you talked about, say the mantras. Make sure that you're giving it nice vibrations. So when you're having your smoothie, you're making sure that whether it's water, whether it's your fruits, vegetables, you do some mantras while you're making your smoothies or cooking or whatever you're doing at that time. And the third thing you talked about is to make sure that eat slow, or don't gulp it down so fast. Drink it slowly and enjoy the taste, enjoy the experience. So you're connecting to the food. You're saying thank you for the food. You're just, yeah, appreciating what you're having. Very beautiful words, very nice, wise words of wisdom. Thank you so much for that, Sharon. Very nice share. Okay, then Sevani, what would you say? What are your top 3 tips?
Well, I would join Sharon, who has really, yes, mantras are very powerful, and be mindful in whatever we are tasting, whatever we are feeling, whatever we are eating, to be mindful. And I have observed whenever my father would prepare a smoothie, that will start on the eve. So he will start, washing all the fresh fruits, and he will peel off all those who have thick skin. So he will peel off everything, so that in the morning, if we are in a rush, that will help us gain some time. And by the time this gets ready, so I have seen that, and I have also helped in helping the preparation of the smoothie, and that I will add it on, because this will be a long list, things to do and to remember to prepare that, as well as whenever we feel that we won't have any time to prepare a quick breakfast. So a smoothie helps us, as you've mentioned correctly, Haniji, that it keeps us for quite some time without snacking in between. And my sister Saiksha was also telling me, and you also mentioned, that it dissolves in our body very fast, rather than when we eat any fruit or any vegetable. So it's very good for the digestion, for detoxification, cleansing of the body. Smoothies are a really healthy way of consuming all the, maybe we don't like also, because honestly beetroot and all that's not my type, but when it goes into the smoothie, you don't get that taste. It's a blend of everything. So then if you can tell kids, this is very healthy. And I would like to add here, whenever we had the summer holidays camp with the kids, when there was no lockdown, so we taught the children, we had a cooking session where we told them, this is how we do smoothies with pineapples, carrots, apples and whatnot. All the fruits and vegetables were there. And when they went home, their parents called us and, what did you do today? My child is saying, go and buy a blender, a mixer, they will drink smoothie in the morning.
Now that was really good. I give you 5 stars for that. That is really good, because that's an amazing way to help to encourage children to have really healthy foods, to make it fun, to make it interesting. That's a really fantastic thing. And I know the 3 things that, although we got quite a few lovely bits of information from you, the 3 things I thought that you mentioned was, of course, of the mantras. Again, you said conscious cooking. You talked about making sure that you can pre-prepare beforehand. So if you're rushing around or so, and if we've got busy people out there, who feel that they don't have time for making smoothies, maybe prepare in advance, so that when you do rushing out or something, quickly put it together so you can have the smoothie in a nice way, of course, not like but meaning that you can quickly make it. It doesn't spend so much time making your smoothie. So that was good. And the third thing you just said, of course, the fact that it's also very, very good as an appetite suppressor. So if there's people who find that they're eating little and snacking all throughout the day, this would be a great way for them to have a smoothie, and they won't feel like having food very quickly, because the stomach feels full for a longer time. So it's a very good advantageous thing. Thank you for that. That's really amazing, Saivani. Really nice. What a young lady you are, with so much knowledge to share. Let's move on to Seema. Let's see what Seema has to say. Let's take out her encyclopedia now. This one comes like this, a Maha encyclopedia. So what do you say, Seema? What 3 top tips from you?
I'd say spice your smoothie.
Yeah.
Superfood your smoothie.
Yeah.
Okay, because the fruit will actually mask the flavors of the superfoods and the spices. So it's easy to cheat people and get those flax seeds, etc., into them. Yeah. Thoughts are things. What we think, we go through how many million thoughts in a day. Okay, and our food does absorb those thoughts. It's like Dr. Emamuro, I think the guy spoke about water and the crystalline formation of water.
Dr. Emoto. Dr. Emoto, yes.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
forgive me.
Yes.
So what thoughts are things, and your food will absorb your thoughts. So it's very, and you see, sometimes the mind is just chatty. It's hard to make it stop. You know, you've got children, you've got work, you've got everything. Keep a mantra with you, because the mantra will dissolve the effect of the thoughts, right? And it'll infuse the food with that energy. But last but not least, and this is something I've learned in my spiritual school of thought, which is very, very special. We say grace, right, before we have our food. And we thank God for our food, you know, and that brings energy into the food. We say our mantras when we're cooking, you know, so those mantras enhance the food and the people who are going to consume it. But how many of us thank the giver of food? Annadata Sukhi Bhava, the one who gives us the food. Do we thank the farmer? Do we thank the person who transports it to us? Do we thank the laborer who's working in the fields in the heat and the sunshine, perhaps in the breadbasket of India, the Punjab? Do we do that? So when you have your meal, this is something I've learned through my spiritual school of thought, is to put your hands over the food before you eat it, close your eyes and say a prayer for that person. Annadata Sukhi Bhava. That is so important because it shifts everything. It really does. Have gratitude for everyone who's brought that on your table, and be grateful that you have food. I'm from Africa. People walk, you know, and people in the villages, I mean, are so poor, they don't have money for milk and tea in some cases. So it's so important to have that gratitude for food, and that element of grace.
What a beauty. Yes, what a beautiful, yeah, that's amazing. I love this. I love that. I love the fact that, you know, when it comes to smoothies, all our, you know, our family members around the world who are listening here, of course, spice a little smoothie, you know, spice it up a little bit with all the little spices that you may have. And at the same time, you know, we could, as we move forward, you talked about the fact that make sure you maybe chant. There are some mantras you can chant whilst you're making your smoothie, etc., giving it positive energy, also thinking positive thoughts, because we know that, you know, the negative thoughts will affect, you know, what you're cooking, including making your smoothie. So that's, again, a very positive thing. And then you also talked about say your grace, and I love the fact you said Annadatta, right? Sukhi Bhavan.
Annadatta Sukhi Bhava.
Yes, and that's a very beautiful thing, because I love the fact that you said that, because I know that we always forget, because we just have, oh, let's have the strawberries and let's have the, you know, blackberries, but the thing that's gone through it, like all, you know, the farmers, the transportation, how they've frozen it, how they've cleaned it up, how, you know, somebody had to go shopping and bring it back, or somebody, if you are ordering online and somebody's delivering it to you, somebody's delivering it to your home, to your, you know, things like that, and then somebody's cooking it for you sometimes. So even that, so there's a whole series that we should not be just saying thank you for the smoothie or whatever we're eating or whatever it is, but it's all the people that go behind it that make sure that we're having that smoothie in the first place. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Seema. That was really, really top class. Thank you so much. So we have these amazing, wonderful tips from Sharon, from Sevani, from Seema. How about our youngest little team member here, Alicia? I can see that you're there. Is there any tips that you would like to share regarding smoothies before we finish off today?
Firstly, I just want to say it's so amazing to hear everybody's different tips. Because it makes me more mindful as well. It's just a reminder for me to be more mindful with every little thing that I do. So I thank you guys for sharing all your wisdom and knowledge with me. And I couldn't agree more, honestly, with each of you and the different things that, you know, you've given as your input. The one thing that really stood out to me, and this is something I have to work on myself, is eat slow, like Karen said earlier. And mostly just to be mindful about every step, you know. This was obviously already touched on, but the other thing I would say is see what's in season. Try and pick out what's in season in your local area. yes, we might those bananas that have been imported from Asia or South America, or mangoes and this and that, which is great. Try and find what's locally available to you as well, because that will actually help your body adjust to that specific climate that you're in. It will it will also yeah, it'll regulate your body and your homeostasis and those types of things, which is why you have certain fruit and veg for different seasons. So take what nature is literally giving you right there and then, and be grateful for you know, that intelligence, that wisdom that's been passed down straight from nature right to us. So I know Ayurveda as well talks a lot about seasonal produce and eat what's in season and things like that. So that's the second thing. I think that is the third thing.
Second thing, yeah, there's a mindfulness, and then you talked about your seasonal climate, you know, related. If you have one more, no problems, you don't have to. That was great information there. What's your favorite smoothie then? Let's finish off with that one. What's your favorite smoothie that you would recommend to others?
Personally, I like frozen smoothies. I don't know if you've ever had like a frozen smoothie. I freeze the bananas beforehand, which gives it a lovely creamy thick texture, and I scoop it up with a spoon and I eat it. I love those types of smoothies, especially in the summer. So I like a banana, mango, and raspberry smoothie. Simple, but
Oh, nice. Everything good, everything nutritious, all packed up in one little thing with all the things you need, actually. What you said about the pack, putting it in the freezer, that's how I make most of these ones. I put them all in the I make them fresh like this and put them in the freezer to make it really cold. And then I make them as a smoothie. Then you'll have this really delicious cold smoothie, which is so refreshing, really nice. So I can understand what you're saying about the, you know, when you're having your smoothie like that. And you talk about the three things like being mindful, of course, which quite a few people have touched upon, that to be mindful when you're making your food, what things you're choosing, how you're having it, etc. And the seasonal thing is very important, I think. You're absolutely right. Because, you know, some people like mangoes, for example, but we can't have mangoes all the time. Or you need to be in India. They may not have strawberries and, you know, blackberries there, perhaps. You know, they may have more. So you have to think about which country you're in, what fruits are available during that climate season. And perhaps, you know, be a little bit more adventurous with your smoothie. So you can end up, you know, trying to create all these different types of smoothies that you enjoy. I just find 2 or 3 that I love, and that's all I do, perhaps. But it really doesn't matter. You know, if you're not very adventurous and you prefer just a few smoothies that you have are drawn to, at least take those, you know, because they are equally very, very nutritious for you. So we're going to finish off at this moment with one question for each one of you, actually. If you are making a smoothie, any smoothie that you'd like to make, I'd like you to maybe share 1 or 2 ingredients. There's 1 or 2 ingredients that you feel should be added for definite in any smoothie, and why? Why do you think that should be added to the smoothie? Because our viewers out there may want to try out some new smoothies for themselves. What would you suggest, our dear panel, which ingredients they should incorporate? Let's start off with Seema. Come on, Seema, let's get you on board.
I'd say turmeric and black pepper. For sure.
Right, and why? So can you share with our audiences, why would you say turmeric and why would you say black pepper? Can you share what kind of changes would take place in their bodies?
So as turmeric is celebrated as an anti-inflammatory spice, okay? It's high in antioxidants. It's actually known as God's own spice. So much so that when we have our rituals, our wedding rituals in Hinduism or in India, rather, we actually make a mixture of flour and turmeric and we actually bathe ourselves with it, right? If you go into the temples in India, a lot of the temples will use turmeric to adorn some of the gods, or saffron, because yellow is symbolic of Jupiter. Now, I can go on and on about this.
Yes, so please go on and on. We like this.
Let's not go down that avenue. So, and why has it been celebrated as God's own spice? Because it's so pure, like Tulsi. We call her Tulsi Ma, the mother goddess Tulsi. Turmeric also is very sacred, because it has all these anti-inflammatory properties, because it has all these health-enhancing properties. So what you do is, and try to go, I mean, I know we all rely on powdered turmeric and organic turmeric. If you can get turmeric from Meghalaya, you do get it here in the UK on Amazon, but it's quite expensive. Try to go for that turmeric. Otherwise, every Indian greengrocer here, or even the one here in Oxford in Summertown, has fresh turmeric. Go for the fresh rhizome. A lot of people combine it 1-to-1, 1 teaspoon of turmeric, 1 teaspoon of black pepper. It's quite potent. I would say, for me, I go with a teaspoon of turmeric. In fact, a friend of mine has written a book, A Teaspoon of Turmeric, a cookbook in Hong Kong, and about half a teaspoon of black pepper. Add it into your smoothies. It'll enhance the bioavailability of the spice by almost 2000%. The husband and wife are happy. It's a marriage made in heaven. And the curcumin gets absorbed into your bloodstream. Because without the black pepper, the curcumin doesn't get absorbed into your bloodstream effectively enough.
That's again very, very important information that's gone out there, because a lot of people would probably put lots of turmeric thinking that they're getting a lot of benefit out of it, but actually by just adding this little one extra thing, which is the black pepper, they will end up getting so much more benefit out of this same same combination, so, which is really, yeah, thank you for that. That's really great. So everybody out there, if you're making a little smoothie or something, add a little bit of black pepper and a bit of little turmeric, which nobody will know about. So they won't be able to taste it, but they can at least have the benefit of it. It would be fantastic. Thank you. Thanks for that, Seema. Sharon, what would you say? Is there one or two things that you would like to share, and why? You're on mute, my dear. Thank you. Are you still? Oh, yeah.
Yes, I like maca root, maca powder, and I know Seema likes it too. It's really rich in vitamins and protein, and it also kind of helps regulate hormones.
Yes, that mocha. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's true. Regulating hormones is, I think, probably a very important part of everything, because your moods are very dependent on the hormones, of course, and the chemicals in your body. So if the chemicals are balanced, like we would say, hormones are also chemicals, that are interactions and things that are going on in your body. If the hormones are not balanced, then you will find that either you're getting too depressed or too hyper or too this, that. So, it would be very important to have food that will help you to balance your hormones as well. So that's absolutely right. So you say mocha would be very good for that, you mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, very nice. Thank you so much. So Ivani, what would you say? We've got these two amazing little doctors, I would say, here. Dr. Smoothies.
There's nothing left for me to say.
Oh, there's plenty. Go on. Which are the one or two ingredients that you would say to people, definitely put that into your smoothie?
Okay, those who are preparing it, along with what Seema ji is saying and Sharon also has said, lots of love. Because when you put in love, then you'll get the taste better. Also, kale. Kale is a very antioxidant that helps in the detoxification of the body. So that's also a good ingredient to add. And cinnamon as well. Cinnamon helps to enhance the whole smoothie. And some people who like it a bit tasty, so it will enhance the taste value there. And I would just hold on.
Yes, oops, I think our dear Sevani has disappeared there, but it's okay. So I think I quite like that. That was very, very good there. That you got some information there, put a lot of love into your things. And of course, kale. Kale is very, I would say, alkalizing. And when it's very alkalizing, I think that's a way to perhaps get rid of a lot of acid in the body, which helps you to definitely help you to fight against cancer and many other things, to help you to stay more healthier. It's really important. So thank you for that. So Bonnie, we missed you. We've lost you, but I'm moving on to Alicia here. So Alicia, last one, final one or two ingredients that you think would be great for people to include in their smoothies.
Yes, I think an ingredient that's quite underrated, which not a lot of people know about, especially in Asia, is sea moss. I don't know if you've heard of sea moss, but sea moss is packed with minerals and vitamins. It's actually got 92 of the 106 minerals our body needs in a day. It's amazing. Actually, any algae that comes from the sea, it has a high mineral content because of that, that's salt water in the sea. So it carries a lot of those nutrients. So what I do is I buy wild crafted sea moss, and I buy it in bulk. It's actually dehydrated sea moss, what I buy. And then what I do is I rehydrate it overnight. I soak it in some water, and then I don't cook it because then it loses the minerals, but I put it straight into the blender with some fresh water. I make sure that the water is alkaline, or I use spring water or something like that, or in a copper vessel or something. And I make a gel out of the sea moss. So it becomes this beautiful consistency, like a gel consistency almost. So I just add 1 teaspoon into my smoothies whenever I eat them, whenever I have my smoothies. And you can't taste it. It just tastes like the sea. A lot of people don't like the taste, but again, smoothies are a great way to cover up or anything you don't like. So I would say sea moss.
Yes, I think that's really amazing thing you mentioned, by the way. I take supplements actually every now and again, and these supplements are like sea things, you get algae and you get kelp and you get all these different types of green alkalizing things. Yes. And a lot of it all comes from the sea. And so I totally agree, and I do understand that these are very good. So these supplements are very alkalizing for the body, and they tend to get rid of a lot of the toxins from the bodies too. So it's a very good way to have that. No, thank you for that. Yes, thank you, Alicia. What a wonderful little dog. We should call her little Dr. Alicia, right? Well, I would just like to say to all of our wonderful panelists for today to talk about our smoothies. Thank you so much for joining us, Sharon, Seema, Alicia, Saivani, all of you really, really helped us to learn why smoothies are so important, how we can include that in our everyday life. And of course, we're coming to our little kind of ending of the whole our today's session, unfortunately, when we've been loving it, having a party here at the moment. So to finish off with, I'm just going to do a quick little summary. If you're wanting to have a smoothie, a berry smoothie, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, put them all into a lovely little, I would say, blender. Put a little bit of pineapple and coconut so that you can make it a bit more smoothie, so it's not so thick, so you can have it like a drink. And pineapple and coconut could be anything like this, just a simple little carton with pineapple and coconut, and just have that every single day. If you want it twice a week, 3 times a week, it doesn't matter, but I tend to have it as much as possible. But I hope you enjoyed that little smoothie session for today. We are almost coming to the end of our event, so I wanted to perhaps let you know that we're going to be moving on to Girish very shortly. Girish ji, he is our amazing Healing Our Earth special family member, and at the same time the top singer for us, right? He ends up bringing joy to everybody, not just to all our Healing Our Earth members and volunteers who are here supporting you, serving you out there, but also all our audience members who will sit there, watch, and send us these amazing comments. Now we're sending you sending these amazing messages, emails, and you comment on our wonderful Facebook posts and things. I just wanted to say really thank you for all that, because you are encouraging all the team members to do even more, to serve more, to just be there for you. And I would also like to say a very big thank you to Neil Kumar, the producer and director of Healing Our Earth, the creator of this. And the reason we, of course, created this whole, the platform, he created this, is to keep people active during the COVID-19 pandemic, whilst people were at home, and people were getting isolated, people were feeling a little bit down and low. So what he would do is to ensure that, look, to keep people active, to get people connecting, he set up this platform. And here we are, 80 events later. This is our 80th event, so we just want to say congratulations to the whole team. The 80th event that we're here. So I just, congratulations. So our 81st event will be next week, which is the International Yoga Day special. So do join us for this wonderful online session. It'll be 1 till 7 rather than 2 till 7. So it's 1 till 7, it's a little earlier. And you will get a chance to meet some amazing yoga practitioners, meditation, spiritual leaders, all sorts of people who will share their knowledge with you. So Girishji, if you're almost ready here today, absolutely. I can see dear Girishji all there, ready to go. From my side, I would like to just say a very big thank you to all of you for joining me here. Hani Kalaria, Dr. Hani Kalaria for some people, Hani Kalaria for others. And I wanted to say a global namaste to you from me to all of you out there. Thank you to all my wonderful special guests who came and shared their cooking, their recipes, and really very, I would say, I find them very charitable with their time. I find them really, really open with all their wonderful knowledge. They're so happy to share. And that really means a lot to all of us here. Thank you for sharing. Now, sharing means caring, and we're going to ask our dear Girishji to come in and care and share with us, and perhaps finish off with a beautiful prayer for all of us today.
Definitely. First of all, Haniji,
Global namaste to you, Girishji.
my happiest, wonderful, wonderful sister, brings so much joy, love, and brightness in everyone's life, So I don't know where you get the energy. I need to get that formula from you.
Berry juice, back again. Look, I'm going to. Berry juice. You'll be thinking, oh my gosh, she's got shares in the berry company. Yes, no, thank you.
And it's so lovely to be with you all, and fantastic. We got everyone here today. So we're going to have a lovely time and enjoy ourselves. So first, I'm going to sing one beautiful song from Lataji before we go to the end of this evening to do a nice prayer. My most favorite song of Lataji. I'll try and sing it in my own voice. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Girishji, I would like to just request you to, once you finish the song, maybe finish off with the prayer. I mean, I would, instead of me doing it, I would love you to please grace us with your wonderful prayer at the end to close our event for us today.
Thank you. Thank you all, my wonderful, beautiful, my happy family, healing our heart. My namaskar. Thank you so much. Excellent. All right, here we go. मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले के फिर ये हंसी रात हो न हो शायद फिर से जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले से हमको मिली है आज ये घड़ियां नसीब से जी भर के देख लीजिए हमको करीब से फिर आपके नसीब में ये रात हो न हो शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले से पास आइए कि हम नहीं आएंगे बार बार बाहें गले में डाल के हम रोल जार जार आँखों से फिर ये प्यार की बरसात हो न हो शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले कि फिर ये हंसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले से। Thank you so much. Right.
Beautiful, really, really lovely, Girish. Amazing. Where do you get this lovely voice? It's like a nightingale voice, you know, like very soothing, very smooth, very relaxing. You know, it makes us feel very peaceful when we listen to this. The voice is beautiful.
I think it all comes, as I said, it's not me. Ma Saraswati, I invite her, I surrender to her, and I say, please come to me and let me do the seva at your lotus feet. Let me do the
Yes,
Mangal seva.
absolutely.
Let me be the instrument and you deliver.
Right, right. Well, hopefully we're all doing the same here. And Ma Saraswati is working through all of us to try to give as much goodness for the world as possible, serving the world as much as possible in the best way we can. Yes, absolutely, Girishji. You are amazing. Thank you.
Everything you hear from इस कंठ से जो आ रहा है वो सब कुछ माँ सरस्वती की कृपा है. I am just the instrument, and my beautiful parents, you know, who always showers their love and blessing. So they're my guru, and Ma Saraswati is my strength.
Wow, kya baat hai, kya baat hai. That means, oh wow, just in case people don't have the translation there. So there you go. So Girishji, let's finish off with a lovely prayer to finish our special kitchen, our healthy kitchen event for today.
Absolutely. As Simaji said, food is so important, but we always forget the source and where it comes from. We forget all the hard work, but we just go to the showroom and pick up from there, and we enjoy and we celebrate. But the true celebration goes remembering those people and say, you know, thank you so much for all that hard work they put in. And we sit on the dining table and enjoy that wonderful food, you know. So thank you, all of them. Without them, we are nothing. So God bless them, and may the divine continue bless them. So we carry on, you know, with our life, and God give them the more strength and joy and happiness more than us, because I think they deserve more than us. So thank you. So I'm going to offer this beautiful prayer to all those beautiful people who gives us this beautiful life. So thank you to them, and thanks to our dearest divine Lord. ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। Om Shanti. Just let yourself go from all the activities you were. Let everything go behind and just remember the divine. And say, thank you, my dearest divine Lord, for being with us, guiding us to the righteousness, to the peace, love, joy, and happiness. So let us share this beautiful prayer together. Close your eyes, drop your shoulders, and be with the divine. Thank you. Om Shanti. 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 ये ध्वनि मंगल ध्वनि है। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। बड़ा है सुख ये मंत्र मन है। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति से होता है विकृतियों का ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। I thank you, my dearest Divine Lord, for connecting us together with this beautiful divine family of healing our earth, who brings so much joy, happiness, peace, love across global. Many thousands are seeking for this beautiful joy and happiness. So we thank you, my dearest Divine Lord, for giving us this strength, guiding us and being with us to share this journey to the millions who needs. I love you, my dear Lord. I thank you. Keep us safe, keep the world safe, and let the journey continue with the happiness. Om Shanti. Om Shanti.